Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV. Today is November 25th, 2025. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Ray, and to the far right, fresh haircut, Coach Vince. Ray, Vince, how you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing good, doing well. Anxious to take a look at the charts and see what kind of context we can provide our listeners.
Absolutely. Coach Vince, how you doing this morning?
Doing good, Coach Jay. Getting ready for the Turkey Day coming up. So hope we can find some opportunities in these markets today. It'd be nice to catch something here. How are you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing good, We do have that poll up in the chat. Which opening range trade are we taking in gold? Are we taking a 1 minute or a 5 minute? 63% of the vote right now going to the 5 minute. But just want to let everybody know, be careful trading gold right now. Gold is in rollover. So if you look at a depth of market for the contract that we're trading on Topstep X, it is kind of thin, right? Volume is rolling over into the February contract. And Topstep X should be rolled over by tomorrow, I believe. But just be careful trading gold. We will still take a look at the trade, but it is a pretty thin market right now, so there is likely to be some slippage there. Gold trading 41.20 right now, but the volume is moving over to the February contract. So watch out there. There is some things that we have on the economic calendar this morning, so let's go over those if we can. Government shutdown is over, so we are getting some data this morning in about 10 minutes or so. We have a core PPI that comes out at 7:30 Central Time in just about 9 minutes. We also are getting retail sales also at 7:30 Central Time. 9 a.m. Central, we're getting consumer confidence as well as pending home sales. And then at 12 p.m., we have a 5-year note auction. So economic data is back on the calendar. We understand that these numbers have the potential to cause some volatility in all the markets that we trade, right? In the metals, in the equities as well. So we will be letting everybody know as we get closer to those numbers. If you have a position on, just know where your risk is. And if not, make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple times on your platform just to make sure you are not taking any trades that you don't want to take. Anything you guys are seeing in this gold opening range trade that you like? We are taking a 5 minute. I'm going to take this one with micros just because of the spread. But anything you're seeing, Coach Ray, on the gold for opening range trade?
Just kind of peeking at the 30 minute. I mean, we still are kind of in consolidation, but let's take a quick look here. We are developing a little bit of an engulfing pattern here, I guess, on the 30 minutes. So, but we're coming up against an edge here. So resistance zone. So I don't know, tough to say. I think the fact that we're developing a little bit of an engulfing pattern maybe to the upside, but we'll have to see.
Okay, Coach Vince, what about you? Anything you're liking for the opening range trade?
Right now, I'm pretty bullish on gold. Yesterday, we had that area where we kind of broke out. We talked about in the morning, and there's a level up here I'm looking for. Let me see if I can pull it back up. So I like to see gold get up here to 41.75, this downward sloping pennant line that we had drawn on the longer time frame. But we're in this little bit of a range here, right? So we wouldn't need to break out of this 41.50 level to make a trip up there. If we can't get above this 41.50, then I'd be cautious. Okay, there could be a potential for rotation and stay in this little bit of a range. So let's see what happens. We're looking at a 5 minute, right? 5 minute.
Looking at it. Correct. Looking at a 5 minute, we got about another 2 minutes or so for that candle to close. Before we do that, Hogue is out, but that does not mean we don't do our homework. Let's pull up that Topstep daily checklist. Make sure we are prepared for the trading day. Pre-market research, that's what we're getting ready to do right now. Provide some context for these markets. Again, anything we say is for educational purposes only and not any investment or trading advice. But if you listen to what we said during the opening call yesterday in the equities, played out pretty well. So nice job, coaches. The morning checklist, are you prepared for your day? If you have a wireless mouse and keyboard, are they already charged? Did you have your coffee? Did you sleep well last night? Mindset check. Like we said, did you forget about all of the trades that you made yesterday, whether they were wins or losses? Are we ready to trade today? Trade entry checklist. Make sure you have a couple of reasons to get in or out of trades. And then after you take your trades, make sure you review them with Coach Paul and I during At the Buzzer. And there you have it. That is our Topstep daily checklist. Make sure we are ready for the day, and we can get into it.
The one thing I do like with
all
gold
right.
is we are out of balance right now. So we are outside of range and value. So open range trade may not be a bad thing today.
Opening range may not be a bad trade. Trading 41.40 right now in gold. We have that 5-minute range closing in about 40 seconds here. Let's take a look, though. We have some news. The Trump administration wants to expand the use of AI in federal scientific research. Let's bring in that clip.
Monday, President Trump signed a new executive order to create what is called the Genesis Mission. The project will let national labs under the Department of Energy use AI in working with tech companies and academics. Supporters say the move could improve research in physics, chemistry, nuclear fission, and space exploration. However, there are also concerns about the energy demands that AI technology requires, as well as safety concerns of weaker regulations.
Stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Using AI in education. Coach Ray, we got a teacher on the stream. What do you think about that?
We use it all the time. I mean, students use it. We use it. I think it's an excellent resource. But as I guess they close that little clip with, do we have the energy demands to support it? Right. So it does take up a lot of energy to fire up all those computers to respond with those questions that we have for them. So it'll be interesting to see what we evolve to be.
Absolutely. Need a lot of data centers to run if everything is running on AI, right?
Exactly.
Need a lot of data centers. All right. We got we have those numbers coming out in about 4 minutes. Again, we have PPI and retail sales coming out in 4 minutes or so. But let's dive into these charts. We do have that gold opening range. The 5-minute range is closed. I have a high of 41.4450 and a low of 41.3710. So we will be taking a trade if we get a 5-minute candle close outside of that range. If we close below the low of the range, I'll be short. If we close above the high of the range, I'll be long. Yesterday, we took a short that played out pretty well before the market turned around. But let's talk a little bit about the higher time frame chart here. Just keeping in mind that we do have those numbers coming out in just a couple minutes here. Coach Vince, what are you seeing on the daily in gold?
On the daily, we have consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have the market trending up. We've built this consolidation here. We have this pennant formation. And this was that area I was saying, like if we get up here, if I'm long, I'm probably going to cover up here around the 72s, 75s. But we had the big rally up, big sell off here. And then we kind of just been ranging, in this little area here. So on the daily, we're trying to find direction. We don't know which way to go. I mean, I am still bullish, obviously. I'm bullish on gold, but we could stay in this range for quite some time. So we're going to see what happens at these. I'm going to call these like the mini extremes, like 75, 80-ish, and down here around 40, 50, 40, 45, and just see what happens. If we break out, that'll be a great thing, right? And then I'm looking for the next leg up in gold. But right now, it's just compressing at the moment.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
ATR is
Coach
$93. So 930 tick daily ATR.
Yeah. Just a reminder again to everyone in the chat, gold has not rolled over yet. So you are going to see some air pockets in that depth of market. So just be careful if you are going to trade that market. Again, if you also have the option to not trade it, but TopstepX is going to roll over likely tomorrow. So yeah, if you are seeing a thin market that way, that could be a sign to maybe not trade it today. Aaron is going to be on the stream later. We'll go over that schedule. Coach Ray, anything you're seeing on the gold daily chart? We do have this number in the
Yeah, I mean, similar to what Coach Vince is saying. I mean, we're in this kind of triangle Dorito pattern. and kind of coiling, right? It seems like we're waiting for that last bit of catalyst to kind of maybe potentially break out. Obviously on the upside, we see this 4,200, 4,250 kind of level above us on the daily level. That could be a kind of a visible target. But I'm like Coach Vince. I mean, I'd like to find a way to be a part of this to the upside if I can, but not with obviously managing risk along the way. So right now, coiling. I think they're just kind of looking for some additional information to kind of break out of this daily pattern, and then assuming that we do, we could get some fireworks.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, guys. We do have these numbers coming out in 35 seconds. Again, U.S. retail sales, U.S. PPI. I do believe that this PPI number is from September data, right? We had all that back data from the government shutdown, but still has the potential to get these markets moving. So if you are in a position, know where your risk is. If you are not and you do not want to be in a position, make sure you hit that flat. Make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple of times on your platform just to make sure. I'm looking at the order book in the NASDAQ, and it is extremely thin as well. About a 10-tick spread here, so just be careful. 5 seconds until the number. We'll bring them to you as quickly as we can.
It's been a while, huh? We haven't had this kind of a spicy action in the morning.
All right, we got U.S. retail sales month over month actual coming in at 0.2%. Forecast was 0.4%. Prior was 0.6%. Again, retail sales coming in at 0.2%. Forecast was 0.4%. U.S. PPI year over year actual came in at 2.7%. Forecast was 2.6%. Prior 2.6%. So inflation up just a little bit. U.S. core PPI year over year actual came in at 2.6%. Forecast was 2.7%. Prior was 2.8%. And U.S. core PPI month over month came in at 0.1%. Forecast was 0.2%. So kind of mixed here. PPI year over year came in a little higher than expected. Core PPI came in a little bit lower than expected. Kind of in line with expectations, but not too much of a change there. And then again, that retail sales number came in lower than expected, 0.2%. Seeing gold pop just a little bit on that. The equities not doing a whole lot. Again, some of this is maybe stale data, so not seeing a huge market reaction to it. And Rambocito asked in the chat, is that bullish or bearish? It's a great question, right? So the way I like to look at, I want to get you coach's opinion on this as well. The way I like to look at economic data is that it is, right? Whether it's bullish or bearish, it just is, it exists. And then it's my job to see how the market responds to there, and the market will tell me whether or not it's bullish or bearish, right? Anytime I've ever tried to play an economist, I've failed, right? Where it's just like, oh yeah, that's a bullish number, so it should do this, and then the market sells off. Or hey, that's extremely bad news. The market should sell off, and then we continue to rally to make all-time highs. So it really is just watching the market's reaction to it. Coach Ray, what is your opinion on that? How do you look at
the end of the day, price is king, right? So whatever price does with that news is kind of what we need to react as traders. I mean, I think leading up to the number, I think what we need to do is, figure out exactly locations where we think that market could potentially reverse, right? We want to know where the resistance zones and the supportive zones, because if it's going to go there, and maybe even some extreme levels, because some of these numbers will cause the market to retest some levels that maybe we think we can't get to. So having those levels identified on your charts and being able to react to those is kind of what we're looking at. But like you, I play a teacher by day, not an economist. So I leave that to the professionals. I'll let them decide and report those numbers. What my job is how is the market reacting to it, and the price candles tell me what I should do as a result.
100%. Coach Vince, anything else you got on that, or do you want to look at the gold 30-minute chart from here?
Well, I will say, like, crude oil is notorious for that, right? You get a build in crude and price goes higher, you get oversupply of crude, actually it goes reverse, right? So it's kind of weird, but just trade what's in front of you. Like Coach Ray said there, a lot of times these numbers will bring the market to test the extreme levels. It's kind of in a consolidation, then it finally moves, it cleans up, and then it sees which way it wants to go. So it just cleans up the books, I think, a little bit sometimes. It just does the wiggle, and it just shakes everybody out. Whoever's weekend traders to get shaken out of the market, and then they take it. But yeah, we go on to the next one.
Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here, Coach Vince. What are you seeing in gold on the 30?
All right. So in gold, we have yesterday's profile here. And you can see overnight inventory is indeed long, right? So a couple things we have. I have a target up here of around 4170-ish, 75, maybe if we get to the long side. If this overnight inventory gets spooked out, I could see us making a trip back and closing the gap here to 4099, 4100 level. So we're going to see what happens. We are in rollover. So right now, the goal is to get the cheapest roll. So we might just be in a kind of a range bound type of a day. It's holiday week. So I'm not expecting fireworks, but you never know, right? Sometimes when a lot of people leave the market for vacation, they kind of sneakily bring the markets to certain levels too. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. On the 5, are we in a trade on this or no?
No trade.
Okay, so we had a choppy open range so far. So the 5-minute tested downside, took out the high side. We're just kind of stuck here. The last 15 minutes, we really haven't gone anywhere. We put in a low and high, and we're just in the middle of the open range right now. So let's see what happens here. It's going to be an interesting trading day.
Yes, it will. Gold trading 41, 40, 70. Still in. So the micros closed outside of the opening range, but the mini didn't. So I didn't take the trade. We would be short if we took it based on the micros, but the mini did not, or the big contract did not take out the low or high of the opening range on a close. So, Coach Ray, what are you seeing on the 30 in gold? Anything interesting here? I know you were also talking about silver yesterday.
Yeah, I
Nice
mean,
call
I
on
think
silver
the
there.
fact is that we're above value from yesterday's session, right? So that indicates to me that there is some bullish kind of pressure to the upside. I think it's interesting that these levels that I had drawn yesterday with this kind of Dorito pattern kind of played out, right? It came up to that level and reversed away from it, and now we're back at that level again. So the question is, how many times does it take to, I guess, get to the center of a Tootsie Roll?
The Tootsie Pop.
Oreo or Tootsie Pop, right? That's kind of what I'm looking at right now, right? Because right now we're right back at that same level. Are we going to bust through this level? Do we have the participants to make that happen, or are we just going to continue to kind of rotate at the upper end of this Dorito line and reverse back down to test a value area high from yesterday? So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. It doesn't seem like there's participants. Seems like maybe we are getting a build up here, but we'll have to see if we can actually break above this 41.45 level is kind of what I'm looking at, 41.48, somewhere in that range. Above this line here is above this line is kind of what I'm looking at. And then if I do get a break with some volume, then I'm going to use that same line to kind of serve as a kind of retest to offer me an opportunity to the upside. That's kind of what I would look at.
Yep.
Nice. Good stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, we have a gap to clean up there all the way up to 41.88. So, if we get above that 41.50 handle, I could see us maybe gaining some momentum upside here with a nice push.
Yeah.
Some good stuff there. Right now, gold is up 1.16% on the day. And again, just a reminder to everyone that the gold contract is in rollover on Topstep X. It will likely be rolling over tomorrow. So if you look at a depth of market and you see a pretty thin market, that is a function of that rollover. The great thing is, once it's rolled over, we don't got to worry about it for another 3 months. So
yeah,
maybe one day of not trading gold if it's not giving you the best price action, just because, again, it is a thin market and you're likely not to get filled where you think your order is placed, right? With slippage, right now I'm looking at a 6-tick spread in that market because the volume is split between the December and February contracts. So just be aware of that. All right. Anything else you guys got on the news? On gold before we move on to the S&P?
I mean, I'm not going to go into the open interest because we're in rollover, but yeah, we could roll over to next. What do you say, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I think we can move on to the next.
Let's move on to the next one. Before we talk about the S&P, we got a little bit more news here. Actually, let's save that one. Let's go into the S&P. Let's take a look. What are you guys seeing on the daily chart in the S&P?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just go ahead and jump in here.
Go ahead, Ray.
I see on the daily chart, I see a market that's still, I mean, for me, showing signs of range again. We're right smack in the middle of value from yesterday. I see that a market that's still inside this kind of bearish channel to the downside. We've gotten some evidence here, maybe of late, maybe the last couple of days, that maybe the market can come higher. We got some nice rallies yesterday, I believe, in both those markets. Dow to maybe to a lesser degree, but market seems again similar to range, maybe wanting to maybe push higher. I do have that range above me. I think that eventually we'll get up to that level around what was that 6,900, around that area. I think maybe we'll
Okay.
come to that level at some point. I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen today or the next day, but I think early next week. I think that's certainly possible. So I see a market that maybe is in a swing in range, but maybe a swing to the upside.
Gotcha. The one thing I'm seeing on a daily here is we are still under the 50-day moving average. 67.54 is that price. We closed below it on November 17th, and we've been kind of hanging out below that. We did have a test above it on the 20th, but still no candle close above it. But we are still trading in that October 10th candle range. That candle has been mapped out on my charts since it printed. Some significant price action. That was, the October tariff candle, and we traded outside the high of it for a little while, but back in the middle of this range, we closed above 50% of it yesterday. We didn't get a candle close outside the low of that range on a test of it. So this kind of just looks like rotation back up to the high of this range. 68.0650 is that the high of that candle. But there are some levels of contention in the way. We got that 50-day moving average. Daily ATR in the S&P 103 points. So far, today's range, we got 30 points. So is that a function of a holiday week, or are we going to see, similar to what we saw yesterday, a pretty aggressive rally for the beginning of the New York session? We'll take a look when we get down to the 30-minute chart if there are any interesting levels. But Coach Vince, anything you're seeing on the daily in the S&P?
Yeah, the daily is very, very interesting to me. So if you flip over there to my chart, the daily is showing signs of a potential rollover for me. We have this rally starting here in, earlier this year, but May, we really started to build a nice structured move to the upside. We were kind of in this channel going all the way up, and we broke below the 50-day moving average. We're still above the 100, right? We tested the 100, we bounced, but we're in between the two. So there's a little bit of indecision going on here, I think, in the S&Ps. We're here testing the south side of the trend line where we broke. And a lot of times we'll get a reversal pattern, right? So it'll look something like, hold on. Oops, sorry about that. My chart is acting up today. All right, we'll try one more time, right? So we're getting this here, right? We're getting the push up, push up, push up, break structure, retest, right? Are we going to then hit the 100? If we fail, roll and test this 200 day on the daily at some point, maybe going into 2026. We'll see. Okay. But for right now, we're underneath the trend line. Okay. And there's a repair zone we'll see it on the 30-minute chart that brings us up to about 6780-ish or 6800 level in the S&Ps. So this is going to be a very, very critical point, I think. This 6750 to 6800, if we can't get above it and accept it on the daily, I have a funny feeling that the market will maybe try to roll over, test the 100 again. If we break that structure, then we're heading down to the 200 at some point in 2026.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Coach Ray is intensely focused over there on the charts. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart, we have a pretty flat overnight inventory, right? If we look at where we opened last night, right before that news, we're kind of trading right there. So not a whole lot to gain from what happened in the overnight. Not really much of a trend. We did have a little bit of selling that got bought right back up, and now we're kind of just sitting at VWAP 67.17. A couple of things I'm looking at here. We already talked about the 50-day moving average on the daily chart. 67.54 was that price. We have a monthly VWAP, which is this pink line on my chart. That has the potential to be a resistance as well. this kind of feels like a market that may be testing a high of a range to where, another decision-making area. We had one yesterday. What was the market going to do, in my opinion, around this 200 moving average, right? When we saw volume trade above the 200 moving average, we came back, tested it, and it had a nice rally. Now, the question is what happens up here at this monthly VWAP, 67.39, and then above that, 67.54. And so far, the overnight inventory hasn't really given us a sign about what it's going to do. Right? We did get this economic data to come out, so I am going to go down to a shorter time frame chart really quick and take a look at the news candle. Wasn't a huge reaction to it, but we can see from that point, right? And someone had asked before, is that bullish or bearish? Well, since the news has come out, what has the market done? It's sold off so far. But we also know that this is a lower volume time. So what I'm looking for is when the volume comes in for the New York session, do we continue this move to the downside or do buyers step back in? So far, the reaction to that news has been somewhat bearish. We do have, though, earlier this morning, this is around 7:40 Eastern time. There's some more volume here. So whatever this range is, 67.12 up to 67.30, right? If we see volume for the New York session trade below 67.12, I'm looking for shorts. If we see volume for the New York session trade above 67.30, I'm looking for longs. Right now, kind of like a range, kind of in a range. Coach Ray, anything you're seeing on the 30-minute chart in S&P?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think you kind of hit it spot on. I mean, I think we're kind of in range, pretty much. We've kind of been flirting with the high end of value from yesterday's session here around 67.30. We're developing a 30-minute candle to the downside, pretty significant 30-minute candle to the downside. So the question now becomes for me is that how well that 30-minute candle closes. And if that 30-minute candle closes as kind of an engulfing candle, then I'm with you on the path lower, right? Because again, it takes a fair amount of effort to keep a candle in that kind of state, right? So again, we were talking about earlier. What does the news tell us? Well, the charts are telling us. The chart are telling us that hasn't been received all that well. To be honest, there's been a little bit of selling pressure, and I think it would be perfectly reasonable for us to maybe come back and test that green line that I have here around 6,700, 6,702. That's kind of the last kind of spot where kind of buyers stepped in earnest or in the overnight. So that would be kind of a logical place maybe to retest to see the conviction of those buyers from current levels down to 6,702. And then after that, we'll have to see, does it bounce from 6,702 back to the highs again and stay in range? Or do we break the range and maybe test the lows? Value area low here around 66.90 is kind of another area that I would maybe put an alert around to see how well we react around that. So yeah, overall, I would say the market's relatively ranging. Maybe I would say neutral to bearish is kind of the view I would give it.
I would agree with you there. I did take a short last night in the S&P during slow markets last night, and we just really never got the follow through. It kind of felt like the market was waiting for whatever data was going to come out today, even though it is stale data. But I am still kind of leaning short. This is right where I was selling yesterday or last night. 67.20 is where I got short, but this 67.15 area started to become a little bit of a delta point of control where it was kind of holding price up there. So if we can sell below 67.15s, I like a 66.93 target to the downside. Coach Vince, what are you seeing on the 30 in the S&P?
On the 30-minute chart, we're inside of range, we're inside of value, right? So kind of going to remain a little bit patient here, but we do have some levels that are outstanding that, are definitely been on my radar here. So we still have the repair zone, right? We got halfway through. We talked about it yesterday morning about potentially getting up here and testing, these sellers, right? We got up into these single prints and the repair zone finishes all up here at 67.80. But we do have that trend line I was just talking about on the daily sitting up here around 67.50. So if we can't break above that level, I do like maybe getting short and see if this reversal takes place. However, the bottom of this repair zone is where 66.80, right? I think you guys have targets to the downside of 90s. So that is the intraday high for what about that would have been Friday, right? So Friday's intraday high is sitting around 66.80. Right. So I could see us taking a trip down there. It's below value from yesterday. It's the intraday high from Friday. That could be a potential area if you're looking to get long. Okay. But if this fails, right, and we can't hold this high, okay, then I see this market really getting some steam behind it and coming to test around 66.30. You know, and then potentially all the way down to 65.75. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, right? I want to see everybody's 401s and IRAs grow in value, but I think the S&Ps may be an interesting area where, you know, maybe the top might be in a short time frame. I don't know. I don't know yet. But if we break this 67.50 area, I'm looking for a trip back up here to about 67.80 and 6800.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. I see some traders saying, hey, can we talk about the NASDAQ? We will talk about the NASDAQ in just a little bit, but before we get into that, we're going to talk about crude oil. We are going to talk about crude. Before that, we got some news. U.S. and Russia officials in Abu Dhabi will continue talks Tuesday on a possible peace plan for ending the war in Ukraine. The latest round of talks comes after U.S. and Ukrainian leaders negotiated the framework in Geneva, Switzerland. Bring in that clip.
One quick thing here before we go.
Hold on.
A senior Ukrainian official said Tuesday Ukrainian President Zelensky could visit the United States this month to finalize a peace deal with President Donald Trump. The Trump administration's original 28-point proposal to end the war in Ukraine emerged last week. However, it has been criticized as being favorable to Russia. Zelensky says the latest proposal has proper considerations, but fewer points than previous drafts. Meanwhile, the European counterproposal, confirmed to CNN to be accurate by European sources, is much more in line with Ukraine's wishes.
So we may be getting an end to that war. Thank you for that, Gabe. Coach Vince, you have one more thing you wanted to cover in the S&P? I think you're on mute.
Yesterday, we lost open interest on this rally, right? We had a low volume rally yesterday. So for me, this is short covering. Okay. So that was the longs getting out of the market. We lost open interest and the volume went from this day here, Friday, or no, that was, yeah. So Friday, we had a 2.6 million in volume. Okay. The day prior to that, this day, we had 2.9, almost 3 million in volume. We only had 1.6 million in volume. So we had low volume, loss of open interest, short covering rally. I mean, short covering. So the shorts got out of the market. They probably piled in. They got out a little bit, but it wasn't a ton of loss of open interest. But, you know, it was a low volume rally. So we're going to see what happens. Did these shorts come back in the market today, or did they flip to long? It's going to be an interesting trading day.
Yes, it will be. We got that poll up in the chat, 159 votes. Which opening range trade are we taking in crude oil? Gold actually never triggered a trade. Gold is still, actually, is that right?
Gold?
Actually, gold just triggered a long. Gold just triggered a long. So I'm going to take a long in gold. I'm going to take it with some micros. Long 2 micro gold, risking the low of the opening range. See if we get a continued push higher here. But crude oil, let's take a look at crude on the daily to start. And this is a market that is kind of just channeling lower. You know, it's maybe not presenting the greatest opportunity to day traders. We've talked about that a little bit. You know, we talked about that pretty much every day for the last month or so. But there is still some action going on in this market now. It may not be a favorable market for you, but just because of the pace of it. But we are still seeing $1.50 range, high to low. So far already today, we have $1.60 range. So there is some opportunity. This market does just kind of feel like it's just slowly grinding lower, trying to get to that the president's goal of $55 a barrel, trading $57.79. I don't have too much to talk about on the daily chart. Again, kind of just trading lower. This is an area where it's been the lower extreme of a range where we have found buyers to kind of pop us up above 60, but we are seeing lower highs in crude oil over the last month or so. Coach Vince, we'll start with you on this one. Anything you're seeing on crude on the daily?
On the daily, we have crude oil below all the major moving averages. We're below the 200. We're below the 100. We're below the 500, the 50. This is pretty much a death cross for crude oil, right? When the 200 is on top of the other moving averages, we'll see what happens. We still have the 100-day that needs to do a little bit of work here. But we are in a consolidation zone here on the daily. All right, we've been bouncing off this $57 level like clockwork, right? One tap, two tap, three tap, four tap. So are we going to break down, right? Or are we going to stay in this little consolidation range? We'll find out. But if we get up here to $61, that's been my level for weeks now. Every time we get to 61, I just sell it, right? You just sell it at 61 bucks. And then down here at 57, it's been a buy. So if we could break this and take out this $56, $57 level, I see a trip down here to the $50 a barrel mark, like somewhere in this zone down here. So that is
Vince,
what I'm
you were talking
looking
about
for.
crude going negative yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, let's look at that again. So on the daily, right? Here, let me just pop these off. This would be fun. So we have kind of a head and shoulders here, right? So, we have like this type of a structure to it. And then if we break down, you take a top of the head to the neckline, you project down, it brings it to about negative $15 a barrel. So maybe Trump will get us to go negative here again. Wouldn't be the first time. You never know,
take the
right?
oil off their hands. Yeah.
maybe he has a plan to fill the strategic petroleum reserve at negative 17. Maybe they'll pay us to take all the oil off the market. Who knows? But but all jokes aside, this $57 mark is going to be a key area for me to see if I'm going to maybe start taking some shorts. But right now we're just in this area, and I would just fade this little range that we got here, 59.50 to 57.50. That's right. We have a $1.55 average true range on the daily, which is better than it's been, right? I think it was like 95 cents at one point.
Oh my God.
So crude's getting a little bit of energy back in the market. So pardon the pun.
Absolutely.
But,
Coach Ray, anything you're seeing on the daily in crude?
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at some downsides. Right now, on the daily chart, I see a chart that's just looking to pick up conditional momentum to the downside, and I'm just kind of picking some levels where I can reasonably see maybe a bounce. And Coach Vince highlighted some of those. Right now we're at this 57 level. 57 level has been one of those levels. I highlighted 56, $1 below that level, and then the next level that I see is down around 53. So if crude oil is going to hold, it's going to hold around these levels, right? If not, then I'm with Coach Vince. I think we're going to maybe have Trump pay for our filling up our gas tanks, right? So, but and all joking aside here, I think we are in a market that is bearish. So we are coming into some daily levels that we expect to be support. So. We could play it one of two ways. I think we're a little bit extended to the downside for sure. Maybe, pick some opportunities where we might see some buyers step in and protect, right? And that would be for me right now, 56, 55, 90. Those would be a couple of levels that I would mark up on my chart as areas where I could see a pretty good bounce. If my hypothesis, and the good thing is, as Coach Hogue would say, it's a relatively cheap trade, right? I don't have to risk all that much to participate in an upside move, right? Because I have a clear level where I see evidence of buyers. So that's this is a wait and be patient type of market for me on crude oil.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. Wait and be patient. Let's take a look at a shorter time frame. We do have crude opening up in about 2.5 minutes here. And we have a 5-minute opening range trade based on the poll. We did see some pretty aggressive sell side volume here, right around 6:40 Central Time. Ukraine agreeing to terms of the peace deal, and we saw crude oil kind of sell off pretty aggressively on that. So taking a look at the 30-minute chart here, we have a 200 moving average on the 30-minute that has been acting as a resistance. It was a resistance last night. We definitely have overnight inventory short right now. Crude oil is down 1.85% on the day. And that white line on my chart that you see there, that is that 200 moving average. So we opened up below it, volume trading below it. We came back, tested it a couple of times, and continued to reject off of that level. But now what's interesting is this 30-minute candle here is the highest volume 30-minute candle we've seen all month in crude oil. So I'm going to frame this out and watch the market's responses to the extremes of this candle. Right on the upside, 58.67 is the high of that candle. $58 is right in the middle of it, and 57.33 is that low, the low of the session so far today. This looks like response to news. But then if we go down to a shorter time frame chart, again, this is a couple of minutes here where we saw some aggressive selling. Does this selling sustain as the volume comes in when the session opens, or is this a knee-jerk reaction to something and then we get a reversal back up to the high here? So that 30-minute candle is setting the range for me for the day, and we'll see the market's response to it. What I want to try to do if I'm going to trade crude oil is not to get stuck somewhere in the middle of this range, because then it kind of feels like a 50-50, could go either way.
Right.
Anything you guys are seeing on the shorter time frame charts?
Yeah, on crude oil. So let's go over like what's been going on with open interest in the market. Okay, so back on the 20th, we had a build in open interest to the downside, right? So we had a build of 613 on the 20th of November. Then on the 21st, Friday, we lost 3,900 in open interest on Friday. All right, so that means that money came out of the market, which would be long liquidation, right? So the market traded lower and we lost open interest. Yesterday is interesting. We had a build of almost 20,000, right? 19,000 open interest yesterday to the long side. Yesterday was a nice trading day in crude oil, a nice trend day. Looks like a double distribution trend day here. And what happened overnight? Did all these longs that were piling in yesterday get spooked by the news and sell it off this morning? Question mark, question mark. I don't know. However, I do like a potential sweep of the low, the overnight low, 57.33, up against this 20 mark, maybe for a potential long, and see if it holds. If it doesn't hold and I break this structure 57.20 and I start to gain acceptance, I'm going to take the short side of this market. This is interesting, but this is also interesting because of the amount of build that we had yesterday in crude oil to the long side. New money came in long side, and then we got this big flush out. So I think these guys exited at the market, but I don't know. Nobody knows. So we're going to see. So I like a sweep of the 57.33 mark, maybe get a potential long opportunity. If not, we're going to go short. And we do have repair to the upside. So if we're long the market today, I like targets of 58.15 and 58.85 up to 59.06. So which will bring us pretty much almost at the upper part of this downward sloping trend line. So somewhere up in this, actually no, 59.06 is here. 59.06. So just above the high here from the overnight, which is also point of control from the 20th, naked point of control.
So looking for some downside on 57.20.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably going to take a long first, Coach Jay. I'm probably going to look for a long side up against this, see if it holds. If not, I'll probably be reversing and taking the trip down.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. Anything else you want to add on crude oil?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think to kind of continue with the narrative of bearish, I would say that we're going to focus in on maybe selling some strength. The first level that I'm kind of seeing is that VWAP range around 58.14. Above that, 58.32 are a couple areas that I'm going to be looking at. I think Coach Vince made a good point here. I mean, we had a bunch of people step into this market, all of a sudden get spooked and got out of this market. So I'm thinking that some bigger players are thinking that maybe we're looking downside here now, right? So I'm going to look for anything that shows any kind of strength and see if I can fade that back or continue that to the downside. So I'm looking at right now 58.15, 58, 58.30 are as kind of downside opportunities.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray, Coach Vince. We will be taking a 5-minute opening range trade in crude oil when we get a candle close outside of that range. We got another 2 minutes or so on that. I'm just looking at the quote board that I have up on my screen here. Another energy market, natural gas, big percentage mover right now, down 5.18% on the day. I think some of the news that we're seeing, with Russia, Ukraine, is going to affect this natural gas market as well. It's a market that we were looking for, for about a month. We were looking for the rally into the 200-day moving average. We tested it a couple of times, but we did not get a candle close above that 200 moving average at all. Right, we got up there a couple of times and rejected, and now we're seeing the market kind of fall back into this range. A 5% move to the downside today. Natural gas, it can be a pretty fluid mover, especially if you compare it to crude oil. For the energy markets, it is a big mover. Coach Ray, I know you are sometimes an energy trader. I know you've been focusing on gold. Have you traded natural gas at all?
No, I mean that's probably one market I haven't done much with. My focus has been more on the metals. So things like silver, maybe to some degree copper, but no, not much in the natural gas. Although Coach Hoop, I think, is probably more of a natural gas guy, right?
Yeah. I think he'll trade it. Yeah, right. It's down 5.14%.
Who's gonna light the match though? When did it light the match?
Not me,
right?
Not me. Trading below the 20-day moving average there in natural gas. All right, let's give the people what they want. They're waiting patiently for some updates on the NASDAQ and what we're seeing over there. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Actually, before we do that, we were just talking about natural gas. Let's bring in this news. For the first time since the start of Trump's second term, gas prices edged higher than at the same point last year under former President Joe Biden. Bring in that news and then we'll get to the NASDAQ.
The national average for regular gas stands at $3.05. That's just higher than a year ago under former President Joe Biden, according to AAA. Monday marked the 8th consecutive day where the national average of gasoline is up on a year-over-year basis. This trend contradicts a key Trump talking point and undermines one of his strongest arguments on affordability. It's also a big shift from earlier this year when gas was up to 50 cents cheaper than the same point in 2024. Experts predict that cheaper prices are on the way. GasBuddy projects the average national price for gas on Thanksgiving will be $3.02, and that would tie for the lowest Thanksgiving price since the pandemic in 2020.
$3. What's that?
How much are you paying over there, Ray?
You don't want to know. 460,
God, yeah.
460,
Okay.
475. I mean,
West
$3
Coast.
is unheard of. I haven't seen $3 in years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's for regular, right? Like that's for
that's just your run of the mill gas. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You sure it's not per liter where you live there, Coach Ray?
Yeah.
It's probably per liter.
It feels like it. My pocketbook feels that way.
Oh
Yeah, about
gosh.
449,
I was
I think right now. Just the low end, and 460, 470 on the upper end. So, yeah, not
I was telling my traders last night in my my coaching session at night how back in 2007 when Bush was president, I think it was 2007 or 2006, crude oil was trading at $140 a barrel, and we were paying the same gas price we are today at 58 a barrel. Go figure that one out. So
go figure. Yeah.
That would put us at $9 a gallon if it's at 140.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
All right, let's take a look at the NASDAQ here on the daily. What are we seeing here? So we saw an aggressive sell-off on Friday. We kind of retraced some of that move, and we are up near the upper extreme of that range from Friday, right? We're kind of opening up right where we opened up on Friday before that sell-off. Trading under the 50-day moving average, under the 20 moving average, and under the 50-day, under the 20-day, and kind of just consolidating here, right? We saw a rally yesterday. The NASDAQ was quietly up 2.5% yesterday, but we did not take out that 25,000 major level. So what I'm looking for is, can we take out 25,000s here? Or is that an area of contention where the market is just going to continue to sell off? That's what I'm seeing on the daily. Coach Ray, we'll start with you. What are you seeing on the daily in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, I mean, again, that 25,000 level is an important level. I mean, we see that out here on the left-hand side. We've kind of broken below it, and now we're kind of retesting from below it, kind of testing the belly here a little bit. So the question now becomes, is this just going to serve as resistance going forward, right? That's kind of what it's looking like right now. We have kind of a developing candle here. Hasn't really kind of chewed through a lot of the rally that we got yesterday. I mean, we're up at the upper third of that candle. So I'd like to see, if I'm really truly bearish on this, I'd like to see that candle kind of start to kind of chip away at that green candle adjacent to it, right? Beyond that 50% level. And then if it can get to that level, or maybe close below there, then that might give me some motivation here to maybe to take the market lower here, right? So I see below, so 24,000, 24,025, maybe as low as, I think 24,000 seems like a 24,025. A pretty decent daily level, kind of on the extreme side. But yeah, it does. It's like, again, we're in a bearish channel, but we got a pretty good rally yesterday, right? So it's kind of a difficult market to read. But as long as it stays in the channel, I guess I have to err on the side of short until we can get above 25,000. Then maybe I can start turning my attention, especially if I start to get some volume aligned with it. So.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. Coach Vince, anything you're seeing on the daily in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, the daily is very interesting to me, and I think it's a little bit ahead of the S&P. So we have this topping out type of a pattern here. We have this head and shoulders, right? And we already broke upside structure. So the S&Ps are just getting to the point where we have potential for rolling over. This NASDAQ, if we stay below 25,400, I'm bearish the NASDAQ. Okay. We have this topping pattern here. We have this head and shoulders. We actually hit the pretty much equal highs and we rolled over. We tested again. We rolled over and we're just sitting up in here. Right. But we do need to take out this candle. We need to get a nice close below it and get some momentum. But we haven't, right? We rejected and we pushed up. So the market's undecided. It doesn't know what it wants to do just yet. But if we project this down, we're looking for the NASDAQ eventually to get down to around 22,200-ish. That would be my longer time frame target on the NASDAQ if we can stay below this 25,400 level. We start getting back above it. I see a potential leg back up. But this is my line in the sand at the moment for the NASDAQ. Shorter time frame, maybe bullish, right? But we're going to see. Longer time frame, I'm kind of bearish on the NASDAQ.
Awesome stuff. Crude oil did just trigger a short for the opening range, so I did take that trade as well. Also short 5 micros, crude from 57.48. Short 5 micros, 57.48. Stop right now is 57.77. I'm going to move that up just a little bit. 57.82 is my stop. Let's see if we get a 2-to-1 on this trade. That would put us near 56.80. But if we get to a 1-to-1, I will manage this trade. I'm also in that long micro gold on the opening range trade as well. Almost stopped us out. But the stop on this trade, again, 2 ATRs on the 5-minute chart, down at 41.34, long from 41.53. Again, these are both opening range breakout trades, just looking for a 5-minute candle close outside the 5-minute range. Back to the NASDAQ on the 30-minute. Overnight inventory, kind of a little bit to the short side now after that news. Just marked out where we opened up last night. This is that green box here. And if we look, VWAP is starting to leave that range to the downside, kind of acting as a resistance. We come up and we check this area a couple times and see rejection. Again, we're sitting under a major psych level, 25,000. Anyone who's trading the NASDAQ is going to be aware that we're trading at 25,000. Closing below the 20 and 50 moving averages. Can we see another test of this 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is all the way down at 24,652? Again, after that news, we did have news just come out. Is the news bearish, bullish? What is the market's response to it, right? Here's that news candle. If we map out the news candle, the high of the range, 24,960, the low, 24,902. Price and volume have been trading lower than it. So what I'm looking for is when the volume comes back in for the New York session, I wouldn't be surprised at a retest of this range. But If they retest and reject and there's no buyers saying that they want to buy it higher, then I'm looking for a failure of that buying back down to 24,650, which is that 200 moving average. Coach Ray, what are you seeing on the 30 in the
Yeah, I mean, I see
NASDAQ?
more evidence. Yeah, I see more evidence of maybe a little bit of topping, right? I think with the news, we're seeing a little bit of maybe some more interest to the downside. Again, in order for really to see that follow through, we need to get below this 24,830 level. I mean, I've kind of started to draw a little channel here for myself as kind of a guide, kind of like the bowling alley guardrails that we have sometimes in bowling, right? That you see, right? So I'm going to kind of follow that along. I'm going to follow that along to the downside as long as it supports it, right? If it doesn't, then if I start to get some evidence that it has the maybe the volume and the momentum to get above this channel, then maybe I can change my view here. But right now, my guardrails are pointing down, and that's kind of where I'm going to be focusing on initially, especially if we can get and close below this 24,825 level.
24,825. I'm gonna put that line on my chart. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. Coach Vince, anything else you're seeing on the 30 in the NASDAQ?
You're
Coach
muted,
Vince.
Coach.
Yeah, yesterday was an interesting trading day here in the NASDAQ. And it's kind of interesting what we have going on here. So yesterday, Coach Ray and I and UJ, we talked about this breakout potentially happening, right? We had this upward ascending triangle pattern. We were squeezing the shorts. We popped the shorts out. We got a lot of repair. We didn't finish the repair zone, though. The repair zone is up to here to 25,200, for the full repair. But we got a majority of it done yesterday. We had a loss of open interest yesterday in the, was it a loss? Hold on. NASDAQ. Yeah. So NASDAQ, we lost about 800 in open interest on a lower volume move, right? We only had 60% of the volume from the previous day yesterday. So low volume trading day, loss of open interest. To me, is short covering rally. A lot of shorts came in the market. They started shorting down here and then they got blown out, right? They got stopped out. So just buy, right? And just liquidated their short positions. Now, what do? Are the shorts going to come back in this market and load up? We have value high sitting at 25,015-ish on the volume profile. We are breaking a little bit of structure here, which is going to be interesting. This was last night. We had a little bit of a range. We broke down that range, tested back to point of control. Now we're kind of, rolling over a little bit here. But when I'm looking at the chart, my upside target is still going to be that 25,200 to finish the repair. So if we end up getting back above this trend line and we get above this point of control from yesterday, the volume point of control at, around the 24,950-ish, I do like a push up to 25,200 today. Okay. But if we stay below this level, below, this little zone here, this little consolidation zone of 24,900, we stay below 24,900 today, I'm probably going to be bearish, looking, like you said, Coach Jay, right back test to this like 24,600 level. I think you said, yep. Is that what you said? 24,600? Yeah. So I do like an unraveling of these. Mm-hmm. So I do like that as a target. So if we're short side under this 24,900 today, and I'm looking short side, I do like that rotation down there to 24,600. There's some other targets too. So 24,600 might be a potential long opportunity around 24,560. Might be looking for longs, which is 24,560 value high pretty much from the 21st. So there might be a long there, but if that can't hold, I see this market taking a trip back down to about 24,220. Actually, wait, there's two targets. 24,330. Okay, to the short side targets, and down to 24,219.
230. You're looking way down there.
24. Yeah, if we really get cooking. But like I said, I might try along up around that 24,560. And if that can't hold, and we take out 24,520, right? We take out the intraday low yesterday, and we get below it, then I like to see this downside cook.
Got you. Thank you for that, coaches. That is the context that we have for the markets that we're getting ready to trade today. Both of these opening range trades not looking so great right now. Down in the micro crude trade and micro gold trade. Short micro crude, long micro gold. Neither one of these trades working out for the opening range, but we talk about it. It is a low probability trade, but sometimes you let them play out and they turn out to be pretty good. They make up for the losses, and that is why we measure and manage our risk. All right, let's go through our schedule for today. I heard Coach Ray's keyboard over there typing. I'm like, I wonder what he's talking about. I wonder what he's typing in the chat. He said hit the like button. Hit the like button. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family too as well. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. Coming up with fast markets after this, we have Andre, Jack, Braden, and Aaron. Aaron's going to be joining us, our gold trader, and we've seen Braden, great live funded trader with TopStep, going to be here for fast markets. After that, myself and Jack for morning recap. And I'm coming back with Sewell and JD for Rising Star. We got Jack and Ben for shoulder tap, Gabe, Vince, and Coach Hoop for group coaching. So make sure you get your questions in there for Gabe, Coach Vince, and Coach Hoop. After that, we got to trade with TopStep, Jack, Yusuf, and JD. And to close out the day, Power Hour, we got Andre and the Utah Kids, Dakota and Mandy for Power Hour. Myself and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer after the close. And then we have all of our coaches doing classes in Discord. So make sure you check them out there as well. Great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. Stay tuned to TopstepTV. And looking at this trade, any other markets you guys want to talk about? I know we talk about our big four here. Anything else on either one of your radars, or do we have enough with the equities that we don't have to look at alternative markets?
What do you guys think? Want to look at silver?
Yeah, we can take a look at silver.
Coach Ray, want to look at silver?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So
Coach
silver
Ray,
had the
you were
breakout.
talking about silver yesterday. Yeah, go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, so silver had that similar breakout, right? So we were pushing up, and then we broke. This is a pretty interesting market. So we have a little bit of a range here, and let's see. Let's kind of just follow this trend line up. So, I mean, me personally, I would love to see us hold this structure. We have a little bit of a channel here. If we get around this 50.87, 88, I might want to take a long up in there, right? Maybe risk this swing low here, 50.43, with a target of the upper part of the channel, because it looks like we're starting to build it. However, we do have a little bit of problem up here, where a lot of selling came in to the downside here, but that puts us right in line kind of with this $52. I probably would want to cover it up there. What do you think, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, on the daily chart, I see a nice little maybe potential W pattern kind of developing here, right? You can see the semblance of it, right here, right? It's a little W pattern. So I'm liking, again, as Coach kind of Jay called yesterday, right? To me was I like it to the upside, right? I'd like to continue. Yep. I think there's some more upside opportunity in this market, and I think it's just a matter of finding proper location on the lower time frame to make that happen. So I'm continuing to be long on silver. I hope
silver's what, 25 per tick?
Yeah, 25 on the minis. Yes, on the micros.
What's a full point? What's a full point on
it? Good question. I honestly do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. Well, I think there's 18. I think there's 100 ticks, right, per dollar. I think.
No, sounds about right.
It trades 16. It trades in halves.
5,000. 5,000 is a full dollar.
Yeah, full point is 5,000 ounces of silver, right? And a dollar moves 5,000. Yeah. I remember talking with a couple of my friends, and we were looking to buy silver at 27. Man, I wish I loaded up on futures.
Yeah,
some good friends to have.
I also like it as a kind of a swing, but longer term.
It's 100,000 on one contract. Wow.
All right. Last thing I'm gonna mention: micro Bitcoin. just keep an eye on it. Had a nice little recovery day yesterday, but right now down 2.45%. Ethereum down about 2% as well. Keep an eye on micro Bitcoin. Could be an interesting market today as well.
Bitcoin.
RCRZ says, hi, Coach Jay. Just saying hi. I'm going to go back to sleep. Well, sleep well. Sleep well, my friend.
Bitcoin's an interesting market too.
Enjoy your nap. Enjoy your nap. I think we are ready to go. Coach Ray, Coach Vince, thank you guys as always for doing this. We got one more day of opening call tomorrow with these coaches on here. But if you like their market analysis, make sure you check them out in Discord. They do classes every day, 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. Central Time. See the team in the back. We are ready to go. So let's go into fast markets. We got Jack, Braden, Aaron, and Andre. How could I forget Andre? How the hell could I forget Andre? Jack, Braden, Aaron, and Andre coming in for fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. Happy to do it back. There's the horn. Andre, I'm glad that happened. I don't have any cute introduction for today, so let's just get into it.
I was actually thinking before we got out of when do you come up with this stuff? Like, apparently did it today.
20 seconds before, usually. I was in a blank today.
Freestyle. All right, welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets, lower right-hand corner, the star of the London Open, 1:30 a.m. on TopstepTV. Aaron trades in the house. Lower left-hand corner, we're fantastic live funded traders. Braden in the house. Let's get right into it. Braden, I'm going to throw it to you. How did the rest of the trading day go yesterday? Down a little bit after fast markets. Did you call it or did you keep trading? How'd that go? And what are we looking for going into, well, today?
Yeah, no, I did decide to keep trading. I did do a bit of an emotional check-in with myself. Kind of like how sometimes when we're on with Hogue, he'll check in with me if I'm taking some trades that, maybe aren't following my rules. So I did do a little mental check, and I was like, you know what, I feel good. I still like the idea, but unfortunately, yesterday just wasn't my day. I was looking for shorts in a market that was just going up and up and up. And so, yeah, I kept trying to trade a little bit, and I took it to the DLL. But, it is what it is. You can't win them all.
No, it was a tough one yesterday. We got a question here in the chat. Where is it? Any idea on gold, guys? On the 30 minutes, I see a nice potential bull flag formation setting up. Well, no better ask than the man right there. Aaron trades, lower left-hand corner. Thoughts on gold? Last trade 41.35. Seen a nice rally last couple days in gold. What's up, Aaron? What are your thoughts coming into this Tuesday?
What's going on, guys? Good to see you guys. Braden, good to see you, man. Gold's looking good. We had a very decent push yesterday. If any of you guys were on the London stream yesterday, we called some amazing gold longs. I do like the gold bias today. I think yesterday you closed at like 1,100 tick bullish candle, which was just insane. So ideally, I would want to be following that. We stayed very patient in the London session today. We're in a little bit of a range, but I do like this area here to see if we can hold and retest 41.50 one more time. So I do like the longs today. We're in a little bit of a range right now, but overall, I like to continue following yesterday's huge move. So longs to me, if anything changes, right now look pretty good.
Excellent. Got that right around the overnight high, 41.52 in gold. Last trade, 41.35. All right, got about 3 minutes till that New York bell does ring. Jack had some numbers this morning. Inflation, a little bit of an uptick, kind of in line. I guess month over month, a little bit downtick. ADP coming in negative as well. Fed Fund Watch, we're looking at above a 80% probability of a 25 basis point cut. Thoughts, Jack, with the data? Bad news, good news?
Yeah,
what do you think?
None of the numbers this morning were bombs, as you could probably tell by looking at the price charts right now for the equities. Yeah, it would seem the labor market's doing worse, though. The inflation number wasn't that hot, so I can see why they're looking for the rate cut. The 10-year rate is down close to 4%. Huge, fat, round number. You don't get those too often. We'll look at that chart later. I just wanted to say, going into this, I don't have any bias today for the direction. I could see it selling off or
Right.
ripping, but I will say that green line, the 50-day moving average in the SPX, has been beautiful. As our friends in Australia would say, sour good. Bounced off it a
Wow.
few times. Thank you.
True, Aaron.
Really interested to see if we can actually break through it. If we're holding below it, then maybe I'll look for shorts.
All right, very good. We have Besant. Was just seeing some quotes there on CNBC. Nothing moving just yet. 90 seconds till the open. Let's take a look at some of these prices. House account is flat on the gold trade, still short micro gold from $57.48. Well, last trade, $57.71. Taking a little heat there. Take a look at the NASDAQ trading 24,858. Never got to those 25,000s yesterday. No, we did not. Got within 6 ticks, 6 points of there. Look at the ES 67.14 last trade. A little bit of a sell off here in gold, right back to 41.35. Got crude trading again 56.69, and MBT getting a lot of focus, a lot of attention lately, trading 87,195. Braden, are you coming in with a lean? I don't want to say bias, but a lean one way or another? Or are you gonna let the market kind of dictate where we go here?
Yeah, we're just gonna watch it out of the open. I mean, we're seeing a lot of structure kind of forming under this 25,000 level here on NQ. So we'll see if we can kind of put in a low and start making a move back up. I still think there's potential for sellers to drag this market. I need to see it before I start trying to get short on it. So I'm really unbiased towards it. I will say I'm in a bit of a crude trade. We just continue making lower highs on that daily chart, pushing back into that 55 level. And we're not seeing a lot of bullish price action off the lows. So I'm short. I'm up a whole points on it, and I'll leave that on.
Okay, can you tell me about this? You're in a little bit of a crude trade. What's this little bit you got on there real quick? We're trading 57.67. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm in at 58.55 with 8 micros.
Short?
I took it last night. Yeah, short.
My man. All right, short crude from 58.55. Almost about 90 cents in the money. All right. We are now open. Seeing some selling here in the NQ. 24,830 now trades. 67.12. Let's trade in the ES. Of course, Aaron, Braden, take a trade. Feel free to interrupt. Jump in at a moment's notice. Trading first here, as always. Aaron looking for perhaps another test up to 41.50. So about 20 points, $20 higher from here. What kind of setup would you be looking for to perhaps enter that long?
I mean, you've just closed pretty bearish on this current 30 minute. 30 minutes down like 150 ticks. So I'm wondering if we may squeeze a little bit lower first. But to keep it simple now, if I want to go long, well, I can simply just wait for a closure, maybe back above 41.34-ish. Otherwise, we may sell off a little bit more. And it may potentially be a short into these London lows around 41.05 before we potentially see the longs. That was a pretty decent 30-minute breakout there. But the job for longs is pretty simple now. You close back above, fantastic. We take it. Until then, we can see if we can keep squeezing lower.
34s. Okay, 41.34. Keep an eye out for that. Still about $10 lower right now, trading 41.25 now. I did see initial sell-off when that bell rang in the NQ, bottoming out at 24,816. Those would be session lows right there. Pop back up about 15 points. Jack, what do you got?
Story of the day in the Mag 7. There's a lot of drama with Google Meta, Broadcom versus NVIDIA here. You'll notice NVIDIA is off 4.6% in the morning. Google, Broadcom, Meta all up. Google is only up 1% right now. It sold off hard off the bell. It was up like 4.5% last night. A lot of that has to do with this whole chip thing, and if NVIDIA's margins are going to get compressed. Very interesting stuff. But the Mag 7's all over the place right now.
Interesting. Well, sorry, the equity indices right now, because we got the Dow shot out of a cannon, putting in new session highs, 46,774 straight up. ES catching a bit as well. 67.23 now trades, looking about a 12-point turnaround here in the first 3 minutes of trading. NQ kind of leaning to the downside, a little heavy over there. First 5-minute candle is red as we trade 24,841. Look at the tilt. Nothing really jumping off for now. What numbers do we have? Again, we had ADP. We had PPI already come out. We do have consumer confidence at the top of the hour. That's pretty much 11 a.m. Hopefully we get this. The president will be pardoning turkey at 11 a.m. Central Time.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. That's market moving. I give up. But we will be sure to tune into that if we do have it. Dow not done. Dow continue to push higher now, 46,800. 300 points higher. Gold, a little heavy, trading 41.24. But we got a number at the top of the hour. Consumer confidence, nothing really cooking just yet. Braden, what's your downside target? You're short from 58.55. You might be seeing a little bit of a push lower in crude due to perhaps a peace deal for between Ukraine and Russia. That may have something to do with it. What is your downside target? How do you manage this trade that you're very much so in the money?
Yeah, honestly, if we could push into the 56s, but once again, that's, it's a market that is not always going to give you a great move like that. But if it happens, it happens. I don't think there's, a news event or anything that would make it happen. But if we just pick up some volume in this market, it's kind of in a situation where, man, off of the 55s on the first test, you had 2 strong days to the upside, kind of had some buying above 60s, and then now flushing under the 50-day EMA, can't really find bullish price action back above 60s. It continues to put in lower highs. This is kind of that stair step before maybe a bigger sell-off type move. So if we can see some volume today, I would look forward into 56, 55. But if not, at least it's as of now a nice down close candle on the daily, kind of into a triple bottom. We've tested this 57.20s past 3 sessions. So I want to see at least a break at that low, take out those wicks, and then we'll see what the price action looks like.
Sounds good.
All right. Just to update on this dynamic here. So
Yeah.
Google, Meta was going to buy chips maybe from Google. This is the thing. So we got Meta, Google, Broadcom going. We got NVIDIA down 4.8. We also have AMD down 7.75%. CoreWeave down 7%. So interesting spreads.
So what's going on with the story? Is just who's going to buy chips from who? Is that the basis of all this, or?
I think it's easiest, go listen to a whole podcast or do some research on it if you want more, because there's a lot to go on here. But basically, it's worried that NVIDIA is going to get its margins compressed a little bit here.
Oh,
and the biggest beneficiaries would be Google, Broadcom, and then Facebook. It should help everyone who's not NVIDIA if that's the case, but that's for another time.
How are they going to save the world? We're keep contributing to the AI bubble.
They're going to sacrifice themselves so the world may live.
God, sacrificial lamb. All right, seeing a nice push higher here in ES. I just topped out at 67.30, 67.30. And NQ bouncing around, but still right here at trading 24,850. Call it. NASDAQ very, very twitchy, wiggly on the ladder here. Trying to pick a direction. I know Dow is pushing higher. Yes, same thing over there. MBT kind of just chilling for now. Yeah, Dow very, very strong out of the gate. Topped out at 46,856. Up about 350 points since that bell rang about 7 minutes ago. NQ very thin on the ladder.
If NQ takes out 24,800 or some type of stop run under 24,800, I'd be interested in starting to build a couple micros long in the 700s with a wide stop. We're just putting in a lot of structure here under 25,000. Got to think we're at least going to get another attempt at that. I don't think we've tested in the regular session hours. I know we had kind of a little bit of basing last night, but we didn't take it out. If we can sweep out under 800 and see a nice reaction, I'll try to get long.
Okay.
Maybe
long underneath.
Yeah, I'll try to get long in Q.
All right, very good. Take a check back in on gold here. 41.25. Last trade there, Aaron. Guess we're still waiting for that setup, perhaps a push above 41.34 with an upside target of 41.50. Still not there just yet.
This
Look at how
this
many.
alley's
Oh, go ahead,
looking,
Aaron, please.
Sorry, when you this alley's looking pretty heavy here on gold. So I was going to say if we close like this, to us, I think we might maybe gold. If we do close like this, maybe we come down and retest 4100 yesterday's highs.
Ooh.
Possible. I'm pretty neutral here. If it
Sure.
closes like this, it wouldn't be too surprising.
What do you have there, Jack? Something caught your attention.
I was gonna say, just look at how many times I got half an hour bars here. Look at how many times that we have rejected at the 50-day moving average in SPX. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's call it 5, 6,
price is
7,
that?
8, 9 times. 67.29 abouts.
There we go. Absolutely. Just saw it again.
How many times before the breakout?
How many times?
Your
Breakout
range? You're eating.
Also, all right, pin to the top of the chat. Got those Topstep daily levels. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. You can click on that link, or I can do you one better. Take a look at that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Go ahead and type in Topstep daily levels and have those slapped and overlaid right there on your charts. But right now, pretty calm. Oh, gold pushing lower now.
Well,
41.14 last trade. Overnight lows 41.06. They want to take
10-year
this.
yields up slightly since the lows of this morning. We haven't crossed that 4% yet. 4.02 right now.
It's 4.02. Job well done. The Fed speakers tried their best. The market had other ideas. Again, ADP private payrolls coming in negative. Significantly lower. And I guess inflation numbers in line, still kind of hot. Inflation sticky, as they say. Here we go.
I had to cover some of my crude to free up some allocation to try to buy this M&Q dip. Let's see.
Here we go.
Listen, I'm trying to ride the wave here. So, I mean, if this thing's going to reject 25,000 and we go test next week, last week's lows, I'm all for it, but I'm going to find out. Let's see. I'm going to see under 800. I'm going to start to build a position.
All right, we're just took a peek under 800.
We rejected it again.
Yes, we did.
So this is about to be the 7th time since noon yesterday that one could have sold this for 10 points. Unbelievable stuff.
Check. All right, 24,788. Now, 86s, new session lows there. Wow, nice turnaround there in gold. Look about a $10 pop, $11 pop as we trade 41.24 now. Perhaps a little bit of a double bottom from about 2 hours ago in gold, but buyers did step in at 41.12 and they took it higher about by $10. All right, Braden, what are you looking for in terms of a setup here as we are beneath 24,800 in the NQ?
Well, I mean, with how well we're seeing price kind of obviously now, you want to see this. You want to see what's happening now, leave a wick on the hourly and reclaim the range to the upside. That's what needs to happen. But I'm going to try to anticipate that happening, kind of buying it off the 50 EMA on the hourly, kind of in the mid to low 700s. I've got 2 micros to fill, and then I'll stop it out under, I'll give it 100 points. I'll give it a 100-point stop. So if we get back down to 640 at that point, I mean, that's giving back a lot of yesterday's rally. So either continuation through 25s or, and I'm all on board for this market selling back down to last week's low. I'm all on board for that, but
same, Braden.
Let's see.
Same. Yesterday's
we're going to find out.
Give me a break.
I couldn't tell you if we're going up or down. I'm literally just trying to get filled with, somewhere that's a decent trade. If this runs back to 25,000, call it 100 points of risk for 300-point trade. So let's see.
Almost got there. Almost got to those 25. Got 7 points away. NQ continuing to sell off here. 24,772. Wow, Jack. ES 67.11 now. And more selling coming in here now. 67.10. MBT selling off.
All right, I filled one at 757. I got another to fill at 743. We're picking up volume. Okay, I'm gonna run a 100-point stop on this, looking for 25,000. So 640.
So
I'm
you're
gonna stay true
long.
to it.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm long.
You got what? 752 and wow, MBT.
Yeah,
Push
750 is my average.
750 long 2. Gotcha. Thank you. 100-point stop.
Very thick offers right now. Let's see. We're going for the overnight lows right now in the ES. Maybe if it takes those out.
ES continuing sell off here, looking at about a 25-point turnaround to the downside on this 5-minute candle. 67.04 last trade. NASDAQ, same story. About a 100-point sell off, even more on this 5-minute. More selling coming in here in the NQ. Bottoming out at 24,719. Bounce indeed, about a 40-point bounce. Look at that. MBT heavy. You sell off. That Dow turnaround as well.
Nvidia's down 5.8%.
Wow,
that's huge.
Wow. Jeez. New lows MBT. Push this thing another leg lower.
I'm gonna look for a short here on gold at this 15 close.
All right.
See if we can short down these. See if I can short down these London lows here.
Downside target would be 4,100 evens. There, Aaron.
Yeah,
Or
I'll probably manage risk around 4106 that low, but see if we can see if we can hit 4100.
Awesome. All right.
Your new lows, yes.
Wow. Yeah, new 5-minute just opened. Lows ES indeed 6,700 even, now into the 6,600 handle. Wow. NQ.
And this is now in, I mean, we're now in bearish territory. Pretty much giving back almost all of yesterday's rally.
Sure are. 24,691 new lows NQ. About 150-point turnaround. You call it even 200-point turnaround off the bell.
The bid has left the chats.
Man, where was this yesterday, Braden? 66.97, 96 is now print in the ES.
Yeah, dude, it's this market, man. It's tough. I might cut this a little bit early. I'm just not. This is not the price action you want to see.
Heavy short tilt
like this.
NQ. So we're looking at 78% short on the tilt in the NQ. Average price 24,807. Oh, they're gonna love that.
I'm out of that. Took 260 loss on that one.
Okay.
And now it's. And I'm not trying to flip bias here. I'm truly just trying to trade what I'm seeing. This is bearish, so I'll be looking for shorts.
And heavy short tilt NQ. 6, 7.
My word, Nvidia down 6.3%.
What the hell? All right, all red.
Google, Meta, and Apple all just holding on, up about 1% each. Meta's up 1.7%.
You just gotta. It's a tricky market because you just have to. And we saw like yesterday, all I was doing was taking shorts. We saw that on fast markets. You just have to. And we talk about it like timing, how important timing is. You're not wrong. You're just too early or too late. You just got to stand by and watch this thing just go vertical for 600 points for it to open up. And, now we're giving it all back. I'm going to look for shorts up above 700 and see if I can kind of join this trend to the downside.
Okay. Here's your 700s. Gold selling off.
20s.
New lows gold, 4106. 78% short tilt in the NQ, 72% short tilt in the ES. New lows ES, 66.92. Jack those 30s, man. You nailed that.
That was a line. And it says a lot, like if you're a longer term trader, that if we do sell off today, it makes yesterday's action look kind of bad in retrospect. We couldn't take that 50-day, and now we're selling off.
Agree.
All right, I'm getting short on the rejection at 710s.
You got short 710.
Trying to stop it. Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
nice
No,
try.
I'm on the rejection. I'm short at 685.
Okay, cool. That works too. New
Crude
lows
still
ES.
breaking lows.
Yes, we are. New lows MBT. New lows NQ. Sellers in the house. New lows crude. Sellers right now.
VIX 21.3.
Oh, let's go. Wow, look out below. We are in the ES looking at a 50-point turnaround to the downside as we trade 50 points, 66.83.
Last week's lows. Come on. 100%. 100%.
Oh, looking at a 250-point turnaround in the NQ to the downside.
I covered that. I covered that
trade.
for a quick 30, 40 points. I'll get back in on a bounce.
Nice job.
Easier said than done. I'll try to get back in on a bounce.
1,000 lot downside ES 66. Oh, or sorry, 67. What the hell is that price? 66.78. 1,000 on the bid. About 7 points lower right now. 1,000 lot on the bid. 66.78. 5 points away. See if they want that fill. Are they putting in the lows? Closing in on it right now. 3 points to go. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X, was able to see it. Whoa.
Doggy.
They get filled. They pull it. Oh, they pulled it down to 66.40. 178. So then they pulled it to 4. All right, we're continuing to sell off. No, they did fill something. Something got sold into. All right, new low is 66.78 in the ES. Looking at the NQ. NQ continues to sell off. 24,622. MBT selling off. Crude selling off.
You know what's sorry to cut you off, Andre.
No, man. Please.
Somebody when I was in my my personal stream, somebody suggested, well, we're talking about the EMAs, and somebody said, well, can you use the EMA on the tick chart? And I was like, I mean, I don't know. Let's throw it up on the screen and kind of see what that looks like. In the past couple of days, or when we've seen selling in this market, like the market just kind of loses the bid like this, I put the 50 EMA on the 500 tick and just kind of look how that follows and continues to reject every time we kind of touch it. So that could be a strategy if you're like a high top, quick scalper, like in and out, and just trying to kind of catch those rallies. You get short there. I mean, we'll see if it plays out here, but kind of seeing a V shape. But yeah, the 50 EMA on a 500 tick chart could be something you pair with a higher time frame. You could try that out if you're a bit of a scalper. It's kind of been working a little bit.
10 point
70.
bounce
Yeah.
there. ES. NVIDIA is at prices we haven't seen since back in September, mid-September. So NVIDIA is actually at its low, this recent drawback or drawdown in the NQ. NVIDIA is well below that.
Let's go.
I filled one micro in Q short at 670. If we pop above 700, I'll fill one more, run a wider stop, and try to continue fading it.
I like it. 670 short one. And then Q67. We have a number in about 9 minutes, top of the hour. Consumer confidence. Aaron didn't get the full push to the downside there in gold. Is feeling heavy. Still no trade. Were there any setups to actually take the short?
Yeah, there was, to be honest. I was tempted to short this vibe, but I just wanted a little bit of a pullback just to get a good risk to reward. But yeah, there was when this kind of 15 and 30 minute broke out here. But to be honest, I still think even in 8 minutes when we get this hourly closure, we close this bearish, pull back and continue selling. So to me, there's still room to sell it. I still like the shorts here on gold. Didn't quite get down to the lows, became very close.
Those 1,000 lots filled. No, there was big size around 66.78. Braden, you got it in, or did you cut it?
Average 691, 2 micros short.
Okay. Love it. 691. Markets are moving. That's for dang sure. We wow, they just
Pretty
smashed that
emotional
bid
market
again.
right now.
Yeah, they just smashed that bid again in the ES. We went from 67.30, and they sold it off about 60, 70 points down to 66.74. Back up to 6,700. These markets are absolutely rocking right now. MBT with a bit of a bounce. Got the number here in about 7 minutes, the top of the hour.
I just covered another one on crude.
Nice. Hell of a trade. No. Hell of a
Shit,
trade.
you know what?
Hell of a trade.
Hold on.
I
I was trying to get in short on MNQ and got short on micro natural gas. Hold on a second.
Nat gas. Braden, short little
At least
Nat
it's a
gas, the
micro.
widow maker. All right.
All right. I added to the short on NQ, so here we go.
You're short 3 now?
Yep.
Average price?
96.
696. 696. Very good. Still a heavy short tilt in the ES, 76% short. That 1,000 lot go. 1,000 lot's still way down there. And the ES ladder, that level 2 data really helps you see where those orders may be, upside or downside. About 25-point turnaround here in the ES as we
We
trade
do have consumer
67.
confidence,
Unbelievable.
pending home sales, business inventories, Richmond Fed, all coming up at 9.
This 5-minute candle is very, very impressive. Looking at the ES, this is a 30-point green candle on the 5-minute. Now let's take a look at the NASDAQ and Q, 130-point green candle. There you go, gold with $11 pop back up to 41.17. Markets are absolutely rocking right now. We got this number here in 5 minutes. Not seeing what's on the schedule besides these numbers coming here at the top of the hour. A 5-year auction at noon Central. No speakers scheduled. Buckle up. This first 25 minutes. If this first 25 minutes is any indication of what's to come. Oh boy. 6. Okay. Tilt still short. 76% short tilt. Yeah, JJ in the chat. Hourly wick looks nasty. Yeah. It was wild. We're just gonna turn this whole thing around. ES now trading 67.09. We're closer to
short
session
2
highs.
MES
Nice.
at 67.06 3/4. Let's say 67.07.
07. Okay. 6707. Cool. All right. Said 3.
2 for now.
2. All right. Very good. Yeah, that was this market's wild. If you guys are liking this, because we got 4,500 people watching all across the globe right now. We got Braden in the house, we got Aaron Trades in the house, Jack in the house. Please click subscribe. Please click thumbs up. Please click the bell, upper right hand corner. 192,000 subscribers. On the march to 200,000. Greatly appreciate it. Number in 3.5 minutes. Short from 67.07. What are we looking for? Downside here, Jack.
Well, with 2 MES, just trying to see if that was a pretty wicked pop right ahead. We got these numbers in a couple minutes.
We'll get that 1,000 lot. Let's see if we can go get those 67.40 down there. All right, consumer confident. Lows are not in, says Real John Ross. Are the lows in?
Time will tell.
I agree. We're up 160 points though. Yeah. I don't think lows are in.
Okay. Consumer confidence number expected 93.3, I should say. And pending home sales, month over month expected 0.2%. Consumer confidence could be an interesting one. This comes in poor. Look out.
Not be good.
Yeah. All right, tilt leveled off there. No speakers just yet. 67.12 last trade. ES and Q 24,785. Almost a 200-point turnaround in the NQ. Incredible. MBT micro Bitcoin.
Now we're short the 3 MES. Just we're getting close to that 6700 SPX. So that's the size that I wanted.
All right.
We'll do up to 5 on this.
7? 07?
Oh, well,
Or no?
now the average
11?
is 08 half.
08
Read.
hook. All right. Aaron, still flat?
Still flat. Seeing this hourly close, you've gone from looking so bearish to the last couple of minutes here. You've retraced
Incredible.
160 ticks, which is
Incredible.
huge. So I'm
Yep.
trying to stay patient with
V's
this
and
hourly
V's.
close.
Did you take a peek at the NQ, Aaron? Be honest. Did you take a peek? When's the last time you took a NASDAQ trade? When's the last time you took a NASDAQ trade?
Today.
I knew it. I knew it. There you go.
I took longs on NASDAQ in London actually.
Look at this.
All right, I got stopped out on that NQ trade.
Wow. This is
Reassess. That's a massive
well,
hourly wick.
Look at that. Number 30 seconds. Look at that. Look at the turnaround in ES and NQ. Incredible, really. 45-point turnaround in the ES in 7 minutes. All right, number 20 seconds. My goodness. The lows just in like that? No way.
See, I talked about when I got longer at the beginning of fast markets, I wanted to get in and like see the wick, but it gets tricky because 100 points, maybe
What the hell is
215 points is crazy.
Super confidence. Oh, whoa, way worse. 88.7. 88. It's big miss. Expected 93.9, 93.3. Actual 88.7. Big miss.
Markets don't seem to care.
Give it a minute. Pending homes came in better. Don't tell me we're going to pay attention to that.
Go figure.
Month over month. Come on. That was a huge miss in consumer confidence. Again, expected 93.3, actual 88.7.
Oh, is it going to do its old? Now there's definitely rate cuts. Let's
Yeah,
moon it.
I know. Well, we have to.
That's
I
not
know.
fun. That's not nice.
Pending home sales, month over month changes. Big beat was expected 0.2, came out 1.9. Don't. Wow. Turn.
All right, I'm full flat. P&L's 22 on the day.
22. All right. Flat. Consumer confidence is lagging. News markets look ahead. Well, there's
Okay.
I mean, you could write it off that way. Yeah, 100%. You could write it off that way. But when we sell off, then you'll be like, well, I guess
It could get worse too.
Yeah, like that. Like we're gonna sell off, and now we're gonna say, there we go. Finally, wake up market. 67.12 last trade in the ES. Yeah, I agree. Let it marinate. Let retail see. Oh man, big miss. Just give it a minute there. Give it a minute. That's the thing, Jack. You gotta let the number circulate through the system. And here at TopstepTV, we get those numbers early, passing along to everyone watching here.
I like that we bounced off the 6700 SPX. Like you can see, I'm on my MES chart, so I don't have the highs of the day are up around that 50-day moving average, but it bounced right off of the 6700.
Turn around.
I got short 740 in Q. MNQ.
740. Okay.
So yeah, this pullback's getting aggressive. Let's see what this momentum looks like to the
sell-off.
downside.
Yeah, this is a sell-off.
We're 50%. I mean, we're 50% of that rally you saw up. So giving it back.
Those ain't in. Big miss. Consumers not confident by a lot.
Took one off there for about 14 points off my best entry. Now I'm going to move this stop above the 6700 SPX, and let's
Alrighty.
let it marinate.
All right. Now short 2 in the house.
Yeah.
Looking at big selling coming in there. They just hit the bid. They're in the ES. And we are selling off right now. 66.93 last trade ES. NQ trading 24,704. And big miss consumer
Took
confidence.
one more, and we'll leave the runner. See if this can get the low of the days.
I think we still got that 1,000 lot down there. 66.40. I don't see why not. 24,068.
I did 2 more. I'm in 5 now.
Average price
17s.
717.
Look at these 5-minute candles. What fun.
It's wild. It's incredible. You get in the Louvre. It's 24,673, 671 now. Session lows 602. Yeah.
We're flushing.
Guess that number mattered.
We're flushing.
Guess that number.
It's awesome.
mattered.
It's awesome market.
It is.
I mean, this could go 60 points right here, just straight down.
It's going to.
I'm running a really tight stop because honestly, with this momentum, I feel comfortable running it. If I get stopped out, it is what it is. But we're sized in heavy, looking for the low day break.
All right,
Stops
we got
at 716.
Levitt hitting the wire here. Press Secretary of the White House. There are a few delicate but not insurmountable details that must be sorted out, which will require further talks between Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. New lows in crude. Crude low there, $57.14. In that
Come to daddy.
consumer confidence report, 12-month inflation expectations, very, very high at 4.8%.
They always go high on that.
66.93.
I'm taking a buy here on gold. You're risking about 100 here.
What price did you get long from there?
I got long at 17.5.
All right.
Let's see if this Audi can come up for a bit of a high.
41, 17.5. Last trade.
I'm flat. I got
40
stopped out. This is recovering really well off that low.
for now. 67.03 last trade in the ES. What are you looking for upside here, Aaron? You're long from 41.17. Half.
I'm looking for let me see, at least I would say back up into 25, if not higher, depending on how we react. But 41.25 would be a management level for me. If we can break higher, fantastic.
Let's see if we can get that ES right now. Trading 67.01. NQ trading, all right, 24,711. Braden, you're flat now?
Yep.
All right, maybe get back in. Should go, man. There we go. Jack's still short. We're still short, correct?
Short one. Let's have some. Part of me, let's not wuss this. We have one MES on.
Anything else coming out? Look at this turnaround. 24,765 last trade. Anything can happen, says Dan Trader. Sure is the case.
Like, part of me wants to make it take out the highs of the day. Like that 50-day moving average. Like, we're holding below it.
67.10 last trade in ES. 67.08 now. What a turnaround. We're looking at 20, 30 point moves in the 5-minute candles. And the ES, NASDAQ, no exception. 100, 110 point turnaround swings in those 5-minute candles. Look at this go. Pushing higher here in gold as well. 41.21. This is pure violence, says Dan. I mean,
I know, right?
it's controlled chaos, but like Braden said, this is fantastic. There is opportunity. Take a paper cut, manage your risk. There will be another trade to make it back. Look at this thing go higher. 67.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of just resilient buying, just under this 25,000 level.
Take a peek at gold there. 41.24 last trade.
Yeah, nice squeeze there on gold.
Sure is. Nice call there, Aaron. 41.25 now trades in gold.
Trying to see if I can get it into at least 41.34 as an upside target here on gold. Kind of like an overall head and shoulders play.
234. So alrighty.
What's a little scalp setup here? 2 micro short at 68. See if we can get back some of this rally. It might be an opportunity to add into it, but we need to see mid 600s.
I like it. So from 6.8, 7.68. Keep behind that gold. Gold continuing to pump higher. 41.26 last trade. MBT turned around. Bet 86,660 last trade. Unreal. Gold. Not done. 41.27.
We're short. We're short 2 MES from 67.14.
67.14. Okay. I like it. Last trade. Well, 67.15. MBT turning around here. Pushing higher. 86.820. 820.
I'm flat there on gold. I took that trade. Nice quick 100 ticks. Have a nice 670 here on the day. Came into a pretty big level here to the left where I could kind of see it going either way. So 100 ticks in 5 minutes is pretty good quick.
I would say nice call there. What'd you see there, Aaron, in the setup? That was quick. From 4117. What did you see? Because you really nailed that entry.
What I saw is price hit this low here, and then you also that hourly went from being so bearish to all of a sudden wicking all the way back above, and then I saw that 15-minute tag in the lows and closing bullish. So just a little bit of a 15 morning star play just to come for a retracement back up into this area before from here. Do we hold this and go lower, or do we break it and go higher? But just a little bit of a pull back into this level, kind of like a nice 15-minute morning star. It's kind of like one of my favorite plays on gold. In a 5-minute scalp, 5-minute entry. Sorry.
Wow. ES was just trading 67.04.
Yeah, it came close. Yeah, I should have taken. I was on it to take off for 10 points on one of them, but it's 2 micros. We'll be okay.
Yes, we will. 300 lot, 67.07 on the offer. Never got filled. 24,736 last trade and Q. These
like
prices
the resistance up here.
I know.
Here we go.
I added 2 more. I'm in 4 now at 746.
All right. 746. 746. Last trade 733. Session lows 24,602. That's in the NQ. ES session lows 66.74. Oh, first 5 minutes, first 10 minutes of the New York session in the NQ. ES. Huge ranges, huge turnarounds, huge swings. Like it's getting a little bit narrower forward now. Again, big miss in consumer confidence. The hour coming in about 15 minutes. And we'll get the initial balance high, initial balance low. prices. Incredible move. 24,746
check.
short. Yeah.
Nvidia still down 6.4%. Google 2.65. Meta up 2%. Nvidia flips around. That would not be good, but
Comes to a screeching halt right now. The market's just like, what just happened? Where does it want to go from here? Where does it want to go from here? Look at that NQ ladder. Anything? NQ still, I know NQ is just not up here. NQ last trade 24,755. That ladder is very thin. Nothing's even really trading. On time and sales, there's nothing even really trading. Now into the 734s. Oh, back in the 740s. My goodness. $24,725. I mean, you blink and these prices are just jumping on you. ES 6705.
all right. I took one, so we're short one from 67 to 16.
Gold, 41.25 last trade. Incredible.
Holiday week, man.
It's compressed, condensed. It is hyper volatile. Yesterday, zombie rally today. Big whips upside, big pushes downside. Are the lows in? Are the lows in for the NQ and the ES? I mean, we're about 35 points higher in the ES from the lows. The lows are 66.74. As we trade 67.07. NQ, we're about 130 points off the lows. As we trade 24,733. In the chat, they're saying Aaron is different, bro. Aaron, are you indeed different? He's different.
Yes, I must be.
Built different. Yeah, he's built
I'm just,
different, man. Oh, I love it. 41.24, Scarf and Barf. I think it was just a Barf and Barf. This feels like more of just a Barf and Barf what we've seen so far.
So, Scarf and Barf. What I love about this now is that we have finagled ourselves into a position in which we have locked in a winner with a stop above the 50-day. So we can hold on to this for whatever may come.
Like that. Confirmation, let it ride. Patience pays. Yes. Good job. Just be who you are. Aaron the GOAT. Yep. Check out Aaron 138 M, the London Open on TopstepTV. Aaron is him. Trading nomad. Bounces around across the globe, globetrotting. Where are you? Are you still in? Where are you now? Italy, Barcelona? You're in Barcelona?
Still in Barcelona. Barcelona for another 2 weeks. Yeah.
Good. Aaron, how much did you make on that trade, on that gold trade? Bought 17, sold 25s or so.
How much did I make?
Little stats. Look at that green.
188.
Wow. Nice job.
188.
We'll continue to push higher. We got 13 minutes till the bottom of the hour. All right. While we're at houses in a trade, brains in a trade, let's take a look at some of our live funded traders. Take a look at how they're doing, numbers are putting up. Alvanius up 13,000, Dees up 13,000, Nicholas up 12,000 plus, and Hussam up 10,000. Well done. We'll check back in throughout the day and see how those P&Ls do finish. So very important to make sure lock in those profits. Look at this. The market is just Waiting for new information, new news. Where does it go from here? I'm talking about the equities, MBT as well. Gold, kind of grinding higher here. 41.29 last trade. Nothing on schedule for now. It may come out next. Keep an eye on the talks for a possible deal between Ukraine and Russia. Seems like there is some progress being made. However, obviously that can change moment's notice. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on oil prices. Be very sensitive to those headlines. Take a look at oil. We're trading $57.23.
What a wiki. I got the 15-minute bars up right now. Look at that.
Let me see.
Just, you know,
I mean,
gonna be a big opening range. 730.
Was it filled? Jay, was it filled? Are we sure that was filled? That 1,000? Was it filled on the 66, 78s? Couldn't tell, but we definitely, if it. Either way, yeah, when that bid came in, looked like it's filled. I couldn't confirm. Yeah, filled. Okay, well, there you go. Saw that before last week. Yeah. Huh. Just like that. Saw 1,000 lots. See, some saying some say they pulled it. There's another one. All right. Whether it was filled or not, whenever that bid did come in, market certainly turned around, whether it was filled or not. Let's take a look here. Gold trading 41.25. Look at this, just screeching halt. 67.11 last trade. Ooh, a lot of buying came in there in the ES. Definitely continue to lift the offer now. Looking at time and sales. Can get another push there. Take a look at the.
Is that true, Dan Trader?
Yeah. What is it?
The Trump has said the park. I know it's a joke.
Oh yeah,
it must be positive for Thanksgiving. I mean, we're up on the year.
Well, again, the president's scheduled to pardon a turkey. It's a tradition here in America that every president does. And we'll see, hopefully we can bring that in.
That's great stuff. That and the groundhog are my two highlights of the year.
Apologies in advance for some of the traditions we have to force upon the rest of the world. They have to watch. We force them to watch. But Aaron's laughing. But yeah, this NQ ladder is even trading. This is just algo on algo. You put time and sales down to 1. It's just one lot's flipping back and forth, barely. Yeah, holidays indeed. I'll filter out the noise. All right, 24,750. Hey, jokes in the chat. I like it. Oh, you are CNN. Oh, we don't get it? No, come on. You're telling me we don't get it? We might not get it. Oh, you watch CNN.
Christmas is canceled.
You watch CNN. What? Hold on. We don't get that? Because one more going. 24,760. Last trade in the NQES trading 6708. 6707. Last trade. Jack, update the house of composition, please.
-1 ES 67.16 quarter.
Okay, 16 quarter. Braden, please, can you update your position if you don't mind?
Yeah, I'm short 4 at 746.
All right. Last trade 722.
This range is just making me laugh a little bit.
Well, yeah, right? Like all of a sudden. Again, bottom of the hour here, about 8 minutes. We'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low. prices. What are those, and why do we put those down? What's the
Here we go.
simply the high price and low price in the first hour of the New York session? Jot those down, and we'll see where we go from there. Perhaps some ranges to work within. I am not confident
Here we
that
go.
either. All right, yeah, here we go.
I think Q's about to break 700. I added another one. I'm in 5 now.
Let's go.
See what they do to this range.
What's your price now?
740. Stops if we reclaim the top of the range. I'll stop it out.
All right. Short 5 from 740. House is short 1 MES from 6716. Last trade 6700. Call it. Where is that 1,000 lot? Again, 1,000 lots sitting on the bid way down there. 6640, 60 points lower.
Let's go find them.
Let's go find them. Jack, ask, what is your target for the short on ES?
The stops below the low of the day. But I don't like leaving targets in the market, especially when you're like live in the market, especially when you're short, because you never know. You're kind of almost holding an option at this point that you cap your upside if you have it sitting there, but you never know when something, not that I obviously don't want this to happen, but something terrible can happen at any given moment. And so I'd rather hold the option that I'm still holding the position.
I agree, especially in an environment with tweets, headlines. Big one. Question in the chat for Aaron. Do you trade gold or gold micros?
Majority of my trades at the minute have been micros, just because the ranges have been so big. It depends on how big my stop is, to be honest. But majority of the past month, I would say micros like 70% of the time, because gold's moving like 100 ticks in 10 minutes, which for gold is huge. At one contract, it might look nice in terms of how much profit you can make, but if you're on the wrong side of that, you can lose money too fast as well. So yeah, micros for me for the most part.
Power of micros.
Absolutely.
Okay, 5 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
I'm in 6 now. Average price 24,737. If we test 700s again, I'll add another 2, bringing me to 8. Drag that stop under whatever this pivot is, if this 750 holds, and look for the breakdown.
733 last trade. Go ahead,
Allow
Jack.
me to explain in case you see me doing some things that we talk against here. If you see me add or move the stop here, it's because I always have a stop in, but the trade here is really kind of getting short, thinking we're not going to close above this 50-day moving average today. So I'll add up in here, and then I don't like to have my stop way off for the same reason I don't like to have things in the market in case we just get like a pump rally really quick. Just protecting the risk, covering it.
I was worried about that too. You're moving stuff around. Well, I know. I know.
Yeah, but I know, like, really, I want my stop right here.
Things change. All right. Initial balance. Trying to get those initial balance prices here. I think we might be settled in. What do we got? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Initial balance low in the NQ, 24,602. Got initial balance high. Check my math here, chat. 24,087. Sorry, 879 half. 879 half. Could be off there.
It's unbelievable. We have Nvidia down 6.7%. What a weird day.
How are we holding up?
Because Meta, Google, Broadcom, well, not so much Broadcom right now. They're like scratch, but basically Meta and Google. I believe their combined market cap makes up about an Nvidia.
That's incredible. 67. You're on to me, Apple. There is no math to check. The numbers on the screen. It was simply just a play on words. But yes, indeed, you
It's
are
a
right.
literacy test, Andre.
Yeah, man. Come on. I love the chat. Chat's always fired up. Chat's been savage lately. Fired up. Loving trading, loving Topstep, loving the markets, loving Jack, loving Aaron, loving Braden. Absolutely fired up. Initial balance low in the 66.74. Half. Initial balance high, what? I'll call it 67.30. We check the math.
Well,
on
we've
that.
been making these. I don't love that we've made like 3 straight higher lows on the 15-minute here in the ES.
Well, tip of the week. Tip of the week. Check the math on this thing. Tip of the week. What is it? Take breaks. Gotta take breaks. I got the holiday coming up here on Thursday. Take breaks to stay fresh, to stay focused, to refuel, revive yourself. That passion. Trade. You gotta take breaks. Very important. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, I got stopped out. I'm down 400.
Oh, yeah. 24,780 last trade. NQ, ES 67.15. Market equities having difficulties finding the ranges. It's violently range bound. We would say it's 67.14 last trade in the ES. My goodness. And you said Nvidia's still getting smoked, and we're holding bid in the NQ.
The slightest of bounces, I mean, like very slight. They're still down 6.3%. All right, back to the 6,700 SPX here. As promised, that's no longer in the way. Trying to see how much I believe in this.
Wow. 67.21 last trade. 67.22. Now 23's trade. 24's print in ES. You got a piece deal? I don't know.
Check the news. Probably nothing too crazy.
No, nothing. No. All right. Now 24's. That initial balance high, initial balance low. We'll see if we have a setup for perhaps a failed upside, downside auction. Off of those prices, what's a failed upside auction? Simply price continues to move higher and then runs out of gas and does turn around and pushes lower. Opposite is true for failed downside auction. Goes test those prices, initial balance low. We trade down there. If we can't continue to push lower, it turns around. It's higher. Failed downside auction.
Nvidia popping a little bit.
Real, unreal.
We do.
24,815 last trade in the NQ. Initial balance high. What was it? What did I say it was? 879.
Yeah, I guess I did bait the market.
Straight 18, 820s now.
Give
Print.
myself.
And who the hell's buying this?
I don't want to put this stop right below the high or right above it.
800 lot up there at 29 offered.
Floor.
29 offered. Or 800 offered at 67.29 in the ES. About 2-3 points above right now. Anything above that, amazing. 67.25 last trade, 800 lot, about 3 points higher. And Q trading 24,813. Gold kind of finding some resistance up here at 41.28, Aaron.
Yeah, kind of glad I cut it when I did because we haven't not really doing too much here. It's kind of I was trying to see if this 30-minute was gonna show us a little bit more, so we'd maybe close above for longs, but he kind of held right at it. So I kind of cut my trade where we did. And I have a quick look at the hourly. Previous hourly did still close bearish. So to me, it's still a big level where if we close above, great, we could have some more longs. But right now, I would sit on my hands for just a little bit longer. But if we get that closure, great, more trades. But right now, I'll be a little bit patient here. But it could pay. It's a little bit of a tough area.
Yes, it is. Yes, 67, 26. And the 800 lot's still up there at 67.29. MBT catching a bid pushing higher here. 87,090 last trade. What the hell? Are the lows in? Are the lows in? I cannot. Incredible.
I honestly have no idea what I'm looking at.
I don't
This
either,
is
man.
Crazy. I mean,
Madness.
it does seem like the algos or powers that be will not let this thing kind of fade off at 25. 25,000 has been a key level for weeks, so I'm not surprised. And with the structure that we put in under it last night, I thought maybe it'd be in play. We'll see if we can get back above 24,900. Maybe we see like a little rally to 25. But sellers kind of failed on that push down.
Perhaps, what do we think if we get up to 67.30 again, Jack? So 5 points away, but short more or
Yeah, probably. I mean, like if it's close, but like it's tricky because I don't like how much we sold off, and then they said we're gonna get probably a fourth straight higher low here. But there's been so much resistance up in this area. Like I'm not gonna have a super wide stop.
like that.
If it breaks, it's like, but this is scaring people
I'm
away.
short on that rejection there.
Okay.
793 micro short.
All
We're
right,
already in the
790.
60s. Here we go.
93. Yes, we are. 24,774. Wow. Yes, another push down into 67.19. Incredible swings. Or where do they want to take this? Braden, where do you want to see this go? Obviously lower.
Low day.
Low day.
I didn't do more. I'm in 5 at 85.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think with the one MES, I gotta do it because I kind of did see money take money with. We flipped probably
I'm with you.
3 contracts along the way.
Low day for 24,602. And the NQ low day in the ES, also initial balance low, 66.74. Take a look at MBT trading 86,855. Let's take a peek at that Dow, the YM, Dow minis again off the. Oh man, that chart is all over the place. First 5 minutes, first 10 minutes in the New York session, just absolutely buyers just ripping that thing higher. Then also saw a turnaround. New session lows, chopping around now, right around session highs in the Dow trading 46,777. Here, again, top of the hour in about 25 minutes. MBT markets are all over the place. Take a look at the 10-year. Closing in on that 4.0. We're almost there, Jack. 4.01% on that 10-year yield. Almost there. And just to recap, consumer confidence, big miss. Did initially sell off. Reaction.
Added 2. I'm in 7 at 88.
Okay, 788. Short 7 now. ES trading 67.24. We got 800 lot up at 67.29. 5 points higher now. Gold's trading 41.27. This is interesting spot right here. This is a very interesting spot. Yesterday, talking about 25,000, never got there. Got within 7 points or 6 points yesterday. Never quite got there. And let's watch this ES. Incredibly unpredictable. I saw Myron. Yeah, Myron came out, said now more than ever we need massive rate cuts. I saw that.
I mean, he said it was more than ever last time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It reminds me of like Sailor, where like at every moment he's saying buy Bitcoin, like full tilt. But if you did full tilt, where are you getting money to do it the next time? He's already had you, like he tweeted about selling a kidney, buy Bitcoin. You can't sell another one.
Fed Watch for that December 10th FOMC meeting date. Looking at 83% probability of a 25 basis point cut. Let's take a peek at January. Yeah, January. Oh, wow, January also. We're starting to price another rate cut for January. Incredible. Selling volume tapering off. Okay. Does that mean the buyers want to take it from here? Well, I mean, who knows? Holding bid here in the ES 67.25. Is the buying volume dying out as well? You know, looks like all volume has died out right now. What the hell just happened? Everything just coming to screeching out. 50-50 on the tilt. Take a look at the NQ ladder. Again, that NQ ladder is absolutely chaos. One on the bid, one on the ask. I mean, time of sales, nothing's even trading over there. 24,796. New 5 minute just opened up. Where do they want to take this? Now 789. $67.22 last trade ES. Markets are hypnotized right now.
Mm-hmm.
London closed. Yeah, still about 45 minutes till then. 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Incredible. Green short 7. 24,788. Looking for that push to the downside. Will we get it? Video holding reversal pattern, waiting for confirmation. Thank you, AMG. Micro Bitcoin 87. Everything's just come to what? Everything's just screeching halt. All right, Aaron. See if this markets want to wake up. And certainly they do right there. If they want to perhaps take it higher. It's choppy.
Yeah, gold's still. I still like the longs overall, but gold's still super messy in here. Super messy.
Yes, it is. Speaking of gold, catch them on the London Open, 1:30 a.m. Central Time. London Open there. Aaron trades. What can they expect if they tune in to that London Open to see you, the original, the OG gold trader? He's trading gold before it was cool. What can they expect when they tune in 1:30 a.m. Central Time on TopstepTV, Aaron?
Lots of gold trades. Take positions live together. We had a great trade yesterday on stream. Share a lot about my strategy, liquidity plan. Lots of psychology talks. Talk about the travel trading journey as well, and more so give you guys levels to get set up for the whole entire day. So not only do we take trades in London, you can keep the levels on your charts and see how they play out all the way into the New York session. So gets the day started off right.
The trading traveling journey. Have you I call it trading nomads. Have you found that they come and they flock to you? You guys talk about it, where you guys are going to go next, what your setups are, things like that, and how it's possible. If people turn to you and say, I would love to do what you do, and how do you do it? And you kind of tell them, well, this is kind of the playbook.
Yeah, I mean, I say to people, especially traveling and trading, like you don't need to be focused on making thousands and thousands a month. I say to guys, just focus on getting consistent. And then, when I first took the leap, I wasn't interested in trying to make, tens of thousands every single month. I was like, if I can take good trades, make a couple of thousand a month, I'm free. I'm mentally free, and I can focus on trading even more. So yeah, I talk about how I did it, how the other guys can do it as well. The whole travel trading setup, nomad visas, loads of good stuff. I've been doing it for like 5 years now. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I want to. What if I want to do it first step? What do I have to do? First step, you have to. Is it technology? Packing light. What is the most important, the most crucial part to being able to pull off what you've pulled off for 5 years now? It's fascinating.
Crucial part is get consistent. Absolutely, get a couple of payouts under your belt. Prove to yourself that you can actually do it. And then all you need is a laptop, portable monitor, suitcase, and a passport, and you just go with the flow. Go wherever you feel like going. Start off in cheaper places so you don't put too much pressure on yourself, because the first couple of weeks, it's a lot of pressure to have to make money. But once you kind of get out that mindset, you try and keep it more neutral. Then you can do. It's much more accessible than people think. For me, it was like all my friends went backpacking and traveling around the world, like no backup. I was like, what's the worst that's going to happen? If it doesn't work, I go back to doing what I was doing anyway. Who cares? So give it a shot. You never know what can happen.
Filled 800. That was filled 67.29. Was filled 800 times. It looks like we might be trying to tap on some highs. Coming up to that level here in the ES at 67.30. I got a couple more questions for Aaron, but if we want to, we're testing initial balance high here in the ES at 67.30. So not damn.
All right, I got stopped out of that. I'm going to do a little 15-minute lockout here.
All right. Wow.
Here's do or die time for us.
Unreal.
We added one MES right there just to see if we hold this. Like, the thesis still holds. We have very little on the line here. And if it doesn't hold up, that's fine.
You know what? I mean,
if it's the breakout, then, well, we didn't catch it.
Just wow. New highs, ES 67.37. Pushing higher here in the NQ trading 24,857. 879 initial balance high. There's a 5 hard line on the offer in the ES 67.38. That was filled. Incredible.
All right, come on, be a miracle.
What a rally.
Be a miracle. We're gonna get stopped out probably.
Incredible. MBT turnaround. Pushing higher as well, 87,260.
Watch us. We'll get stopped at the highs, but that's just the way trading works.
These are the highs. Why the hell are they buying this?
No, like it'll turn around probably.
Oh yeah, I know.
But it's like how much do you want to give, because if this is the breakout above the 50-day, it's just going to keep on going.
Sure is.
Yeah. Okay, we're out. We're down $66.
Oh, all right. Sorry. 67.40s. High session high in the ES. 5 hard lot up there. Sending through initial balance high. IB high has not got. We haven't gotten through in the NQ just yet. 24,865. I may have spoken too soon. 10 points to go. Gold train flat, 41.26.
All right, we're not top ticked. Love it.
Pushing higher here. New highs, ES. Incredible.
What's NVIDIA doing? I'm sure it's
low to high.
Yeah,
Low to high.
5.3%.
Still down?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'd be up very, very much in the stocks if NVIDIA had turned around a 6 point.
Why I can't. Incredible. Continue to push higher here in the ES. 67.40 in the orders. Quarters, top of the hour in about 13 minutes. And Q not quite at initial balance high, about 10 points to go to get there. We got anyone speaking? Nope. Crude and chop around the lows as we trade $57.23. Gold range bound for the time being 41.28.
So we are getting into like the options resistance zone here, and this very well could turn around right now. But like the thesis at the beginning was I wanted not to go above that 50-day moving average. It did. I gave it enough so it wasn't a small, puke above it. But to get above the options, I would have had to, have my stop like
The
up
volume's
here
just
somewhere, which I don't feel like taking that smoke today.
holiday trade. I get it. Yeah.
And by the way,
That's something that-
NQ is up because while Nvidia is down, it's coming at the expense of Google and Meta, and a lot of the smaller caps are doing today. It seems like the breadth is pretty good. Breadth.
Breadth, yes. Breadth. 74% long in the ES tilt right now. Trade 67.35. Size got another 500 lot up at 67.43. You got that 1,000 lot way down there. About 100 points away. All right.
Are the highs in for the day?
Are the highs in for the day? Are the highs in for the day? Well, what would Hogue say right now?
I should
Say get
have.
long. He'd say,
Let's
Hogue
see if
would
it
say get
hits.
long. Hogue would
As
say get
I'm
long off
looking
30s.
right now.
Oh my
Hogue,
goodness.
yeah.
I wish
Hogue
I
would
took my
I
eye
would
off
not
the
say that.
options. I should have had my stop like 5 points higher. But let's see if it gets taken out or if we get lows of the day, which would be unfortunate.
It's a nice flush.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And now we're
Hogue,
back to the moving average.
Wouldn't Hogue say get long off 67.30 in the ES? I don't want to put words in Hogue's mouth. He wouldn't.
I don't think
he'd be
Nvidia
saying,
is going green today, guys.
he'd be saying potential failed upside auction. That's what he'd be saying right now. All right. Let's take a look at some of the stats from yesterday. Some of our live funded trader, top 5 live funded P&Ls and payouts. Well, I know who's got those. Gabe, come on in. What's up, man? Happy Tuesday. Markets are rocking. What's up, my man?
Hey, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Got a few stats to go over from yesterday, November 24th trade date. Kicking off the week strong. We got some top 5 payouts here. Let's hit those. We got Manbeer, $36,000 taken to the bank yesterday. We got Yihang, $29,700. Ondis, $26,760. We got Lee, $16,446 payout, and Anna, $13,500 payout. Real profits, real P&Ls getting taken out of the markets into those live funded traders' bank accounts. Gotta love to see it. And then we also do have some top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Here we go. We got Quentin up top there trading the gold for $10,336. We got CFT trading NASDAQ for $83, just about $8,400 yesterday. We got Nicholas K trading the NASDAQ $7,000 yesterday. We got Carlos also trading the NASDAQ for $2,700. And then Jun Yu trading the micro gold for $2,100. So a couple of gold traders up there on the board from yesterday, locking in some P&L. But those are our live funded traders for Monday, November 24th trade date. I'm going to toss it right back to you guys as we are flushing in these equities here.
Thank you, Gabe. These numbers. Yesterday was not easy, so job well done.
Right idea, wrong time here.
I know.
My question for the day is I hope the highs are in. I realize now I should have had my stop around a little bit above 67.45. So if we hit lower days, that was wrong. If we hit high days, good.
Did we just leave a wick above it, Jack? Above the EMA? We kind of left a wick above it. Yeah, I'm in timeout right now, but if I wasn't, I would be getting short right here.
Yeah, amazing.
Man, that's a tricky stop. But where do you put the stop if you think it's going to be a breakout versus?
Hope right now I'm seeing potential failed upside auction. 67.22 last trade. In the ES, that 500 lot now offered at 67.32, so about 10 points higher. And NQ did not. NQ almost got to initial balance high, not quite. And sold off from there. Gold trade 41.21. Aaron, I think you took the only possible decent trade in In gold, there's not. You bought
Yeah.
those 17s and you sold, what did you sell, 25s or something? And
Yeah.
just been choppy. It's only clean move, I should say. They're asking, all right,
Yeah, it
well,
would've-
speaking of which, are you seeing anything in gold, Aaron? Question mark.
Yes, potentially. We do have this. I'll go to my cleaner chart here. We're kind of holding that like 27 level that I took profit on the longs from. I wanted it to break back above, but again, what we want to happen and what are going to happen are two very different things. So I have to stay as reactive as possible. If we have this hourly close coming in 6 minutes, depending on how we close, if we close like pretty much here, then we're going to close very doji, little volume. If we close a little bit more bearish, then we do still have these London lows down here. So I kind of want to see this 30-minute close in 6 minutes. If we don't break out and we close, somewhere within here, like around 4120-ish, then to me, to be honest, this would be a bit of a no trade range, because I think you could sit here and watch this range on the 5-minute get chopped up all day long. So I want to see in 5 minutes if we break this support and can get a nice short. If we hold in here, then I think the smartest trade is no trade right now. So let's see.
There you go. Thank you. All right, top of the hour coming here in about 5 minutes. Let's recap what we've seen so far. We saw right out of look at the Dow. I will take a look at the Dow. Thank you, Rambocito. I like that name, Rambocito. Take a look at the Dow. Take a look at what's going on in the Dow. Dow's messy as well. I know. Maybe we just. What do you want me to look? Failed upside auction there too. 46,928. Recent highs put in, and then we're trading 792 now. Very messy chart. It was just a recap right out of the gate. Since the initial buying, Dow, the big one to push higher, and then we just sold off, making new lows. Then we went from low to high, high to low. It's everywhere. Look at him. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to do play-by-play on today's market. Today is what we're seeing. It's very difficult. I can't. It's hard to trade it. I mean, big shout out to these guys coming on here and doing this, because markets are everywhere. Stay patient. We'll get a clean move. Right now, 67.20 last trade in the ES, 67.19 back up to 21s. Same thing in the NQ. We were just trading in the 780s. It pops back up to 800s. Braden, well done. How long did you lock out for?
Just 15 minutes. I'll be ready to go in about 3 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Potential normal day. Maybe it's a potential. This ain't normal. If this is not normal. I mean, I know what you're saying though, Robbie. I understand what you're going with that, but yes, this is not. This is definitely tricky. Look at that. And gold has rolled back over now. 41.18 last trade. Jack, check the Slack. 67.19 last trade. Good. Okay, 67.18 now last trade in the ES. 17s just riding lower, pushing lower.
If gold breaks like this, there is potential shorts back down to that 4,100 level we spoke about earlier. Let's see. Let's see.
Look at this. Back in the range, and then just they snap it like that. So I mean,
back to 700.
10 points of heat. You take 10 points of heat though.
Well, it was more than that. It was 10 points of heat above the
30s.
Above the 30s, but like,
oh my bad.
I took my eye off the ball because that's exactly 67.25 in the SPX. So shouldn't have put it right there.
My apologies. Lenka, my apologies. We're talking about last trade numbers. That's the last traded price in that potential market. So if you look at the NASDAQ, the NQ right now, my apologies. If I say last trade, the price of 24,807 is the last price that's traded. Just a quick way for just to quote prices. So right now,
London
ES
closes in 33 minutes.
33 minutes. Thank you for asking. All right, Aaron, let's know if you get that set up here. 41.19 is the last traded price in gold.
If I do get it, I will. To be honest, I'll probably take on a combine. I'm up like 670 today, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Nice.
But there's a little forward tester. I'll definitely see how it plays.
NQ been moving all day. Man, life day. It's look at that. Buyers.
Indeed.
Buyers just jumped on it right there with a 70-point pop right there. 24,830.
Got some profit taking in Google. Meta's
Incredible.
up 2.7% right now. Nvidia, I don't know what to make of it until it's down less than 5%.
I mean, 50-50 on the tilt. Take a look at the ES. They just jumped on the buys there in the ES, looking at a 15-point pop just like that. I mean, these are big moves. These are big moves. Crazy. Braden, you did the manual lockout. Are you back? Looking for that next trade. Yeah, look at that. He is locked in.
Yeah, I still like how this short's setting up here if we put in this lower high at 840.
All right, cool. Top hour coming here in about 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, a little bit of a replay. We got that huge announcement from yesterday. We clipped that announcement, and then we're going to replay in case anyone missed it. No activation fee combine option here at Topstep. So without further ado, let's give that a little replay. Throw it there, and then we'll go to James for some news. Go ahead, James. Let's bring that in.
Hey, traders. Big news from Topstep. We're always working to make our funded trader program bigger and better. We built the best program to get you funded and the best payout policy to reward your growth. Now, we've taken it up another notch with one of our biggest updates yet. A smarter path to funding at our lowest all-in price built around how real traders grow. We've lowered the XFA activation fee and added a new option to trade without one. It's the same trading combine, same rules. Now you choose how you want to get funded. So, how does it work? Option 1, the no activation fee path. Pay $89 per month for your trading combine and nothing when you pass. Best for traders who are dialed in and can pass in 1 to 2 attempts. Option 2, the standard path. Start for just $49 with a $129 activation fee when you pass. Perfect for traders building consistency and working on their strategy. So, say you're starting a new trading combine. You can choose the no activation fee path. Get started at only $89 for a 50K trading combine and pay $0 in activation fees once funded. This is for traders who have their strategy dialed in and is the lowest all-in path to funding. Or you can choose the standard path. Get started for only $49 for a 50K trading combine and pay the activation fee of $129 once funded. This path is perfect for traders who are learning and working on their strategy with a lower upfront cost. You decide what's right for you. Same combine, same rules, 2 paths. Now you choose how you want to get funded. Choice matters. It's what makes Topstep the best program for traders at every stage of their trading journey. Whether you're just starting out or chasing your next payout, choose the path that meets you where you are and trade your way to the top. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, James. Andre has a phone call, so he'll be out for a little bit, so you guys are stuck here with me. Braden, Aaron, both flat at the moment still?
Yep, my lockout just lifted, so I'm hunting for a trade, but I'm flat right now.
Same. Still flat for me too. Gold didn't really break out like I wanted, so staying patient on gold for now, I think.
All right, we've sold back below the 50-day moving average a couple times now. Bounced off it on this candle here, getting a little selling to the downside. What do we got looking around? Our friends at NVIDIA down 5.7. Google gave back most of their overnight gains. They're just up 0.5% now. Meta still the best performer in the Mag 7. Going to the 10-year. We are at 4.015%. Braden, what do we do here?
I'm in there short 783. We need to break this stair step pattern to make it really interesting here on the hourly. But apart from that, I'm going to start looking for see profit, take profit a little bit in this choppier environment. So yeah, I'm looking for the break of the 760s, that recent low.
I mean, the path is cleared below. We
For real.
stopped
We
out all the
just,
idiots up here above this. And now, let's see what happens. Aaron, you still scoping out anything in gold? What's going on over there?
You kind of I was kind of seeing this hourly could break out a little bit more bearish. But the fact that you're kind of still holding the support at say 4117, and then you kind of got resistance right at that 26 level. To be honest, it's kind of a bit of a no trade range for me in here in gold. This is where I think it can get pretty messy. I think if we get back above 27, then longs look pretty good. If we get below 17s, then shorts could look good. But anything in between, to be honest, it's looking pretty choppy. I wouldn't want to give back any of the gains just for the sake of taking a trade. So, I mean, you're getting a decent push here. If we break out, great, but nothing massively jumping out for me just yet. Still a little bit choppy in here.
All right. No trade range for Aaron. Buying up a little bit here in the ES, back to where it's been liking to hang out around this 50-day moving average in the SPX 1,000 lot, 1,200 lot, 67.30. That's right on the 50-day moving average. Hold. They liked it, and then they did not like it. Remember, if you're watching, all 4,000 of you just about, remember to like and subscribe. That is how we get seen. And we're here during the week of Thanksgiving, Monday through Wednesday. We'll be off Thursday and Friday. Wow, this is just bouncing back and forth right now.
I added 2 more, so I'm in 5, looking for the breakdown right here.
All right, so Braden's minus 5 MNQ from what's the average price now?
89.
89. Yeah. Well, 4K is a lot of people. We love everyone who's here, or at least like 97% of y'all. But we'd like more. I think we got some exciting things coming down the pipe for next year. You may even have to get up earlier. All right, selling off. Spot Bitcoin below 87,000, trading 86,867. SPX still holding above 6,700, trading 6,705. On the day, we are completely flat on the ES. NQ down 0.7, more NVIDIA. Take a look at this MNQ. Braden short from 89.
Yep.
Okay. What are you looking for in this trade?
I just want to see those orders under 760s get taken, and then I'll look to cover. But we come down and test. We're testing the 60s again off of lower highs.
And for what seems like the 20th time today, we are at the 50-day moving average in the SPX. What do we got across the wire? Just some bill auctions. Coming up today, we got 23 minutes till Euro close at 11 Central. Trump will be pardoning a turkey. That'll lead us nicely into the 5-year note auction at noon, which probably won't be a big mover of the markets. And then it looks like we're clear for economic data for the rest of today. As a runner tomorrow, we got jobless claims, durable goods, continuing claims, oil inventories. The numbers are coming today and tomorrow. Aaron, any update on where did we send you again? Switzerland? Is that happening?
It's supposed to be happening. I think we said
Okay.
by end of year we'll make it happen. We'll do a stream from Switzerland. Yeah, that's where you guys sent me, which I'm not complaining about, to be honest. I'm
No,
any
nice
excuse to go
place.
down. Very nice. Yeah, very, very nice. By the end of the year, we'll be there.
Perfect. Let's talk about Microsoft. Let's see. Oh, they're right. Microsoft flirting with its 200-day moving average. This is where Charlie Munger would say you should just buy and hold. And you know what? I'm going to put his idea and my money where my mouth is here.
So some guys in the YouTube chat saying hit me up when I do go to Switzerland. So if any of you guys are in Switzerland when I go there, definitely let me know. I'm always up for meeting other traders.
Excellent. All right.
All right, I added. I'm in 8 now at 785, looking for the break of 60s.
Just purchased some Microsoft for the first time ever. It's exciting.
Nice.
Okay. What's your new position, Braden?
85. 8 at 85.
Minus 885. And a little bit of a push down here. If we break this range, you're looking good. So I'm looking at the ES. I presume it's similar in the NQ. Things have calmed down just a little bit here. Let's take a look at the
I
options.
wonder if we get some. If we do break this range, I wonder if we get some nice volume here off of like kind of that battle lost for buyers at the 50-day EMA. Kind of the realization, like, okay, we're not breaking it, but we'll see. It's been choppy.
Yeah. Pug Traveler asks, will the pug get turkey for Thanksgiving, Jack? I wasn't thinking about it, but sure, we'll do it. He just had his yearly vet appointment, and he's doing shockingly well for a 6-year-old pug, so he can get some turkey. So I'm aware on Microsoft too. Yeah, he's a good dog. That there's a big gap down there in Microsoft, but it's like testing out some Charlie Munger stuff where if a high quality company is at its 200-day moving average or whatever else, just buy it. I guess at 200 week or something, we'll load the boat. Range in here. Anything happening in gold, Aaron?
No, still chopping as well. Still chopping. I thought we were going to get maybe a little bit of a breakout here. Get a nice how many ticks was this? You had a nice almost a 90 tick bounce here. I was hoping we were going to follow through, but no, this is a very, 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 very choppy. It looks like we're waiting for some sort of news, but we're very, very choppy here in gold. For a New York session, it's pretty surprising. This is usually the price action sometimes we see in London. Patience will have to pay here because it's nothing jumping out for me, unfortunately. Very, very choppy.
Yeah, chop fest. It's a very holiday market setup where the ES is basically flat, but we have 41. We have like a 70-point range in the ES. Tons of movement in each of these candles. You come over for Thanksgiving, I'd have to ask my dad. We're going there. Let me go out to the ES here so we can see any orders floating around in the ether. Nothing big on the ladder right now. Where are you seeing this trade is invalidated, Braden?
Honestly, I'm looking for it to turn over. It wouldn't really be. I'm just like looking for a breakout trade, which maybe I'm trying to force in a little bit with how well we're holding this range. But this looks like a high probability break of 760. Is it? I mean, we could probably. I wouldn't really want to see it hold a bit above 800. Really, when I'm looking for a move like this. Seeing some buyers get rejected on the test of 800. So if they reclaim it and start holding bid, I'd probably like to cut it. Or essentially, if we just hold the range, I'd probably like to cut it. But trying to give it a chance here. We've tested it 5 times in the past couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I still think we could. They had their fun above the green line up here. And I'm hoping it works out for you here, Braden.
Thank you.
Gold's trying to get a bit of a breakout again. Trying to break above my range here. I'm still not super confident to jump in the longs, but it did get a nice bit of volume there. I wouldn't be surprised if we can push from here.
All righty. That's correct. The market doesn't respect coulds and shoulds, but it has been respecting that 50-day moving average pretty well over the past couple sessions. If this is your first holiday season trading, welcome. Happy holidays. But this is pretty typical for the sort of action that's happening. And it will likely only get more so tomorrow. We got some numbers, and a lot of people will be taking tomorrow off. Well, NVIDIA continues.
Wow. Gold with a
Its
big
lows,
push there.
it's still more than 5% down. Yeah, that's still in that no trade range.
No, it did actually break out of it for me. It did. It closed above here, so I was tempted with that 5. But given how choppy we have been here, I was like, I'd rather lock in what I have so far. But that was a nice little 5-minute breakout there. But again, I look to the left and we still are back to the next resistance level. But right now we are back above the daily open, which if we can hold above daily open, you could see gold back to that 4150 level. That was my overall thought process today. Back up into the Asia high in 4150.
Nice.
Hello, fellas. Yeah, I can see we got London close. Well, thank you. Thanks for holding it down there, Jack. We got what?
Of course.
Close about 11 minutes. Take a look at these prices. All right. They call us Adobe Dorito. Oh, look at gold. 41.33 last trade. And we got the ES trading 67.27. And Q trading 24,815. Now 817. And Crude trading 57.40. Incredible. Just come to a screeching halt. Braden, you're short, correct?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna cut this. I'm gonna cut it.
Okay.
I'm gonna call it a day. This is this kind of just feels like it's sticky up until 25,000. Nothing's gonna happen. But yeah, I'm down 1,500, and I'm gonna be done for the rest of fast markets. Lock out for 45 minutes.
Fair enough. Yeah, markets are tricky right now. So we pumped this thing higher. That's 24,840. Yes, 67.32. Man, oh man. Getting session high 67.40.
Yeah, this is not a market I do well in, and I, I understand that. I'm still working on it. You try to get better as a trader every day. For me, identifying that this isn't a market I do well in before I'm in $1,500 drawdown would have been a better way to approach it. But it is what it is. That's trading, man.
Yeah, it is. All right, so you're locked out for fast markets or for the day?
Yeah, just for fast markets.
Okay,
I'm gonna
fair enough.
do my own stream after this and see what shakes out.
Sounds good. Aaron, flat, correct?
Yep, still flat. I did like longs on the previous 5, but with how choppy we have been, up 670 today, to be honest, I wasn't risking it to get a couple of hundred more.
Okay. Well, we can't do well in this market. Yes, in the chat here. You gotta be quick. You gotta be quick indeed. All right, let's take a little news break here. Again, Thanksgiving holiday trade. I got the holiday on Thursday. Markets will be closed. So what does that look like for travel here in the States? Government shutdown is over, so we can resume normal flying? Question mark. Let's find out here. AAA hitting us with some heavy hitting news here.
Thanksgiving travel is taking off. AAA forecasts a record-setting holiday period between today and Monday.
In 2025, we've seen 8 of the top 10 busiest days in TSA history. We'll probably get a 9th and a 10th when this weekend comes and goes.
AAA projects almost 82 million people will venture at least 50 miles from home. That would beat last year's record. The association predicts almost 90% of people will drive, about 6 million will fly, and less than half that will choose other transportation. The FAA expects today to have the most flights of this holiday period. And
Thanksgiving week and Christmas week as well typically do see higher disruption rates.
some issues are coming up already. The FAA says a problem with an air traffic control frequency caused a ground stop in Dallas yesterday. Near Seattle, a pipeline leak is limiting jet fuel supplies.
Her flight got rerouted and delayed. She has to take a stop in Alaska because of the fuel line thing. She thought it was very inconvenient. I mean, she has to be on a flight for an extra 6 hours or something.
As air travelers plan for possible disruptions, the Transportation Secretary also wants them to consider how they dress. He suggests nicer clothes could make for nicer passengers.
Let's try not to wear slippers and pajamas as we come to the airport.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Incredible. Absolutely. A push for nicer dressing. Dress nice on those flights. Braden, you doing any traveling for the upcoming holiday, or just locking it down?
Yeah, we travel. Me and my girlfriend travel a lot, or we try to. Kind of like Aaron, when we can, we go and travel, but we have like 5 animals, so we're a little tied down to it. But yeah, we usually go do something for her birthday, which is a couple of days before Christmas. We usually go somewhere where the weather is a little bit hotter, which is kind of funny. So yeah, we'll make some plans to go do something.
You said 5 animals. You didn't say dogs. You didn't
Yeah.
say cats. What are these 5 animals, if you don't mind me asking?
We got 3 dogs and 2 cats.
There it is. Let's add up to
Nice.
5. Like it.
A bulldog, a shepherd, I think a collie mix. And then the cats, I don't really know the breeds of the cats. A British short hair cat.
Also,
But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to travel when you got 5 animals.
Yes, it is. I've got
5 is a
one.
lot.
I've got one.
I've got
Aaron,
one.
you got one that you travel with.
Yeah, I brought my dog from. We brought a dog all the way from Australia to Europe. That was an absolute mission.
Wow.
Braden, they're asking about your stream. Where can they find your stream? Looking for it in the chat.
My YouTube's BPC Trades. Maybe I should do like Aaron does. Maybe I should put my screen name. I'll be known from now on as BPC Trades instead of Braden. Maybe. But yeah, no, that's my handle on social media.
Okay, well, I think the cat might be out of the bag. The G's out of the bottle. They know your name, Braden. But hey, we might be able to change that. We'll see. All right, yeah, I'll get the link up there. There's a headline from Percent. Trump eyes Christmas deadline to name new Fed chair. Interesting. London close in about 5 minutes. I'll take a look at these prices. 24,855 in the NQ. ES now continue to grind higher. 67.35 last trade session. Highs about 5 points higher. Gold trading 41.33.
Yeah, this market is this market's been like exceptionally tough for me. Ever since we started selling off, which is funny because I feel like about 70% of my trades have been to the short side. It's just hard because they let it rally so aggressively, and it almost feels like, okay, sell-off is over. Yeah, it's just been tricky. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat, I'm sure there's a lot of people killing it, but I'm sure there's also a lot of people. It's a tough market. Keep your head up. I appreciate the comments telling me, keep my head up because, we're all supporting each other. We're all traders. It's not an easy job. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, I've been getting smoked to say the least. But it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I mean,
ups and downs.
It is smoked. Yeah, smoked in terms of P&L or just in terms of win percentage? Because P&L, I mean, definitely come back from worse. So is it just the win percentage that when you say something like that? Okay.
I mean, yeah, a little bit of both. Just
Well, hey,
let's not forget about
that Crude trade you had. You solid buck. I mean,
yeah,
hell of a Crude trade.
I should have approached it. There's a million things you can do. I mean, that's what makes trading so. That's actually what's so awesome about trading. Although it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Is like I'm listening to Aaron say, how he was up from the overnight or what before, and he's like, let's not get back some of the profits. Right? We had a good trade on that. It's like, man, I need to work on that because I was up $700 coming into the session. I could have played this from such a defensive foot, and I decided to, press it, which is sometimes okay, right? You use some of that profit if you have a decent overnight trade. If you're feeling it, unfortunately for me, I started with too much eyes. I didn't prove to myself that I was in the zone today, and you just get back profit. Didn't manage it well, but you constantly try to improve.
100%. Good stuff, Braden. Question. Got a question for you in the chat here, Braden. I believe it's for you. What was that one problem you have faced after learning a profitable strategy? What was that one problem you have faced after learning a profitable strategy?
I would say it's not a problem you face after finding a profitable strategy, but it's something I've always faced. Is that like knowing what I don't maybe puts you on tilt, but also just what environment you don't do well in. And this is an environment I don't do well in. And like looking back, coming in up on the day, we could have dipped our foot in the water a little more passively. And no, but just like knowing that I don't do well in this market is huge because it could save me my P&L if I realize early enough. Hey, and it's a little bit of hindsight. Obviously, you can tell now a little bit later in the day. Okay, we're this is chop, but it's a little bit hindsight. But just knowing like I don't do well in this, let me either size way down or not try to chase what looks to be a breakout trade. Stuff like that. Revenge trading a little bit, just trying to get it back. Just a million things. I struggle just the same as everybody that never goes away, by the way. You just try to minimize the damage and do it a little bit less.
Yeah. Same question for Aaron. Problem you face after you have a successful trading strategy, if any.
Like I guess the biggest thing that Braden just said there was like, one thing for me is, like you said, is like trying to understand your tilt triggers, like what sends you on tilt, so you can recognize it and do it as little as possible. For example, if I jump on for London, gold's ripped like 300 ticks before I was able to jump on. Well, if I try and trade after that, that could be a potential tilt trigger. Same as if you're green on the day, you trade after that, gets you back to break even. That could be a potential tilt trigger. So it's like Braden says, like it doesn't go away. It's like you just learn how to deal with your emotions more. And it's not about becoming some sort of emotionless robot who doesn't make mistakes. It's about managing and recognizing it as quick as you can and knowing when to take that step back. That's the biggest thing. But trading is a constant game of wins and losses. You're never going to have 100% win rate. So you have to learn to deal with the losses.
Dude. Well done, gentlemen.
Yeah, I you know what I mean? I agree. And learning to just but a lot of it is like you just improve at kind of keeping the damage minimal.
Mm-hmm.
But losses happen for sure.
You do. And to that point, Braden, recognizing you don't trade well in this type of market environment. Well, how do you know, that this is going to be
this late in the session? We can kind of know, I guess.
For sure.
I mean, because it's right. You're looking at the past price action, but earlier in the session, when there's that much volume, we could have chopped around, or we could have gotten the breakout, and you don't know.
Sure.
Maybe maybe like Jack said, it's closer. You know what I mean? Short week. Maybe we can be a little bit smarter and anticipate. Maybe I'm not going to get that big trade, and we just chop around here. But
yes,
like I said, just constantly improving. You're never going to be. It's never going to be 100%. You're never going to do anything perfect ever. It's impossible. But trying to strive for that, you know what I mean, and taking pride in trying to be perfect is enough. Fortunately for us.
Man, well done. Show some love to Aaron and Braden. And on top of that, they're doing it in front of thousands and thousands of people in real time. So kudos to you. All right. It looked like we're going to make a run for new session highs in the ES. Didn't quite get there last trade. 67.34, 6 points from session highs. Everything else, a bit of a holding pattern. Doesn't mean we're done. Yes, London has closed. Emmons.
Yeah.
We're not done here. What's up, Jack? Really quick. We got some announcements here. We'll get your take on where the markets are at. James, come on in here. What do we have here on Top Step TV?
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. It's Tuesday, which means I'm here to tell you about Topstep TV on X, formerly known as Twitter. Whether you call it X, Twitter, Twix, or anything in between, you can find Topstep TV on that favorite social media platform on your device and your desktops. Just click on the link we're about to drop in chat and be sure to give us a follow today. And if you're asking yourself, why should I follow Topstep TV on X? Well, I'll tell you why. Because we post highlight reels, best of, giveaways, news, and more right in our Twitter account. You can check out this week's schedule. We post next week's schedule as we get closer to the end of the week. You can also get the latest teases and hot deals if there are any going on. You can be sure to find out about it on our Twitter account as well as all of our other social media pages. While you're there on X, be sure to give the core account Topstep a follow. And also, we have a new help handle at Ask Topstep for all of your support needs. Now, instead of adding me, you can Ask Topstep. They're going to be much better at getting you the help that you need. So be sure to follow all Topstep accounts all the time. Then today, later on at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, group coaching is back. Today, we're joined by Gabe, Hoop, and Coach Vince. Coach Vince, you see him in the opening call. Now catch him during group coaching where he answers your questions live. If you have a question for any of our VIP coaches, Hoop or Vince, now is the chance for you to ask them. We're going to drop another link in the chat. This one's going to be pinned. Click on it, fill out your group coaching questions, and then be sure to be back here at 12:15 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. You never know. You may learn a thing or two. That's right after Shoulder Tap at 12. So 2 amazing back-to-back segments. You can't miss it. Be here. Group coaching at 12:15. Shoulder Tap at 12. That's what I got for now, guys. Throw it back your way.
Thank you, James. Yep. Form pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. Group coaching. Fantastic resource there. All right, Jack. Well, yep. One is closed.
We got
We're up
NVIDIA.
near the highs. What's NVIDIA doing?
Yeah. It's about $4 and change off its low. Now down just 4.25% on the day. Meta and Google both gave back some. Amazon and Apple are both up less than 1%. But NVIDIA has bounced a bit, as it is wont to do.
Right. Take a look. All right, market's a bit of a holding pattern for now. If anything does pop, we will get right back to. If anyone does take a trade, by all means. A couple more questions since we got some absolute fantastic traders here. Question for Braden: do you change your strategy according to the market, as the market is so dynamic? It's a good question.
I mean, the strategy I trade is just kind of price action. So, obviously, if the price action to me, yeah, it is a little bit different in this market. It's something. I mean, it's probably part of the problem as to why I'm kind of in a slump right now, if you will. So yeah, that's something we're going to look at, because obviously what the adjustments, if any, that I have been making aren't showing me the level of success that I want to be seeing. So no, that's a great question. That's kind of something I need to do some thinking on, like kind of trying to be a breakout momentum trader a little bit in this market where it kind of sets wide ranges and there's a lot of counter trend opportunities with the 600, 700, 800 point run up and crazy reversals that we've been seeing. So yeah, it's been a little bit tough, but as far as changing the strategy, I just need to adapt to what's working in this market right now, and I think that's a little bit less of. I mean, at points it's a momentum market. At points it's just tricky. It's a tricky market. Just being in tune to what kind of is going to work that day. Today would have been more of a buy and hold the lows, or kind of try to trade the range a little bit. And I was simply in the mindset of trying to be a breakout price action trader today, and it was just I played the wrong hand, right? So, but it is something that I've got to do some reflecting on. I can't say that I have adjusted my strategy, because it is kind of just price action in a whole, but understanding the market environment we're in and using concepts that are going to work for that market environment is something I need to work on for sure. And that's a good question. And it's something I need to do reflecting on.
Well done, Zell. Wickley in the chat requesting my first payout today. It's been a long journey. The time is finally here. Thank you, Topstep. Well done, Zell. Right.
Somebody said in the chat, it's like poker. You can't play every hand. I agree, and I've actually been playing a little bit of poker. Because you know what, I didn't mention that, but it is to kind of work on my patience a little bit. I've been playing like a little bit on my phone, just like some Texas Hold'em, which is funny because my dad kind of played. Like I grew up around poker, which is funny because like as an adult now, I'm so new to it. Like I never really played myself. I just was around it when I was a kid. But yeah, playing poker, I don't know what y'all's thoughts on that are, but I have seen a lot of Wall Street traders on, some YouTube documentary say poker is a lot like trading. And yeah, I've been playing a little bit of poker, implementing that, and I'm doing damn good too, which is funny.
Really?
Nice.
So yeah, but
Yeah.
being patient
At,
and you can't play every hand. I agree. Go ahead, Jack.
Let's check.
at my old trading firm, it was like, I would guess maybe 20 to 30% of the traders there made their living at some point from poker, and maybe 10% were like full-time professional poker players before they went into trading.
Yeah, they're really similar, right? Like you don't have a good hand, you don't have to play it. You do not have to play it. You can obviously if you're paying, I'm new to this, so I might misspeak, but if you're paying the blind and you have a decent hand, okay, it's free to play. You're already paying anyways. And if you have a really good hand, bet big on it, right? But if you don't have a good hand, it's just not worth playing. And today, it was not worth playing for me.
Game theory. Yep. Okay. Is the ES going to continue to run this up 2 points from session highs as we trade 67.38 half? We do it. We'll pop there. Maybe see some stops get hit. NQ grinding higher as well. 24,867. Still, we got to initial balance high. Yeah, about 8 points to go there in the NQ. What we got here? Something's in. I got a whole lot down below on the ladder in the NQ. What's going on in the ES? ES trying to make a push for new session highs there.
Yeah.
And
yeah. I'm liking the poker analogies. I'm just totally agreeing. Just because so much of the exposure I'm getting. I know we're talking about trading, but I think it's a good analogy.
Risk management.
They're very similar games.
And I have no problem, throwing a bet, and then if I'm not getting what I want on the flop, then I just fold it. You know what I mean? But in trading, am I doing the same? Sometimes, but it's a lot easier to fold in poker and take a losing trade. I don't know if it's because I'm new to it or what.
Know your outs. Know your outs. New session highs printed in the ES 67.41. NQ got right.
We need a Topstep poker night one night. I'll fly out to the US.
Charity poker
That'd be
tournament. I
sick.
like that. I like that a lot. You play, Aaron?
I do very rarely. I haven't played in a good while. We actually last time I played was on the trading retreat. We had a poker dealer come to the villa on the last trading retreat and played for like 2 hours. It was amazing.
Very cool.
It's fun.
Fun,
Speaking, okay. These trading retreats. What are these trading retreats you speak of, Aaron? Get a load of this. This is very, very cool. We'll keep it on these prices.
So we do
trade.
We do the whole idea came because trading can be so lonely, whereas like trading shouldn't be. You should be able to meet with like-minded people and connect with other traders. But the whole purpose of it is to get people together for a week. We arrive at the villa on Sunday. We stay there till the following Saturday. We spend the week eating good food, traveling, trading live together. I hire out a conference day for a couple of days of the week, and just spend the week just connecting and trading with other traders and realizing that, look, it doesn't have to be a lonely, stressful journey. There's other people who are experiencing the same things as you. And it's a good opportunity just to not only meet other traders, but do it at some cool place in the world. We've done Thailand, we've done Bali, we've done Vietnam. I think the next one's probably going to be in Europe. And yeah, it's just a good week to teach the gold strategy and more so just meet other traders and trade live and experience what it's like to do the travel trading journey for a whole entire week in a beautiful place.
Good stuff, Aaron. All right. Well, Jack, we're continuing the grind now. Is the zombie rally underway? 67.44 new highs. In the ES, at the NQ, grinding higher as well, 24,884. Any options levels? Anything in the options that you see that
yeah, we're up
futures?
in
Look at this thing.
One moment.
It's 67.44.
This is making me feel better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting up into between where we are now and 67.65. There should be some rock
All right.
fights, most notably at the 67.50, which would be what I mentioned there, 67.65 or thereabouts in the
65.
ES.
Yeah.
So, Aaron, so far, where in Europe would you suggest, as a first-time traveler,
Mm.
to the east side of the world to go?
That's a good question, man. Do you like food?
I love food and drinks.
Nice. Italy's the best spot to experience very good food, good culture, lots to see. I would say Italy's probably the number one place I would say definitely get on the visit to go over and see. And staying in the Italian countryside is also beautiful as well, and amazing food, good people. Definitely the place to go.
That's an awesome answer. My dad was actually stationed in Italy when he was in the Navy. I've always wanted to go.
Cool.
He's always showed me
Beautiful,
pictures
man.
of him in Italy, and it gets snow there too, right? Or I don't know.
Yeah, you can go
I gotta
skiing
see
like
it.
the Dolomites and stuff as well. You
Yeah.
can be on the beach. You can be skiing. It has everything. It's great and loads of food.
Yeah, we haven't been to Europe or anything. When we travel, we usually just go to tropical islands. Like we've been to more than I can count, but we haven't been to like any place that doesn't have a beach. We don't really travel to at the moment. I'm trying to get her on board.
You definitely have to get over to Europe, man. Let me know if you do.
Right on.
What do we got here? Okay, a few more minutes in fast markets. Again, we got morning recap coming up next. Rising Star Saul will be joining us. Seen him on the big board lately. Just made some new highs in the ES, 67.45. Just printed. Looks like some stops did go off. 67.41 last trade. About the traveling, Aaron, has there ever been a place you've been with, not necessarily culture shock, but you're in a cafe trading in a country and they looked over your shoulder and said, "What the hell are you doing?" And it's just like been curiosity, interest, or it's just like, they wanted to see what is this craziness on the screen that you're looking at?
I don't think so, to be honest. I'm a bit weird. I don't really trade from like coffee shops because I feel like I just feel like a bit of a guru if I get out all my screens in a coffee shop. People are like, "Oh yeah, of course you're one of them." But I usually trade from home. But biggest culture shock places was going to Asia for the first time, even though it's absolutely beautiful. If you've never been before, it's definitely a shock at first, but it's absolutely worth a visit. But no, I've never, surprisingly, never really had anyone. Actually, that's a lie. People in Bali have come up and said, "Oh, we do that too," and they end up being like some crypto gurus or something. But no, very rarely, to be honest.
Very cool. All right, just looking at a 10-point sell-off there in ES as we trade 67.36. Let's see if the NASDAQ wants to follow through the downside here. No, 41.33 last trade in gold. Buyer step back in. And pin at the top of the chat, got the link for the group coaching. By all means, take advantage of that. You're not going to get that anywhere else. All right. I'm not seeing any trades. Not seeing any setups just yet. In the chat, where other markets are we looking at? Perhaps cleaner moves, cleaner price action outside of the typical five.
Sorry, Andre.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to jump in there. Crude. I think crude has potential to keep selling off.
Okay.
I mean, it's at a critical level in the daily mid to low 50s. It could keep going. I mean, it could just keep going into maybe a break at 55s. That's the next daily low. But it's setting a weak range on the daily. It's under the 50-day. And we've pretty much reversed that entire 2-day rally back to 62 that we saw at the beginning of or on the first test of 55. We're almost back to it. So maybe that's a market maybe I just
You're good, Brady. You're good, man. You're good. You've had a 400-point banger last week. This market yeah.
It's tricky, isn't it?
It is. It is. And that the rally yesterday.
Well,
I mean,
Crude is the trade,
Mhm.
and I took that trade, and it was a winning trade. Maybe it's telling me something.
Crude's whispering to you.
Oh,
Maybe
boy.
a little bit, yeah. Maybe I don't know. Do what's best for my trading. Maybe that means tying myself up with Crude for a little bit, bunking with Crude for a week or two.
Wow.
Things settle out.
Shacking up with the oil.
Check it up.
Yeah.
Yep. Like well, Aaron and Q. Aaron, have you found yourself? Be honest. How many NQ trades have you made just this week? This is day 2 of the trading week. More.
Only one. Only one.
Okay.
That was today. Only one. Where's my screen go, buddy? Yeah, only one.
Very good. Well, Dow continue to grind higher here, about 40 points off of those. I take a look at MBT. MBT last trade, 87,020. I mean, sloppy chart over there as well. It looked like the sellers wanted to come in. What do we have on the schedule for the day? Do we get the feed of the president pardoning the turkey? This is going to happen here in about 12 minutes. Initially, it was no. We will not get that, which is very sad. We got a 5-year auction at noon Central. No speakers that are scheduled. We did see who daily came out last minute. The Wall Street Journal yesterday, very dovish. That was not on the schedule, so we will be sure to keep you in tune here on Top Step. Still told no. That is an absolute shame. Gold, catching a little bit of a sell-off here. 41.30 last trade. $6 lower in this 5-minute candle.
Still hanging around 4% in the 10-year.
How's the old VIX looking? Still above 20?
No. I'm proud to inform you. No, the VIX is 1948 right now.
Oh, really? Okay, well, there goes the fun.
Yeah, for now.
VIX, we're looking at 30s. We're looking at 30s, square in the face, square in the eye. All right, 50-50 on the tilt. 73% long and Crude, and they just bought that dip in the ES right there. Pretty aggressively as well. A 7-point push higher here now. 8-point push, 67.43.
Wow.
Yeah, they sure did. They just stepped on the buy button.
Kind of just seems like this wants to just float up to 25,000. We just will not back off of it. Back into the overnight range here. Hey, chat, before fast market ends,
Yeah,
I appreciate everybody for keeping it light, keeping it fun. You guys are awesome, man. You guys are awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Good energy. Good energy.
They love it. They love trading. They love Braden. They love Aaron. They love this. They got passion for trading, man. Absolutely love it. Here we go. Can you talk about when you mean how does the VIX look? Basically, when I say how does the VIX, I just want to know what the price is. I think above 20 kind of gets you on alert, and as we get closer to 30, it's like, game on. Markets are going to be
above 20 is volatile. Above 30 is super volatile. Above 40 is like there is a clear reason it's doing it. I mean, there's a clear reason for it. Maybe Volmageddon's an exception, but I mean, there was a clear reason. It's crazy. The highest we've reached in the VIX since COVID.
April.
Let me show this real quick. No.
No? Oh.
Well, 1 second. Let me go out to day
We're in the
chart
40s,
here.
no?
We were.
40s. Yeah.
Wait,
Basically,
1
VIX.
second.
Some call it the fear index. Stands for volatility index. And
here we go.
Look
Here's
at
the
that.
VIX
This is why I like
since,
it.
so like if I put my cursor here above 40, you can see that that's highly unusual. It usually, anything above 20 historically is probably all right. But no, Andre, since COVID, this was the tariff tantrum here. But do you remember that one day in August of 2024 where the world economy was over for the first half of one Monday?
Japan?
Yep.
Yeah, that was amazing. What do we get to? What did it spike to?
65, baby.
All right,
We
that's
were
the
so
real
over
one.
and so back. Look at how thin that is. It's just one. These are day candles. Just one.
That's a real one right there.
Also, if we go back, this
New
is
highs.
the
It's zombie mode.
you can see the highest it spiked here was like Lehman collapse. Yeah, October 08 got up to 96. So that's probably the most of our trading careers. I don't doubt it
Yeah.
goes back. I've heard that the VIX on Black Monday was like 120.
That's a party.
It is.
That's
the day
scary.
Japan
That's
did
scary.
that.
That's not. That's
But
scary.
It's funny because you look at these huge things like financial crisis, COVID, the tariffs, but some of these other spikes, like the one I was looking for, is I believe this right here was like Volmageddon, right? 2018. Is that they sometimes are just not technical, but they just involve people being too into short volatility trades, getting blown out.
There you go. Nice job on the VIX. All right, fellas. Coming to an end here in fast markets. Again, we're not done. We got morning recap with Jay and Jack. Then we got Rising Star. Soul will be joining us again with Jay and JD. Again, make sure to check out Aaron Trey's 1:30 a.m. Central Time on Topstep TV. Braden, I want you to have a very nice Thanksgiving. Enjoy some time off. We'll see you again next week. Please keep us updated in the chat on how, if you do take some trades, how that comeback goes, Braden, though. But hell of a job, and happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Awesome. Aaron's good stuff. All right, we got morning recap coming up next. We're making new highs here in the ES. The zombie rally on. Looks like it. Will the NQ get up to 25,000? Actually stay there. We got 100 points to go. More coming at you. I don't think these markets are done. Tough morning so far. Let's stay after it. Keep grinding. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the morning recap. I am Jack, joined by Jay. Jay, how you been doing?
Doing good, Jack. Doing good, man. How are you?
I'm doing just fine right now. One day left before we get some Thanksgiving and some time off to reflect. But right now, we're going to reflect on these here trades. Jay, you were here this morning for opening call. What were we up to?
So we took, like we always do, the opening range trades in gold and crude oil. We actually did place both trades today. Gold triggered, so gold was an interesting one. The micros triggered a short, but the mini, the big contract triggered a long. So I like to follow what the bigger contract is doing. So we got into a long in gold. I think both trades would have gotten stopped out, but we got long above the high of the opening range. We were long from 41.4450. That trade gave us maybe 2 points in the profit before it turned around and got stopped out. Stop was down around 41.27. So stopped out there on that gold trade. And then the crude oil trade turned out to be a pretty good one. Same thing, 5-minute opening range. We're waiting for a candle close outside of that range. And in this trade, we got short right around 47.49, 57.49. We got short. The stop again here was 2 ATRs on a 5-minute chart, so 34 ticks in this case, which helped us out because we did take a look above the high of that opening range. And then once we got down to a 1-to-1, took that trade off for, I was short about I was short 5 contracts, so we made about $160 on that trade, stopping out right at these lows here. How did it go in fast markets, Jack?
I'm going to try my best to recap all of this because there was a whole lot going on today.
Yeah, I saw you were trading too.
Yes. And turns out the stop was fine. We not sure how that would have turned out, but probably not. If we go to my screens here, let's take a look first because I don't have CL on live. Braden came in with a position from overnight. He was short 58.56 at some point last night, presumably in this area here. Had a big sell-off in the morning. He covered while we were early in fast markets. I don't know exactly at what price, but it was somewhere in this area. He was up about $700 on that trade. Sledding was tougher in the equities. So we were looking a lot at this 50-day moving average, and it turns out the play, if you were going to sell it, was to do it right on the open. We got just above it at a pretty, it's hard to remember now with how much we've gone up, but like a pretty serious sell-off here. On the retrace, Braden got short in the MNQ. Once it broke above here, I got short 3 MES in this area right here. We covered 2 on this dump. We added 1, covered that. So we ended up short 1 MES from about 67.16 or so. We tried to defend the 50-day moving average here. It did come out and stop us out before retracing, but now, of course, we're higher than that. So 50-day moving average, nothing for me anymore. During this time, if we go to the MNQ, Braden was of a similar mindset here where he was basically looking for the breakdowns. Now, he made a number of trades, so it's tough for me to know exactly where, but he was kind of adding into these breakdowns. And of course, that wasn't really working today, but it happens. Let me know in chat. I forget where Braden ended up. Let me know in chat if you know that. I don't want to mischaracterize it. But Aaron, let's go over to the GC. Wow, that's popping good now.
Yes, it is.
While Braden and I were dicking around in the equities, Aaron took a great gold trade. Let me see if I can read my own handwriting here. Bought 17. Okay, where's 17? Well, that's a good trade. So I think he bought it maybe over here because it was closer. It was earlier in the session, and that worked out. He was flat. Aaron was up on the day once again. I think like $400. Okay, so Braden was minus 1,400, and then a lot of movement in gold right now. Let's check in on the equities really quick.
Yeah, real
By the way,
quick,
the
Jack.
result.
That movement on the equities is a headline coming out here. White House senior advisor Hassett emerges as the top pick as the Fed chair as the search nears its end. So that's just coming out. I think that's what we just saw, that pop in gold there. But you're going back to the equities here.
Yeah, well, Hassett's been sort of the leading candidate, or at least on the betting sites like Polymarket for quite some time.
Okay.
I'd prefer Waller, but gonna do what you got to do.
Yeah.
By the way, after all that in the house account, we lost $66 on that trade, so that's where we stand there. Busy markets today, Jay.
Okay.
Are you gonna be trading anymore?
We'll see. We will see. I did take a short in the S&P. One of the things we talked about during the opening call was a potential pullback to the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. We didn't get exactly down there, but I did take that short into it. You can see this white line here. But now it kind of just looks like a grind up day. So we'll see. I know we have Sewell coming on. Sewell is a great trader. So if we put anything on there, we'll take a look. But as we get closer to the holiday, Jack, I try to remind myself, if I got some money and I'm up on the day, to be patient and don't want to ruin the holidays with any poor trades, especially after making some money. If I came in with some losses, then that's okay. We lock it up. But we will see. We'll see what the markets present.
We'll see. The next point of resistance I might have in this way up is around 67.66, which would be this 67.50 SPX level. If we keep going there, with the Hassett news, they expect him to be pretty accommodative. That being said, it's kind of clear that was going to be the case no matter what, but maybe a little more so than Waller. So we're seeing a pop in equities, gold, etc. All right, Jay. Well, thanks for helping us out with the recap this morning.
Thank you, Jack. And if I don't see you, enjoy the holiday, enjoy some time off. I think we all need it. But we've got another great segment coming up here.
Especially in the markets, we do. Coming up next is Coach Jay. Sewell and JD will be in here for a little bit of Rising Star. Looking forward to that. Sewell knows his stuff, so this should be fun. We'll be back in just a few minutes. This is TopstepTV. Stay safe out there. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon. Welcome back to TopstepTV. We got a rising star with us. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Sewell, our rising star, and I'm just reading this in the Chiron. A birthday boy, JD.
Oh,
Is today your birthday? Is today your birthday, JD? Happy birthday, man!
It's a special day in my house today. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jay.
Rising star.
Happy
and
birthday.
a birthday boy. Happy birthday, JD. Happy birthday. Well, thanks for sharing your birthday with us. Sewell, tuning in from Belgium. How are we doing today? How are you looking at the markets? I know you were talking about potentially looking at a long in the green room. What is going on, Sewell?
Yes. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah. Currently in Belgium, so 6-hour time difference, which is kind of nice for trading American hours, to be honest. It's late afternoon and New York open, kind of cozy. But yeah, so today, a little bit of upside theory here. So I think we're going to get to 25K. I mean, that looks kind of obvious now. We're very close to it. A good long would have been at the lows here to grab off the 1-hour bottom booking here. We had a lot of volume coming on this 1-hour chart. So you can see here, as a volume trader, you want to follow the volume signals. Huge 1-hour candle, one bottom wick here. Another retest of that body we got over there on the wick, right? Pretty much confirming we're going to go see 25,000 plus today. Past 25,000 though, like how much? We go to the 4-hour chart on our trading, or not trading view, our Topstep X here. Right, delete some of these lines. You can see here we got a volume node at 25,250. Is that going to happen today? Probably not. Is that going to happen by Friday? Potentially, right? Or maybe by next week. So there's a little bit of a change in pattern forming here because we've been in this downwards trend for a few weeks now. And if it was going to continue the downwards trend, it should have seen a fat smack continuation to take out yesterday's lows today, right? Yesterday's lows would be right over here, okay? And it's pretty much changed that, at least a little bit. It's consolidating here now, and it's getting some higher time frame 4-hour candle bottom wick. So I start to place bets on longs, right? I actually bought call options at the lows here. And, honestly, I was talking in the green room here. It really doesn't matter. I could, where's the market buy here? Let me just buy in here right now. Really doesn't matter. 1NQ, take a long. My take profit would be right above somewhere here, right? Now, this isn't a good entry, right? Realistically, I should have bought at the lows here, but and my stop would be right here. But this is pretty much what I would be expecting for the day's session today. And if I was swing trading this, I'd be going for much higher. To be honest, I'd be going for at least up here into this low value area. So, yeah,
okay,
that's what I would be doing.
Gotcha.
So, yeah,
so
for
in a long,
session,
very good.
go for that. Yeah.
Long in the NASDAQ right now from 24,941.75. And with this, because you were saying something in the green room, right? It's not really trading your gut; it's trading a theory. So the theory is either I'm right on this or I'm wrong on this. How do you manage risk in that, right? Because a lot of the times, so one of the things we say is, I can know exactly where the market is going to go, but how do I make money in that? How do you manage risk with a trade like that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I mean, obviously, where's my stop right now? It's the day's lows, right? So would I typically take this trade? No, I'm just doing it for the example of trading the theory and trying to prove a point here. But when you're trading a theory, you want to take your entry where your risk is tighter, So ideally, if you're going to go long, you want to buy those dips, right? You want to buy a drop where it's getting low to a low value node. Like we had in this morning, 700, 600s. And then your entry is, let's say you long 700, your risk is only 100 points, right, to 600. Now my risk is 300 points because I'm not going to move my stop. If I'm wrong about today, it's got to take the day's lows out. My theory is we're going to close the day green. We've started red. We're going to flip the day green, and we're at least going to close the day green and at least tag 25,000. So I actually am long, on my personal account and my IBKR, my broker. I bought calls and I entered those positions when this was at the lows here, right? I was in my Discord as well with my community. I was just telling them I'm buying 700, and I faced 100 points of drawdown. I was actually down quite a bit, but my theory was, okay, this price range is going to hold. When it starts moving away from me, then I'll move my stop up to break even because these entries are low enough to where I can play break even. But even if you play the low here, is pretty much what you want to do to ensure that your theory is wrong, because you want to make sure when you're trading a theory, your stop is where the theory is wrong and not your dollar amount. Now 67.90 minus on a 50K account, the account's blown up at like I think 2,500, right? Which is way up here.
Right. Right.
Yep.
So,
So-
if in this case, if somebody, and again, anything we say on this show is for educational purposes only, not trading or investment advice. But if somebody was taking this trade, right, then at that point you think about the account management, and you like you're saying, the theory is invalidated at the low of the day, but then you decide,
Yes.
for the account that you're trading, what contract size fits that theory, right? So if my stop needs to be
Exactly.
at the low of the day, even though this would be an inverse risk to reward trade, the theory is that this is going to 25,000. So invalidate that theory. I could sit through, 90% of drawdown, and it's still going to not invalidate until it hits that low. So you likely take this trade with a micro or two instead of a mini for the account to be able to facilitate that swing.
Yeah, and actually, I can do that right now too. Let me see. How does that work? Oh, that's another NQ. I don't want to do that. Sorry. I typically chart trades, so I'm not.
Okay.
Let me go to market here. Okay, there we go. So we can do that on the micro tier. Like, let's put our take profit up there and our stop down here, like you said. $670 loss. Now, also, like you said, inverted risk reward ratio. Is this a trade you take? No, because you want to take trades where you're getting, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, etc. That's just good decision making. You want to take something that's, what is this, like 0.1 to 1, right? You're risking, all this to make a small amount. So yeah, but this is just, for the stream, just showing that my theory is 25,000. I have a fresh account here. I'll just play the theory out, see if we get it by close.
Got you. Awesome stuff. JD, what's going on? Birthday boy, how we doing over there? How are you looking at the markets right now, JD, if at all? Are you planning
Just watching this melt up, we're seeing just watching this melt up, we're seeing volume and volatility dry up. It's just creeping higher, as markets tend to do on holiday weeks. We talked about this yesterday, Jay. Just the crawl, slow creep higher all week long into the long weekend.
Yes, we did.
We're seeing it right now. So here we are. We're sitting on the highs in the ES. What's the NQ doing? How close are we to the highs in the NQ?
NASDAQ's
Very
pretty much
close.
right below settlement right here. Settlement 24,948 quarter. Made a high of the day 24. What price was that? Oh, we made it
Little
over. We
dip
had
off
some red
settlement.
lights.
Little dip off settlement price might be your opportunity to get in on the long side of this market. Again, this is not trading advice. I've got a 9-period EMA at about 24,920. Maybe if we see a little dip off settlement price, we could jump in on this long too. I like it.
Yep. Ideally, you should have entered at the morning drop, right? That was the best. And I'll tell you why this was the entry where I actually bought my calls today on SPX. Because when I zoom out the chart and we look at the visible range volume profile, okay, a couple things, right? So again, I like to chart and I like to trade off trading view. That's just my thing. It's something I've used for years, so I'm used to it. And there's some indicators I use, like a daily candle overlay. But what I will say here, right, if we go to the daily chart, is we'll mark like the halfway point of the daily bar, yesterday's bar, right? It's about there, okay? We go to the 1 hour and we put on the visible range, and we also put on the fixed range, and we'll start it from today's the 25th, right? Yeah. So we'll do it from
correct.
What time is this? Whatever. We'll just do it from here, right? This is the So you can kind of see here that from yesterday's session, we came down all the way to this low value area. Okay. So there's not a lot of value being traded here from this entire price range, right? We can mark it out like this. Okay. So you can see here that this is the midway point of daily candle. Okay. You can see here that this yesterday's low value area was also coincidentally right alongside the midway point of yesterday's daily candle. Okay, so there's a little bit of confluence along there because like 50% discounted, price, whatever. And you have, from a volume profile standpoint, yesterday you had the low value area. This would be like literally the developing value area, the 70%, 1 standard deviation. This would be the value area low. For some reason, the fixed range indicator does not let you have the VL VH that I look at, right? I look at the VL VH and POC, but it is
Okay.
there if you look at your trading view indicator, right? So this is where the VL was. I think it was like 650 actually, the exact price on trading view. It was like 650 was the VL. So 650, 700 was yesterday's midpoint. A lot of confluence to go along there, right? I mean, come on. There's a double whammy. So basically, and another thing too is that you have a, if you go to the 4-hour chart here, okay? Now my chart's getting a little bit messy. Sorry, I'm going to try cleaning this up here. We'll move that. You can see here that, zooming out a bit, when I typically look at my trades, I do it on my phone because I like a smaller screen and it automatically forces me to be zoomed out, right? I literally use my iPhone here. This is what I typically trade off of. And I do that intentionally. This is not because I'm lazy or anything. I do it very intentionally. It's because I want to see more data on a smaller screen. So I'm always forced to be zoomed out. And forcing myself to be zoomed out will let me see that, okay, from a zoomed out perspective of the visible range volume profile, right? Like even more, we can go this far out, okay? You can see that we came to the edge, right? The edge of this large volume node that we're trading. So yesterday we came to the center, we came down to the edge today. So what's the next logical step? It's going to pivot from the middle to the edge and probably traverse all the way to the other edge from a swing trading perspective. It's not going to happen today. I doubt it. But I think over like, you know, the next week, it's going to happen. So, because especially the pattern we've been in, you know, I don't typically draw trend lines. You can do this if you want, but I just eyeball it. You know, we're in a downward slope, right? Is it going to continue it now or is it going to go higher? Like, how would you know? Well, we also on the daily time frame, we can go to the daily now. We had a high volume influx at the lows here, okay? A lot of volume on this bounce. And actually, I think NQ is typically what I look at for volume analysis. So if we go to the NQ chart here, we can see that, hold on, let me zoom out a bit. Yeah. We can see that we haven't had this amount of volume since the April lows. It's almost the same amount, right? It's very high. Or also October, right? When we had our last major pivot bounce. So a huge amount of volume came into the lows. I mean, there's a chance that this might be the lows before it starts going back towards all-time highs, or at least the 25 900s, right? So that's something that you have to think about in your head when you're looking for longs. And I'm kind of looking at all that information at once, if that makes sense. You know, because I've been doing this for a long time and I've been using the system for a long time. So I'm not going through like a pen and paper checklist of this. It's just automatic for me at this point. But that's what I'm looking at. That's why also here, like I said, you can just long here, it doesn't matter. It's going to go to the 25K target, and that's your bet really for the session. You're not going for higher than that in the session. That's low probability.
There is 25,000 right there in the NASDAQ, 25,001. Sewell in this long,
we can just take it
came
there.
on, put the trade on, and took it off from there. So I want to talk a little bit about that trade. Great trade, by the way. Really great trade.
This is
You
just,
said it in the beginning, right?
just a relentless
Go ahead,
grind
David.
higher right now. Yeah, just a relentless grind higher right now. It's not stopping. So excellent trade, by the way, Sewell. Excellent.
Nonstop grind higher. 25,002 was the new high of the day in the NASDAQ. Continuing to grind higher here. The NASDAQ is now green on the day. Let me take a look at NVIDIA, because NVIDIA at one point was down about 7% on the day. So Sewell, I want to ask you something. The analysis and the theory that you have, right? Because a lot of times what happens is traders will come in to a chart. Maybe I had an analysis from last night and I said, hey, the market should do X, Y, and Z. But by the time I get to my charts to actually trade it, it's already done, let's say 70% of what I was looking for the market to actually do. At that point, do you say, hey, the risk is not worth the reward on this trade? Because you came in, you said, hey, I'm just going to put this on for the theory. But if this was your actual money or a live account or anything like that, are there adjustments that you make to take the remaining percentage of the trade? Or do you say, hey, you know what, that opportunity is already 70% to the profit target. It's not worth the reward for the risk that I have to take, because the risk is low a day invalidation. Does that question make sense?
Great question. Yeah, no, it does. Because then you're losing so much more money, right? So no, I typically
Right.
wouldn't take the trade because I always ask myself, why didn't I take it where I was supposed to take it? And then I
Okay.
just
Got you.
it becomes more of like I'm not interested in making money anymore in the day. I'm not even interested in playing the theory. I already failed playing the theory because my theory was it was
Right.
supposed to do that. My entry was supposed to be in the somewhere in this lower region, right? Not saying perfect bottom, but at least 700. That's literally where I took my actual trade today. It was off 713.
Right.
So on my personal cash account and my IBKR. But the live account has a daily loss limit too, so you got to play around that. That's a little bit of a different game with the daily loss limit. Like my personal account, I don't use the daily loss limit, and I trade higher. I trade 3 to 6 minis, and
Okay.
that can become a little bit difficult. So you got to play around that too. But yeah, in my personal account, I'm more discretionary. So yeah, maybe I'll take this like skewed ratio because I'm trading the theory, and it's like I have so much confidence in my theories at this point that for some reason, if I didn't buy it at 713, I would have been fine buying it at 830. Honestly, I would have been. Why didn't I do that? Maybe it was because of some stupid fear reason. I don't know, but I probably would still take the trade on my own cash account where I have full discretion over the risk.
You have the room. Right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
have the room. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Great point here. We made new highs in the S&P as well. 67, 69 half, high of the day now in the S&P, trading 67, 65. 25, 17 new high in the NASDAQ, currently trading about 9 points off of that right now. A great trade there by Sewell. Just continuing to see these markets grind up. Just want to remind everyone, we saw that 1,000 lot on the bid in the S&P, 66.78 this morning. That got filled and pretty much set the low. So a lot of times people ask, hey, why do you guys pay attention to some of the bigger orders on the depth of market? It's not so much just because the order is out there. It's the market's response to those orders, right? That was a passive buyer absorbing a ton of selling, and we see what the market has done since that fill. There was a ton of size getting traded at the lows in the NASDAQ as well, all the way down to 600s. Shout out to Coach Vince with the target on the opening call this morning. And it has been a 400-point rally to the upside from that price. Great trade there.
Full
So
disclosure,
now what do
we
you
have
do, right?
full disclosure, we have no intent of the traders that put those 1,000 lots in. They could be hedging against other positions. We have no idea what they're doing. But when you see those big orders come in on the ladder, they're there for a reason. They want to get filled, right? There's not a whole lot of spoofing left going on the ladder. That's why I'm a big proponent of watching the ladder too. When you see those big orders, pay attention. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, JD. Absolutely. I know you're reading the ladder all the time, JD. Seeing what's out there because the market is definitely going to respond to it. Volume moves the market here. Seeing the Nasdaq pull back just a little bit, 24,993. Took a look at Nvidia. It's still down 3.5% on the day. Let's take a quick look at the tilt, and then Sewell, I got some more questions about developing a theory for the day. Tilt right now pretty much 50-50 in the equities, 65% long in crude oil and 63% long in gold. Gold last trade 41.4850. Crude oil is 57.82 last trade over there. So Sewell, there's a question in the chat for you. Is your whole theory based off of price action? Price action and volume, it sounds like.
No, I don't trade price action. Not price action. Price action to me is the candles moving up and down, right? And so like how they're moving.
Right.
I don't trade price. I used to at the beginning of my career, but I don't think price action trading gives you high expected value for long-term trading. I use candlesticks to gauge momentum, and I use them to confirm how correct I am or give me like more of an edge in whether my theory is correct or not, if that makes sense. What I primarily look at when I'm trading, okay, with candlesticks is historical data, right? So if something, we know a few things about the indices. They like to traverse higher over time. So, most of the time you're going to find bottoms, and you're also going to be like looking at these prior bottom looks. You're going to look at this data on the candlestick chart on the daily, and you're going to say, okay, this is obviously a point of strong support. And there's very common patterns in, NQ, for example, or even ES, where it'll take a low by a tick or two and then bounce it, right? So that's the stuff I look at on candlesticks, is sort of that pattern, if you want to call it. Like, what's the pattern in play? What's the slope of the market? Is it a downward slope? Is it an upward slope? Are we an uptrend, downtrend? Are we like in a very big sort of weird ranging market? Maybe we have like a huge range. I don't care necessarily about candlesticks moving up and down. Why? Because, for example, this long I took this morning, I was sitting on the 1 hour chart, which is the lowest time frame I will sit personally, for signal candles, for the signal of whether I'm right about my theory or not. And it's a huge red candle, and I press buy at 713, and it goes down to 600. Okay. Now, why am I not panicking? Why am I still confident? Because my theory was it's not going to go for the prior day low. If it is, I'm wrong.
Okay.
And my whole upside theory has crumbled. So my theory was I'll buy calls and I'll go long here at 713. I'll wait for the 1 hour to close, and hopefully it closes in a fashion that gives me the confidence that I'm right. And so I bought at 713 based off the volume profile, right? Based off the nodes from everything I was talking about, right? It's the halfway point of the prior day, big green bar we had on the daily candle. It's the prior day session value area low. The actual value area low was there around that area. It's the bigger picture zoomed out, visible range volume profile edge, right? When we go all the way zoomed out, that's the edge of the node, right? If you and what I mean by the edge is if you block this entire thing out, right? This is where most of the volume is traded. Okay, most of the volume is traded in this area, right? And let me change the color on that. Let's do yellow. Opacity up, right? Most of the volume is traded in this middle region, right? So the edges are going to be right here, okay, of this volume profile node. So I'm trying to capture an entry purely based off that information that I'm talking about there. The candlestick comes afterwards. Like after the 1 hour close, I'm literally sitting in the cafe today taking that trade, and I'm looking at the 1 hour close. I'm like, okay, I'm 100% correct. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Like, there's no way I'm wrong about my theory because of how egregious this 1 hour bottom wick is, and it has the volume behind it. I'm not even going to like think about this anymore. I'm just going to let this play out for the rest of the day.
So what do you say to somebody that says 200 points of risk is crazy in the NASDAQ?
They're inexperienced. I mean, the VIX, they probably don't even know about volatility and how that works, but the VIX right now is, I think, above 20. That's normal. I mean, in 20 VIX environment, 22, 23, 24, you're going to face a 100-point drawdown a lot if you're right. Because it's foolish to assume you're always going to have perfect entries, always. You're going to have, even if you're like the best trader in the world, you're probably going to have perfect entries 10 or 20% of the time. So what about the other like 80%, 70% of the time? You can still have good trades. You might just not have perfect entries. And so because you don't have perfect entries, your theory might be sound, your logic might be good, your expected value might still be 3 times your risk, but maybe your risk is wider because of that not perfect entry. Like today, I had 100 points of drawdown, but I'm capturing 300 points of upside, So 400, 500 points, whatever my take profit was.
What I'd say to that question all the time, because it does sound crazy, right? Especially if you have traders that are looking for smaller size on their trades. But if you put the whole puzzle together for what Sewell was talking about here, right? You're taking the trades on an hourly chart. If I look at the hourly, and if we can pull my charts up here for a second, just so we can see, if I trade on the hourly and I look at the first hour candle, right, from the session open, the hourly ATR in the NASDAQ is 92 points. So if I'm basing my trade on that time frame, and maybe I have a perfect trade entry, perfect trade location, then I see no downside. If I'm basing my trade off of an hourly and my stop is anything inside of that hourly range, then my trade is susceptible to any kind of normal market fluctuations, right? But what Sewell's stop is kind of twice that hourly range, right? If you go with a 200-point stop, the hourly ATR is 92, so you're almost 2 ATRs out. So you really have to be wrong on this trade idea and maybe not be so specific with where your trade entries are, right? A lot of times I think what happens is traders will try to trade with a tight stop, right? I trade the NASDAQ with a 10-point stop, and it's hard to do that because what time frame can you find that has, and I'm saying that as somebody who's done it before, right? Where it's just like, hey, I don't want to lose a whole lot of money. But that's where we kind of go back to, risk is relative, right? It's, is 200 points on one mini NASDAQ sounds crazy, but On a micro, maybe not as much. So risk is all relative, right? It's relative to the time frame that you're trading, to the account size that you're trading, to the contracts that you're trading. So it may sound crazy,
Absolutely.
but it's not just a dollar amount risk. So good point there.
It's all subjective. You've hit the nail on the head, because to someone that risk dollar amount is nothing, to somebody else it's everything, right? It literally depends on your
Right.
account size and how, where you are with scale, like, you know, your comfortability with money, what kind of money you deal with in your life. There's so many factors and levels to this, because I always think about it like, okay, 3NQ losing 5K or 10K on a day to me might be like a big loss. To some guy trading 30NQ, that's nothing, right? Like there's
Right.
levels
That's
to
just a
this.
normal
So
day.
it's just a normal
Just a
day,
normal day.
right? Or it's like a normal drawdown before his trade theory is even wrong. So to me, and like you said, right, just parroting off what you're saying here, you're absolutely right. It's all subjective. So if to you that sounds like a lot of risks, just dial down the contract size. That's all you got to do. And
100%.
if it's still a lot of risk, right, like a 100-point drawdown, well, then maybe the strategy isn't for you. Like, I'm not against whatever, you know, people have all kinds of strategy. Do whatever you want, right? Maybe 10-point scalping
Right.
works for you and all this stuff. You just got to figure it out and stick to the most important thing is you got to stick to a strategy, one strategy, be consistent with it. And when you lose, don't change it just because you lost. Try to figure out, is the strategy bad, or is this just me losing because there's going to be losses along the way? I have to lose. You can't win 100% of the time.
100%. The strategy right now is to find a place to buy it because the markets are continuing to grind up here. 25,045 last trade in the NASDAQ, 67.71 half last trade in the S&P, made a high of the day, 67.72 quarter, and getting ready to continue to grind higher here. We're going to come back to the chart. New highs, JD. Where can we buy it?
Any price,
You wanna
really. It
sort-
depends. So if you want to talk about where can you buy it, this all comes down to perspective. If you want to talk about perspective again, right? From a day trading perspective, if we're talking about the singular session that ends at 4 p.m., okay, is this a good entry to buy here? Probably not. Most of the day's expected value this day is probably fulfilled, right? Most of it. But if we're talking about 2 or 3 days ahead in the future, is the market bottomed out? The first question you have to ask is, has the market found a bottom in November 20th? If that's the case, then where is the expected value? Well, it's going to be this all-time highs, right? My eye automatically goes here. So then it becomes a game of like, okay, well, again, it's all perspective. If you're buying here, are you really buying a bad? And this is something you do in your personal account, obviously, right? Probably, but
yeah,
is this really like that bad of an entry? Well, I mean, now it's a 1 to 2, right? Or it's a 1.2. It's not the best. 1.3. It's really not the best, but it's still not terrible. You know, if you're going for all this upside, and you're marking this as the low before it gets up there. So what I like to do as a trader, and this is a good point to say, is I like to create these binary outcomes in my head. I want to know exactly where I'm wrong, and I want to know what I'm going for and exactly where I'm right. And I want to make it very binary. I don't want to have like 10 different decisions. I just want to know, okay, this is where I'm wrong, this is where I'm right. Am I okay with the dollar risk? Am I okay with all that? Cool. Take the trade. If not, skip it. So right now, would I take a long again? Well, my theory was 25K for the session. Do I think it's going to traverse higher and go all the way up by 4? What time is it in the US right now? Sorry, I got to look at my world clock.
11:40 Central Time. 11:39 Central Time. Yeah.
11:39 Central, so 12:40 Eastern. Yeah, maybe, but it's also there's a chance it just starts to pin here. Maybe it rejects a little and starts to pin around the session's highest volume node, which was where was that at? Let's see the fixed range.
Really quick here, we just
sorry.
saw on the offer in the NASDAQ, 25,056, 200 lot filled on the offer there. So that could give us a little bit of a pullback here. Watching some of the size on the books, we got 100 lot here at 2540. That just got filled, and another one down at 2530. That has the potential to give us a little bit of a pullback here. Again, reading how the market responds to some of this size, we saw it down at the lows of the S&P, 1,000 lot filled there, and we were up almost 100 points from that order getting filled. Seeing some size now filled on the offer here in the S&P. Let's see how the market responds to it. So I'm going to come back to your charts really quick, but we do want to bring in some news. Prices on wholesale goods are pushing inflation higher. What do we got, Gabe?
On Tuesday, a Bureau of Labor Statistics report revealed that prices for wholesale goods jumped 0.9% in September. That's the biggest increase in more than a year and a half. Prices for wholesale services, however, stayed flat. Energy costs played a big role for the increase, notably sharp rises in gas prices. Federal Reserve officials are split on if they should lower interest rates again. Policymakers plan to meet in December to assess possible future rate cuts.
Thank you for that, Gabe. All right, so back to your strategy here. You got a question in the chat.
Yes.
What got him into the what got you into trading this type of strategy, right? How many iterations of the strategy did you have to do? And also, chat, be nice to each other. I don't want to have to mute anybody. Go ahead, Phil.
A lot of egos in chat, right? A lot of people fighting over
Right.
who's right, who's wrong. No, but great question. Whoever asked that, yeah. So I've done all the strategies. Every single strategy you can think of, I've already done it. And so this is basically a culmination of me going through the entire process. Along the way of my trading career, I've met some fantastic individuals, some very intelligent individuals, and I've worked with them who have, some of them have more experience than me. Like one of my friends, Forrest, and he taught me some things about volume analysis and more like macro theory and things like that. So this is a culmination of everything, and I've weeded out all the BS. Personally, what I consider doesn't work. Maybe it works for some other people, but I had a lot of indicators. I used different things, and I kind of cut all that crap out. And this is what I was left with, after half a decade, basically, of going through all kinds of strategies and indicators and everything of that nature. So, yeah, half a decade.
Filtering. And I think, what was important in what you said there, and JD, I'm curious on your opinion on this as well, right? It may work for somebody else, right? But if it's, somebody says, hey, moving averages work, or VWAP works, or this works, or that works, I think the real answer is there isn't a strategy that works. There's a strategy that works for you specifically as a trader that you can say, hey, I can implement this to a high probability and expect a result from it. But, if you try to trade exactly like someone else, it's going to kind of be hard to do because you have to understand it the way it makes sense to you. JD, what do you think about that, right?
I like your style. So
is there a strategy that works?
I'm of the belief that there is no substitute for screen time. You're going to figure out what your strategy is. You can learn from other people. You could follow other people for a little while. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to is figuring out your own style of trading. When do you like to trade? What markets you like to trade? What kind of movement are you looking for in the market? There's tons of nuance, and it's very subjective. I love what Sewell's doing here. But again, just like Jay said, what works for me isn't going to work for you, and everything works until it doesn't kind of scenario. So just keep her in the tape, keep looking at the charts. You'll find your zone soon enough, just stick with it. That's all I got to say about it.
Yeah.
When it comes to
Agreed.
discovering
And
a
to
strategy,
clarify, yeah, to clarify, that's why I don't bash on anyone's strategy. When I say it's BS, it's like for me, right? Like for somebody else, it might work. And that's the thing about trading. You just got to figure out what works for you. Somebody might look at what I'm doing and they're like, this is BS. Right? I'm like, okay.
Yeah. You could follow gurus all day long, pay tons of money to get trading signals and whatnot, and they might work for a little bit, but at the end of the day, they're all horseshit because it's not your style. Find your style and go with it.
You got to find your style and what works. Actually, I know a person who all he does, his name's Quad. He's like an older gentleman in his 70s, and he's retired. He just trades as a hobby, but he makes probably 3 to 5K a month USD.
Mm-hmm.
And all he does, it takes 50-point scalps every day with one micro.
Perfect.
And it's like, he knows my strategy. He knows everything what I say. He just refuses to adjust, but it works. I mean, it works for him. He makes a living off of doing that, and he does well. And it's like, I can't see why he does this, but it's like, okay, but it works for him. Who am I to question that, right? So good, keep doing it,
Yep.
Absolutely. Seeing
he
a
has
little bit of a pullback here. Go ahead, Sewell.
He has like a very strict way of doing it, like 50-point take profit, 50-point stop, which is like something that I also don't believe in, but it works. So, yeah.
Hey, it's like, doesn't have to make sense to you. It just has to make money for somebody else. Seeing that pullback here, that 200 lot did get filled, 25.56 in the NASDAQ, trading 20 points lower than it right now, 25.37 last trade there, 67.70 half last trade in the S&P. Chat, let's do a little vibe check. How are we doing today? Are we up on the day, down on the day? Anything that we learned from the day? Anyone just kind of getting ready for Turkey Day? JD, we were talking about styles. It's your birthday today, man. What is JD's style of birthday cake? What do you usually go with?
Pretty quiet. Wife made some cupcakes yesterday. That's going to be the birthday cake. Just a cupcake.
Nice.
Real chill.
Nice.
I'm not
What flavor?
I'm not a huge birthday kind of guy, you know.
Okay. Okay.
What
So
flavor
now
of the
we have to
cupcake?
sing happy birthday to JD. Yeah, right? Good question, Sewell.
Yeah. Chocolate or vanilla? I mean, or is it something special?
A little bit of both. I like a chocolate frosting, vanilla cake. Mix it up a bit. Not sure what we're gonna have
There
for
you go.
supper yet. It's dinner to
I
most
think I
of
might
you.
have to. I think I might have to pull out some of my Belgian chocolates. I gotta need those. I'm getting.
Ooh, look at that.
Oh. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Seeing a little bit of a pullback still here in the equities. The way that order got filled, speaking of trading styles and things like that, I would not be surprised from the high of that move if we get 100-point pullback from that high. Not a guarantee, but
Think
just
so?
looking at how that volume got filled up there, yeah, I would not be surprised.
It looked like we
We're
were
already
poised for a
seeing-
move. Pulled back a little again. Looked like we were about to hit a new high in the ES, and now we're dipping again. So here we go. Buying opportunity
real
on the horizon.
quick, I'm gonna
potentially.
offload my SPX calls because I just realized I got in the money. So
Nice.
I'm gonna sell those. Yeah. That was my plan.
Nice
Once
trade
we get
there.
67.50,
Nice.
I'm out. So I had 7 contracts at 12.60, and I just sold them at 31 and some change.
Well done.
Good stuff, man.
Well done.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Seeing that pullback here still in the equities, 25.18 last trade there, 67, 66, 75 last trade in the S&P. Dan Emmons is looking for the lows of the day to come back in. That would be a hell of a day. I mean, we've seen
It would be an
crazier things
impressive
happen.
move,
Yeah, we've seen crazier things happen. What was that? Friday? Was Friday the crazy day we had? It was that major sell-off where the NASDAQ was up 2.5% to open the day and
Yep.
had a 5% swing. So anything can happen. And I think the way that volume filled at that high is a little bit of a sign. Now, if we don't see buyers step back up, that 25,000 level is going to be a major level there. We are kind of extended from VWAP 24,811 is New York session VWAP on the day. We're kind of extended. So if we do see sellers coming in, that could be a pretty nice pullback here. Let's see if buyers are strong enough to hold us above 25,000. So wanted to ask, so you said you were in Belgium, not normally from Belgium, traveling. We just had Aaron on, who is our resident gold trader and our traveling trader. How often do you travel and trade? And is there any adjustments you have to make while you're doing that?
Yeah, so I would say now more than ever, I'm starting to travel and trade a lot more. The adjustments you
Okay.
have to make are be adjusted to time zones, of course. You want to be
Right.
You want to know when settlement open's going to be, which is I'm always linked to Eastern time for myself, so I'm always thinking about 6 p.m. Eastern and 9:30 a.m. Eastern for New York Open. So here so I'm more of a night owl, and I like to sleep in, honestly, and so
Okay.
I like how we're opening at 3 p.m. here for New York session. It's 3 p.m. here, and then
Makes sense.
it's a 6-hour time difference, right? So it's nice. I mean, I think a lot of people who are Americans who travel abroad, especially in Europe, they like the time zones here. It's very chill.
Yep. Yeah, middle of the day, you get to get your breakfast in and hang out a little bit, and then the markets open up.
Exactly.
Good call there.
Yeah.
Good call. Let's see, a little bit of a pullback.
And speaking about
here,
the charts real
25,
quick,
20
by the way,
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
if you don't mind me saying, I want to make a little observation here. So this session volume profile, right? I anchored it to the start of today's session or roundabout, right? It's a P-shaped, we call it P, as in Panther, right? P-shaped volume profile. And it's telling me there's a lot of accumulation or really a lot of participation at the highs here, right? So, we're kind of somebody mentioned the market reversing because they probably looked at it doing that multiple times in the past, right? They made the highs here and then it reversed. But this is what you got to realize is that one, we've been in this pattern forever already. So if we go to the 4-hour chart, you can kind of see he's basically trying to say this downward slow pattern is going to play out again. It might, right? But when you look at the volume profile, this is where you can get a little bit more edge. You can start to see what's different between now and prior sessions. Okay, so if we go back to the 1 hour here and we kind of, what was the start of this session? 1600, November 19th. Okay, so that's going to be, right around here till right around here, right? We can kind of see that, and then let's actually paint this session right here. Okay, so we can kind of see how the volume profiles have been changing right now. Let me actually, sorry, there's so many, I've got to fix all the lines and stuff so people don't get confused. There's all the lines. Okay, remove that. There we go. Okay, so we can see here on November 18th, right, we had this D-shaped distribution, sort of a D shape. And a D shape is more of a normal distribution. It's when you have most of the volume accumulating in the middle and less on the edges, right? So we call this a D shape. And when we went up on this day here, we had a very fat tail rejection on the 4 hour with most of the volume accumulated at the highs, right? And you can kind of even see in the overnight session, it was rejecting already and forming a little bit of this like double top pattern here, right? But we also had a very strong pull from that prior session POC, right? Where my crosshair is right now. That prior day,
Right.
the immediate prior day, its POC was there. Okay, so all the participation was at 24,700, and it's rejecting at 25,180. Okay, so there's actually, with my system, right, there's actually already expected value from here to here, right? Prior day POC, because typically I don't even want to go long unless I'm buying off the prior day or close to the prior day POC, right? So if I'm going long, I want to do prior day POC or prior day VL at least, right? And so at the minimum, I would have wanted to take a long there. So this is why that short, really happened, because most of the volume was heavily accumulated at this price. And we can see here with that momentum, it really carried through on the hires. What is the difference here, I'd ask you, right? I mean, just think about this for a second. The difference here is substantial, and also with yesterday's session as well. Fixed range volume profile. Yesterday was the 24th, right? So that's going to be from here. And then, no, it's not that. It's not correct. We'll just do it from here. Whatever, it's fine. And you can see here, most of the volume was accumulated at the top at yesterday's close. Okay, you see the difference between this example here, okay, these two things, and this example here, which is today, right?
Right.
What's the difference? What's the difference? It's like the difference is the point of control is literally at the same exact spot.
At the highs.
Okay?
Right.
At the highs.
Yep.
So the buyers
Yep.
are trying to push this market up. That's what it's telling you. So yes, like for today, what you were saying earlier, you're right. It could pull back 100 points towards this POC. But in the big picture, is it going to flip the day red? I don't think so. I think it's going to close the day green probably. Maybe it has like a little top with green, but it's probably going to close the day green, or maybe a small body red or something, doji, right? This example is way different because of the conditions, right? With the volume node being over here and with a lot of distance to go there. We don't have that. Today, we actually opened below the prior day POC, right, in the morning. And then it quickly slingshot back up. That's another thing, too, I'm thinking about, right, when I'm taking my long, is we had all the volume built at the highs yesterday, right? So there's even better reason to go long because most of the participation was at the highs and we're opening low. Okay, so we have a lot of it. We have this untested liquidity to the highs. Now we're forming the POC at the exact same price, and I got to think about the next session. We're talking about swing trading now, maybe like a couple days out. And I'm thinking that, okay, well, now this is a little bit different than before. We haven't seen us accumulating volume at the highs like this. All these other days, we were doing it at the prior day lows, and then we smashed down. So this is a little bit shift in pattern, right? And yes, we've been in a downward slope, but this is where we could actually finally crack that downward slope. Maybe there's a upward slope here that's forming, right? And so that's
Right.
what it's trying to fight it and do. And so that might be right around here. You can see all the volume is accumulating here when we zoom out on the visible range. And if it breaks out, where do you think it's going to go? It's going to go for that previous week high. It's going to sweep that very quickly. That's 25, 360s. It's going to take that out. And it's probably going to start to cycle back towards 25,900s, right? Maybe you'll find a top wick in this region first and then come back to test here. So something like 1, 2, something like that is what I would predict, right? If we're following a slope here as well of some kind, right?
Okay.
Upwards trajectory.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead. So keep going. We do got a break for a shoulder tap in just a minute, but I want you to finish explaining this. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking in my head. Now, that's something that I'm doing on my personal account too. Like I like to swing futures a lot on my personal. And so I'm fine playing this theory out. Like if you're day trading though, you shouldn't be doing that. What I'm saying right now is not for this session. For this session, you should have probably sold your longs in where it's top booking on the 1 hour right now. That would be the smart play. So yeah.
Makes sense. Awesome stuff. Well, Sewell, this is my second time on air with you, and I agree with some of the people that I see comments in the chat. Sewell's a great guest. Great job explaining what you're looking at in the markets. Real quick, before we take a break, who do you have to shout out? Who's watching you on TopstepTV right now?
Yeah, so shout out to my friend. He's also a good business partner of mine, Forrest Knight. We actually have a Discord. It's called Trade Edge. And so my Instagram as well, Salt Trades Futures, if you want to follow that, where we just talk about volume profile. And it's really not, it's just a place to hang out and be accountable. That's all it is. And if you want to check out my Instagram, Salt Trades Futures, just type that in on Instagram. I started an Instagram a month ago. Post everything on it, like lifestyle and just some trading stuff and traveling stuff. So check us out, and join my community if you want. It's Trade Edge. You can just find it on wap.com/trade edge, or you can do discord.gg/trade edge. Join the server.
Awesome stuff, man. Awesome stuff.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it,
we will see you sometime soon. JD, anything you got to say before we go? Happy birthday again, JD. I'm not going to sing to you on air. But that would just be weird.
Appreciate it, Jay.
But
No, this has been great. Just chilling, watching, listening to Salt cook. That was a great hour. So thank you guys both. I appreciate it. I took a lot of notes too.
Yeah.
Can't wait to. I'm gonna check out your. I'm gonna check out your site too for sure. Thank you, Salt.
Cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the shout out, guys.
Absolutely. Well, we got a shoulder tap coming up after this, Ben and Jack, and then after that, we still got that form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in there. We got more great trading coming up. Seeing the equities pull back just a little bit here, 25,002 in the NASDAQ. So great trade. We'll see you soon. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Take it easy, folks.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans? And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's two paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I am Jack. I am joined by Manager of Risk, Ben. Ben, what's up today? How you doing?
Doing well today, Jack. Feel pretty good overall. Slept well. That's always nice. And we've got, it's easy to be in a good mood when live traders are doing well. We have good stuff going on live boards today. Distribution of like red to green traders is not quite 50-50, but certainly an improvement from yesterday. We've got a number of traders who are up considerably on the day. Nice, healthy chunk that are up, 5 figures, and several that are, just underneath that mark. If you want to pull up the live leaderboards for the day, we can just dive right into it. Several traders up, really nice. Love that a lot of the activity has fizzled out as well. So a lot of these traders have, not placed any trades since hitting this P&L mark for quite a while. So shaping up to be a pretty good day, especially as we start barreling towards the Thanksgiving holiday. Volume tends to dry up. The action can get a little wonky and weird. So, today's my opinion, one of the last days to, really take a serious look at the markets. And thankfully, a lot of the traders in our live program have taken a nice bite. So, of course, as usual, plenty of people at the daily loss limit. But it's been a good day for the live traders on the whole. And we've got a pretty excellent trading card to go over. We're actually going to be giving our viewers a double dose of Sewell. This is completely unplanned, but we did a 30-day follow-up yesterday, Jack. And the last time we featured Sewell on Shoulder Tap was almost 30 days ago. So thought we'd just keep the 30-day updates rolling. We have the trading card. Unless you have anything else you want to talk about, we can dive right in.
No, I was surprised when I saw it. I just get a Slack group message of who we're doing today. It was like, Sewell. I'm like, I'm watching him. He's on TV right now. But, say what you will in the chat about his confidence. His results are pretty damn good. So why don't you give a little primer here?
Yeah, the results are pretty damn good. It's certainly not perfect trading, but there is no such thing, right? It's all about longevity and incremental improvement over time. That's how you survive and continue to grow in this business. And Sewell's doing that. From the last episode we did on Shoulder Tap with Sewell approximately 30 days ago. I remember talking about it, and we were like, these, performance stats may stabilize a little bit, may come a little bit back down to earth. I think they have done that, but still, you look at the average daily P&L, $1,300 a day over basically 50 trading days. That's not a small sample size, especially with the volume that he trades. And not a lot that needs to be said besides that, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. He's had some pretty impressive days recently as well. November 20th, $20,000 winning day, and November 13th, 18 grand. It's up on net for November, up about $21,000 and up just shy of $63,000 since the beginning of this account. Taken $148,000 in payouts. So you can say whatever you want about the confidence. I think you ultimately, need to trade with confidence. You need to have confidence in what you're doing and showing up to the markets every day to execute. But man, he's really proving consistency. And although we have seen a few, as that daily loss limit has been expanded, he's made money. The risk team will open you up to wider risk limits. Has definitely hit the expanded daily loss limit a few times. But most importantly, there's two things that I wanted to focus on here, because I know he spent a lot of time talking about his strategy, what he's looking at in the markets, and that's great that he covered that information. But from a risk management, account management standpoint, there's two really good things going on here. One is he's not necessarily trading every day, and he's not necessarily taking multiple trades on the days that he does. He's perfectly fine taking a small loser, small winner, relative to the swings in this account. And I think that shows a lot of maturity. It shows a lot of discipline, and that is ultimately like the number one thing that we see from traders that survive in live accounts long term is the discipline to walk away with a small P&L day, and then ultimately put up the best day in this account thus far, $20,000 day just a few days ago. So not trading every day, being willing to walk away with small P&L. relative to the peaks is it's great activity. There's more to say here, but I'll kick it over to you. I know you were listening to some of the last segment. What do you think about all this, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, this is a first on shoulder tap where I don't really have to try and deduce how he's trading because he just told all of us here. If you're just joining, you can go back and watch that. And I like that's more in tune with the way that, if I were trading a personal account, I like when people were saying, 200 points, that's a lot of risk. It's like, yeah, but this the NQ moves hundreds of points a day. I mean, be right and profit if you're right. If you're wrong, get out. Let's take a look. I got a histogram here where I can tell you one thing that could be actionable. What he seems to be doing as well is that you know from it he's putting on a couple lots and having these big targets and big invalidation points. But he is taking off size. I don't know exactly how he's doing this, so you'll notice what kind of separates this from a lot of the cards we see that have these big days is that there's the biggest cluster of P&L for days is in those buckets between minus 1,000 and 1,000. So he, instead of having that way over to the left where they just hit the DLL every day, like, which his behavior to me says, oh, I put this on and I'm praying or else I'm going down, is that he is managing at some point. We'd have to ask him next time he's on. He said he would come on again if he's either scaling out of positions, but somehow he's getting it so that a lot of these days, even while he's taking big swings, he's limiting the losses in most cases to, just above to sort of like break even or something like that, which is good given it. And, I have the equity curve too. Well, not equity curve. Talk to your department, Ben. It's tough for me to figure out what they started out with in the account. So this is actually a cumulative P&L curve we have right here.
Okay.
And what we can see here when we switch to it, I think they have this. Let me know in back if you don't. There it is. What we see here is just like some really savvy risk management in that we talk about paying yourself. My guess is that in the first month or two of this, what he was likely doing, and we don't see this all the time, people just come out swinging for the fences, is that he was racking up winners and taking payouts. As you mentioned, he took like $100 and something thousand out of his account. And then once Sol had an account balance that it felt like, okay, I've taken my payouts, is good enough to start trading, had some really great success. Some slow parts between October 12th and November 9th. I mean, the market has changed quite a bit over that time, but not a major drawdown. There's no lines here where I just see, that's you get these in these equity curves because people have a standardized monetary loss limit. Is you see these like streaks of like, oh, they're hitting the DLL. This is just going at a slope of -1, down, down, down. We don't see that. He's pretty nimble. So, I mean, it's a great card. I don't have too much else to say besides that things you can take from it is I like that strategy. If you start is starting slow, if you have like a big account balance, just to take some payouts and keep the capital that you need to make your strategy work.
Yeah, the in the least cliche way possible, he is managing risk quite well on this account, and that's the key. Surviving, living long enough to stick around for those big opportunities. That $20,000 winning day, the best day in this account thus far, was back on November 20th, which is that big meltdown day. And when I first saw that and laid the P&L over the chart, I was like, oh, he must have been short throughout that move for some portion of it throughout the day. Actually, that was immediately after Nvidia earnings were announced upon the next session opening, and he was long to within, I want to say it was about 15 points of the top. So he's picking places in the market pretty accurately and taking the trade, managing the risk, and letting it play out, giving it room to work in his favor. And the numbers speak for themselves. So we'd love to see this continue. I do, with that expanded daily loss limit, am conscious of the account balance as the trader who wants to pay himself, which is fantastic, and what we like to see. Just don't want him to get caught in that trap of, taking a big payout, maybe a couple of daily loss limits are expanded because he's been trading so well. And then the account balance gets in danger. As long as he keeps a healthy balance in this account and, stays the course, I think the sky's the limit here. And we're excited to see where he takes it. So that's from the risk side analysis of what we just saw on the trader facing side in that last segment. So it's really all I have, Jack, unless you have anything else to add.
Yeah, I was gonna say one last kind of actionable thing I saw in the last segment when Sol was on, that he had targets, even if they're very ambitious targets. There are targets, and I get the impression from a lot of these cards where people are YOLOing that there sometimes aren't even targets. It's just, we're gonna hold this as long as humanly possible, until whatever happens. And it's kind of like trading an account like you're Warren Buffett or something. But when you're trading leveraged instruments, I don't think you can just hold something forever. There's got to be some target somewhere that you're taking it off. So that's something I found interesting. Well, Ben, thank you very much for sharing that. That was a great old coincidence.
Yeah, indeed it was. Thanks for having me on, Jack. It was fun. I won't be on tomorrow. I won't see you again, at least not on Shoulder Tap, until after the holiday. So I hope you and everybody watching has a very safe and blessed Thanksgiving holiday. So that's all for now.
Awesome. Well, have a great holiday, Ben. We will miss you. But you won't be missing Gabe, Vince, and Hoop. Yes, Gabe, Vince, and Hoop are up next for group coaching. So have your questions ready. We're hanging out right now around the 6750 level in the SPX. We found some resistance. So let's see how this resolves for the end of the day. Take a quick break. We'll be right back. This is TopstepTV. Let's do it.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is your favorite time, as JD would say. It's time for group coaching. We got Vinny Two Ticks in the middle here, Coach Vince of the Market Maker VIP team here at Topstep. And then we have Coach Hoop, the cattle master himself, VIP coach of the Pit Raiders. Gentlemen, Vince, let's start with you, man. How you doing? We saw you in opening call today. What's been cooking since?
Yeah, so markets got a little spicy today. Got to a couple of my key levels. I didn't trade anything in my XFA. My personal account, I did get along the NASDAQ. I said to myself, I'm not trading NASDAQ in my XFAs, but I took one in my personal account from that little breakout area. And I caught about, 80 points or something out of it. Not too bad. But I'm hunting along right now in the ES and in the Dow. So we're going to see what happens here during this group coaching session. Maybe we'll catch a trade.
Awesome. Sounds good, man. Hoop, we were talking a little bit in the green room. First of all, how you doing? And let's talk about the follow-up to yesterday's limit down here in cattle. What's going on your end?
I shared a little bit yesterday. I mean, the market never traded off of limit. It traded limit down all day. And it was they call it if you guys pull up that thing I sent you, the dome late in the day, the ladder. The pool, they call it, which is the amount of contracts that are offered, was about 2,800 at the max yesterday, which if you talk to fundamentals, we should have opened up 400 or 500 lower, if not near limit. And we didn't. We only opened about 230 lower. It's hard. You never know if those people are coming back the next day. Things can change. Cash market can change. But so when I saw that, I'm going to look to see if we get in here and maybe catch. Since we didn't open as much lower, I was looking for a spot to take a long. We've pretty much been consolidating all day. I finally did take a long at VWAP. It was short-lived, and I took the see money, take money environment. It seems like we're almost like everywhere right now, and we've consolidated. And so, gaps, Vinny, we talk about this. They don't have to be filled. They can stay there for a while. As you can see, there's just nothing at all on this day because there was no price action. So we opened limit down.
That's because I stopped going to the grocery store.
Well, and to be honest, guys, where this starts in a fundamental market is that the reason this all started is you guys all know who Tyson is. Tyson announced late in the day on Friday that they were going to close one of their packing plants.
Oh.
So what that means is basically the Packers, Trump went after them about a week and a half ago, the cattle traders, and if anybody remembers hearing about that, it put some pressure on them. And I think this is, be honest with you, this is one of the signs of what you've seen happen. So they call the meat packers are basically getting squeezed a little bit here. So this is good for the consumer. Do we stay here? I mean, you could see it. I mean, let's put it this way. Where's the demand right now? It's going to be in turkey and ham for the next month and a half. So not so much in cattle. So
very true. Yeah,
interesting market going on there right now for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Well, guys, let's take a quick round trip through these markets, quote some prices here real fast. We got the equities kind of consolidating near the highs of session. We got ES cooking around 67.70. NASDAQ hanging around just above 25,000. Gold is hanging around kind of the lows of a 5-minute range. It developed about kind of a little bit more towards the halfway point of today's session range, 41.42 last trade per ounce. Crude kind of making maybe a little slight push higher, 57.80 per barrel. And we got micro Bitcoin around 87,600 per Bitcoin. Vince, you were talking about Dow as well. I know I don't really quote Dow prices a whole lot. What's going on over in the Dow, and what are you looking at? I know you said you were eyeing a possible long over there in addition to the ES. Want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, let me pull up the Dow here. So Dow had some pretty interesting structure here. We had a failed push to the downside here. We had this pennant, and we failed, and then we rallied off of it. So now I'm looking to probably buy this Dow, probably somewhere in this candle, right? This big bullish candle here. looking for continuation. I think there's still some room left in the Dow to go up, and I'm just trying to wait patiently for some sort of little bit of a pullback here, maybe to attempt a long. It's going to be a cheap trade if I take it. It's not going to be a lot. It's going to be tight. You'll see it if I get it a setup. It's going to be very, very tight. I'm also looking to buy the ES too. So
okay,
we're going to see how we let me put this on a 5-minute chart instead of the 30. So
what are
here you can
you
see the volume.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'll ask you afterwards.
Yeah,
Finish
so
your
you
thought.
can see the volume here. Let me just pop this in here. All right. Okay, so you can see we have low volume area. Low volume area. I'm probably going to try to fade it. I'm probably going to try to fade it cheaply. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It is what it is, right? You go on to the next trade. So we'll see. I don't like buying highs, but this market came off pretty good. We hit some really technical levels, and there's a little bit of what was I saying earlier this morning? We have this box here. So this would complete the repair in the ES. So I'm hunting to try to get a push up there and cover. So I'm going to see if we can get a finish in the repair day. 25,200 is the finish of the repair day in the NASDAQ. So I was saying this morning, if we break above that 25,000, we can maybe push up to 25,200. So we're going to see how we end up today, because we do have that repair. We didn't finish yesterday, but we might get it today.
Okay. So just to kind of summarize here, what I was going to ask you is mainly what your kind of upside targets were. It sounds like it's really just focused on that repair day. So 67.80, kind of that ballpark to maybe that previous high, chilling just slightly above that. And then the NASDAQ, you're looking for 25,200 potentially. How about the Dow?
Let me go. Yeah, the Dow. So on the Dow, we have, let me tell you where I'm at on the Dow. So the Dow, I'm looking at targets of 47,140s, and I'm looking for targets of 47,215. So that's going to be my zone for longs.
Okay. Sounds good.
So if we go left here, let me pull up a 30-minute chart. I see a little better here. All right. So you can see on the 30, where the sellers started coming, we had a little bit of a balance area here for a while, like this little zone. So in this area is where I'm concerned about sellers coming back in, maybe smacking us down. So I'd cover up in there.
And that's the kind of the range that we developed on the 16th and 17th, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, so it would be, this would be the 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th. Yep.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So those 47,200s, like hundreds to 300s, essentially, that range.
Yeah.
Got it. Awesome.
So we're looking
at,
guys. 40s, 41, 47, 140s, and 47, 215-ish is what I'm looking for.
Sweet. Well, while we're waiting for that low volume area kind of beneath the current market in the equities to maybe make its way down there to get Vince long, Hoop, are you eyeing any positions right now? I know you're flat. You're not on a cattle trade anymore, but are you looking at anything particular? Or should we get to some questions?
I guess the only thing I'm looking at is ES a little bit like Vince, but this rally has been on really low volume. And, the highest volume candle was a 10 when they made the announcement that Hassett was kind of the leading candidate for Fed chair. That's like the highest volume candle pretty much since the first half hour, 45 minutes. Anytime I see that backed up against 2 days before a holiday, I'm a little bit, like you said, I'm kind of with Vince. I'm going to look for something cheaper because at low volume like this, we could, something could come out or something could push us down, pretty quick. So I'd be more stingy, let's say around 67, back against that volume candle we had back there at 11. So maybe 67.50 is probably where it'd start to look. But I'm with you, Vinny. I'm not chasing up here because I just don't think, right now the volume's not telling us we're in zombie mode yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens. We'll kind of see if the market wants to break out of this consolidation here, maybe peak above the high, see if we can get some sustained price action above 2560s. in the NASDAQ or maybe these 67.75s in the ES, but hoping that we get a little bit of push down to get Vinny into a trade here. Let's hit a question or two while we're waiting for the market to kind of do something a little bit. Vince, I know that you're a pretty big advocate of looking over, in addition to Hogue, open interest. That's not something that I've heard you kind of discuss a little bit. We had a question from Nick yesterday that I didn't get to, and I know this is something we discuss pretty commonly, but he's asking, there's no open interest indicator really out there that he's found, at least that's helpful to him. Where is the best source to find it, and kind of how to use that information? I know we talk about the CME Group website. Can you just kind of briefly explain kind of what you are looking for when you're reviewing that information from the CME?
Sure. So when I go to the CME Group website, I'm looking for the total volume in open interest throughout all contract months. Okay. So I'm not just looking at the front month. I'm looking at all of the contract months, and then I compile all of that volume and open interest together as one. So you can get an idea, hey, is money flowing into the market? Is it flowing out of the market? Because you might have money coming into one contract month, but maybe it's flowing out of another contract month. So just to get a total look on the market itself, I compile all of it together. So but CME Group is the only place where I go to get the open interest information. There might be a lot of other things out there. People try to sell you open interest like intraday. It's bogus. It takes the exchange a lot of time to gather that information. And sometimes you don't even 10, 11 o'clock the next day. So just be careful, go to the CME Group website if you want to get that information.
Okay. So just to summarize, you're looking at essentially compiling all contract months that are currently trading, and you're looking for either a net positive inflow or a net negative outflow, which would be either a red negative number or a green positive number combined.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Got it.
Now, the way that we use that too is we also look at volume, right, to gauge the health of the auction. So if it's increasing volume with increasing open interest, that's a healthy auction to either up or downside, whichever way the market is going for the day, right? But if you have a low volume rally with, say, increasing open interest, it's not as strong of a market, right? Because volume has decreased. And, we gauge the auction process based on volume. So the stronger the volume coming in, the increasing volume is a stronger outlook on direction. So keep that in mind too. So it's like a there's a lot of steps to it, right? To really gauge the health. So that's why Hogue will say, I give it an A+, right? It's probably increasing volume, increasing open interest with an upside day, right? It's healthy to the upside, and the same thing on the downside. But if you're decreasing volume and you're decreasing open interest, then the auction it's waning, right? It's starting to fail.
Okay. And just for clarity, for those that don't know, on the CME Group website, when you go to the Markets tab, so if we're looking at my screen here, I've got it open. When you go pull up a market, particularly, regardless of whether it's maybe the ags or energy or NASDAQ, within the you got multiple tabs available. You got the overview to kind of break down a little bit more general information. You got settlement information. You got specifications if you're looking for the contract unit and the trading hours, minimum tick, price fluctuation and what that P&L represents. But you'd be going to essentially, Vince, the volume and open interest tab. And that's where we're kind of gathering a lot of that information. And you're looking at each contract month, row by row, line item by line item. And on the very far right, you're going to see a net change for a particular contract. So, net negative 1,900 contracts kind of leaving, right? So that would be an outflow of cash from the December contract, Vince, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. If it's negative, that means that money's flowing out of the market.
Got it. And then you see here, we got 200 contracts actually coming into the market here on the March 2026 contract. But it's just that far right column here. You got that open interest volume would be a little bit further to the left in that kind of central location of that information. So if you haven't looked at that yet, definitely a cool source to check out. It's obviously the most authentic and straight source from where you can get all this information instead of trying to go gather it from maybe like Vince said, somebody trying to sell you a tool or maybe a possible shortcut.
Yeah,
just go get it from the real source.
And a lot of traders they would go on the commitment of traders report, but that's only comes out once per week. And by the time you see who's net short, net or net long the market, it's a week out, right? So that's why I like the open interest better. Because some people use it to come in a trader's report every week. They'll check it out.
Awesome. All right. So now we have a question on how do you spot exhaustion? This is coming from ET. Hoop, I'll let you start with this. Is this something that you really kind of think about when you're looking at past historical data and price action of even the current intraday session? Are you looking at what potential exhaustion might look like? I know Hogue talks about that a little bit. Vince has talked about that.
How I first learned about it was old school, was RSI and stochastics. Over the years, I just believe they're lagging too much for me. It's above 80, it's a sell. Below 20, it's a buy. I've seen it hang there forever and a day and try and prove me, a different way. So I think the biggest thing to me, and Jay and Coach Paul go over a lot too, is just look for, we call them J trade or an exhaustion candle at the bottom of a low point or high point in a market. I think Vinny's in.
We're long everything. No,
you're long everything. Everything just got you in.
We're long America. Let's go.
Yeah. So, I'm exhaustion to me, I kind of just lean a lot on old support and resistance. I'll lean on, my EMAs or my VWAP, how we act around maybe an exhaustion event. I just, once again, inside of, I guess it's time frame too, right? So if I'm looking at a daily, I might look a little bit more at RSI or stochastics, but ultimately inside of a day, I know some people use MACD and things like that, but for me, I just kind of go old school and I'm looking at, chart patterns and structure inside there. I do use some swing trade, some swings and range bar trading as well, but I have just, that's kind of the age-old question, right? When is a market exhausted on the upside or downside? Everybody's kind of got a different way to look at that. For me, right, Vinny? I mean, how do you look at it? You're looking more at nodes, point of control, at areas of where you see exhaustion, right?
Yeah, so exactly. So I look at like volume, when volume starts to taper off, right? The auction dies when volume dies. So we look to see volume tapering off. We look to see areas of previous resistance. I use a lot of support and resistance zones, and I do a lot of like line work and trend lines and stuff like that to gauge kind of where there might be some resistance that comes into the marketplace and that kind of stuff. I used to use a lot of indicators back in the day as well, stochastics. Like you said, they're lagging indicators. Stochastics tend to work better, I think, in a ranging market than in a trending type market. But other than that, I look for basically around volume and value is where I look for exhaustion points. So a lot of value areas, like value high, value low from a previous day, where you might, run into some sellers and buyers. That might be an area where I'm looking to lighten up or something like that.
Now, Vinny, can I simplify something for those that might be questioning? What does exhaustion look like on a chart to you? Like, what are you actually looking to see happen with price when it comes to one of those levels that you're referring to? Is it just a slowdown in momentum? Is it just the size of candles that you're looking at when it comes down to exhaustion? Is it volume? What's usually like your trigger or something that you need to identify?
Well, let me see if I can find you a good example here. Let's see. Let me pull up this chart. So this is the ES, right? So the ES came down today here, right? And we pushed down and we were looking at this 6680 as an area to potentially buy the market, right? Up against this, see the low volume here and the value low. So we came below value. So this is a target rich environment for me to take a position because we were up against it and it rejected it, right? We rejected it. We got below value from a previous session and the market rotated back in. So this would be an exhaustion point for me. And especially when you see something like this happen, right? I mean, you're pushing down aggressively and then boom, it rejects that zone. So that to me is kind of an exhaustion area that I would be interested in. So pretty much is based around value, really.
So
mainly
here's
you're
another
just
one
looking for a
too.
rejection. Essentially, just looking for a quick rejection off of that level, off of a value area low, value area high.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I like to see it test an area, so like this particular situation, we're below value here, and then we're also at the intraday high from the previous day, right? So this is a very, very interesting level for me because this is where we broke out of the previous day's high, and here is below value where we gained some momentum. And then this is that repair zone too. So I have three things lining up right here, the 6680 level. So there's a lot of nuance that comes with it. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking at a lot of different things. Yeah.
Right. But there's some confluence across the board with some of the things that you typically lean on.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Hoop, I didn't mean to cut you off. What you're about to say?
No, so gold's really good at it. So if you look at here in gold, so here's a great event. Gold keeps going down, and look at how that high volume candle you get right before the market like you were talking about, Gabe, gets exhausted in a downtrend. Basically the candle before, all of a sudden, like you said, Vinny, it runs out of steam, right? No more sellers in the house. Market starts, and gold's very quick at rotating. And it can be as V-shaped as any market I trade for sure. And then it'll just put on the brakes and start going the other direction. So, if I see this, that's a big sign to me. You might also get one up here where you see this big volume node up here where all of a sudden, we made a big pop right here around 4140. And we kind of, to be honest with you, with the way gold's been sloshing around, it's in rollover. And, we have a $50 range. And that was one other thing I wanted to say when you guys were talking about open interest is that we were talking about when does it roll? If you go look at the open interest in gold right now, the volume is heavily into December, but the amount of open interest in February is like 3-1. So that's that point where everybody's like, well, when's it going to roll? Well, my guess is, I think, we were talking about it, Gabe. You'll see that when we reopen the session today, I'm going to guess we're going to be in February. And the metals are really weird how they roll. So,
yeah, they are because they do have the in-between months, but we trade April. We skip like every
February,
3 months, right? Every 3-4 months.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We used to call those bastard months, in-betweens.
I know it's a bad word. You can't use those, Vinny. I know. Hogue catches himself saying that, but I call it too. I hear you.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, so Vinny, I know you got into a trade, man. I know we were in a conversation about that question from ET. What's the YM trade looking like? What was your entry? How many times you in?
So I'm long 47 053s. I'm long 2 E-minis.
Okay.
And I split the difference on the target. So we're up there around 47 150-ish. But, I would have liked to see that it was starting to rally a little bit and it kind of cut off some steam. So, I'm not feeling great about the trade, but it's cheap enough, right? I'm only risking, $150 maybe here. So it's a small nick if it doesn't work out.
Okay. So your risk is managed kind of underneath that little 15-minute low, underneath 40s?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I'm just trying to see if I can catch a little bit more momentum to the upside here. And if I'm wrong, I want to be out quick and cheap, right? Because this thing could flush at any moment. And I don't want to be involved in that if it does. Because you know what happens when the market turns finally, what happens? You get that flush and it's vicious. And you don't want to be, long when the market is selling off. So it's going to be
Understood.
very, very short and sweet. Yep.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So getting through a couple questions. We got another one here. Do you guys have any experience with tick charts? There's a question from Marcus. It says, it'd be great to get some insight or perspective on the difference in how you might leverage a tick chart versus a time-based candlestick chart. Is there anything that you guys have to say on that? I have a general idea of how to kind of explain the difference, but is there anything particular that you two have experience with, Vince? Vince, let's start with you, man.
Yeah. So here, I'll pull up the tick chart on my current trade. Right. So the only problem with tick chart, if you're trading off of it, is it's going to be very, very noisy, right? Because it's trading fast, right? 100 ticks per bar. So you might get a lot of signals. If you're using like EMA crossovers and stuff like that, you might chop yourself up using the tick chart. You may want to look at a longer time frame. However, managing positions sometimes with these tick charts, it could be pretty nice, right? Because if we get a push up, you could kind of follow these quick little, waves that the market's putting in and kind of move your stops, So like if you had a stop here and the market's rallying, you could just trail your stop by just going underneath these pullback lows. So tick charts could be very handy, but if you're trading off of them with EMAs and stuff, just be careful. I mean, if you're a scalper, it might be great for you, but I like it more for managing a trade while I'm in it.
Okay.
And hold on one second. I need to adjust my position here. Give me 1 second, guys. Hoop,
let's do it.
Jump in there. All right. So I'm going to break even. We're risk free at this point. But I got a few exit phases I need to play with here. So. All right. Fix all this stuff. All right. So we got risk off.
On a tick chart, you're basically looking at strictly price action. Time is, it's the same thing as a range bar. You're looking at price action. I use range a lot as well. I used to use tick charts, and once again, I think it's like everything in trading. They can work in certain times, but when market state changes, sometimes they don't work as well as they used to. I mean, crude used to have wider ranges, and now when you throw up like I put this up here, like a 500 tick chart of crude, and once again, it depends on your style of trading too, right? Are you, if you trade a market like crude where you're very range bound, trying to find structure inside of a day in crude is just not. It's not easy. It trades one end and then goes to the other. So tick chart can help a little bit in a market like that if you're trying to squeeze in an area where maybe you don't see it on a wick or a candle. It's kind of, like I would say, I'd probably be with Vince a little bit in trying to use it to manage inside of a trade more than I'm looking for it to maybe use as trade location. So yeah, I would, kind of that's what. Remember, time is out of the equation in tick and range charts.
Right.
Yeah.
Boy, that took off, Vinny.
Yeah, let's hope. I missed a fill though in the ES. I was trying to get long the ES, but I missed the entry by about. Yeah, that's that. That's the miser method in me.
Yeah, I get it. We watch it all the time.
I missed it by 4 ticks. It looks like the fill on the ES. So let's see. Hopefully we can get a little push here. This is an area where the sellers might come back in, though, right? Look at all the rejection we've been getting.
Near the highs. So, high a day. Yeah, we're right at the high of the day.
This is the moment of truth, everybody. I'm either going to run the stops or I'm going to get stopped.
Well, it's looking good so far. Equities are getting a little bit of momentum here, obviously outside of this range, or inside of this range, I should say. Hasn't quite broken out. ES kind of struggling to get above 6775. NASDAQ struggling to get above 25050s. Gold, crude, Bitcoin not really doing a whole lot right now. So equities kind of seeing the most of the action at the moment, at least inside of this last 10 minutes. But yeah, let's see if we can get a little momentum for Vince here out of this range, maybe break high session.
Come on, everybody.
Come on. Push,
Walk it
as
up.
Hogue would say. Push.
Oh, yeah.
Push. we could use it. All right.
Also, Marcus, I think I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of perspective. Of course, they are very different, tick versus candlestick. As Hoop mentioned, you're really kind of relieving yourself of looking at a time-based, fixed time interval. Bars are obviously created based on a predetermined number of ticks. When you're looking at a tick chart, the focus might be looking at emphasizing market activity, order flow, potential volatility. You see Dakota and Braden using tick charts to manage positions once they're in a trade, taking time, candlestick-based charts more for location. So, there's different use cases. It has a different purpose. It really evaluates or kind of highlights a different aspect of how the market is trading. Tick charts is more of a volume-based interpretation. Larger bars represent higher volume. Smaller bars represent lower volume. Whereas in a candlestick chart, you kind of got to look at indicators to kind of get an idea of volume within that period of time. But yeah, take a look at it. Maybe if you want to experiment with tick charts, do it in a combine, do it in a sim environment where you're not kind of putting so much pressure on yourself to kind of get experienced with that when it comes to payout eligible accounts. But yeah, to each their own. I think if you go check into slow markets, I know Dakota talks a little bit more about it in his evenings, 7:30 p.m. Central, Sunday night through Thursday night. Those are some good sessions to get a little bit more insight there from somebody who uses it in a live environment. But yeah, hopefully that gives you at least a little bit more clarity.
He's the 100 tick scalper, man.
He is indeed.
Yeah. It's going to be noisy, though. Those tick charts are going to be noisy.
100%.
I mean, I used to trade the ES all the time on a 5,000 tick chart. And that used to mimic kind of like a 3 to 5 minute range, like a 3 to 5 minute chart. But these 100 tick charts are going to be very, very noisy.
Yep.
I remember I traded a 30-second chart in gold one night in one of my evening sessions. And gold at that night, it went 230 ticks. I think it was in 45 seconds. It was wild. Yeah. So just imagine trying to scalp it off a 30-second chart with 200 tick moves in 30 seconds. It was wild.
It's gnarly.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, getting a little bit I was getting a little bit of exhaustion here. Not really making a commitment.
Yeah. Let's see.
We're trying.
A little heavy up there.
It is. NASDAQ is making a little bit more of an attempt than the ES.
Yep.
But we'll see.
That's why I got to have a tight stop, Gabe, because I don't like buying highs, man. I like buying the lows, So got to be tight.
Yeah, today's a session that it's difficult to get in, right? Difficult to get good location, especially when we're so high already on the day. We talk about the fact that maybe just go with one micro, see if if you can't get the location you're looking for, but you still want to participate within a trend day. The thing about it is really, like Vinny said, is just having an invalidation point, right? Be ready to admit that you're wrong. Have a smart or logical location of where you're willing to admit that you're wrong. And then worst case is you get a better price later, better location at a later date. Right. Maybe Vinny's been talking about the lower volume area that we have kind of below the 5-minute range. Maybe that might be a good place to look at some second attempts if you do end up getting stopped out on this little first initial move that we're seeing now.
Here's another one too that we were talking about exhaustion candles, and this is a market I was trading earlier and got chopped up earlier. It's natural gas. Seasonally tends to be, can be a volatile market. I think some of the chatter early that there was maybe a deal with Ukraine put some pressure on natural gas, but here it goes. It was down almost 6% at one point today. It was down to 5.5 and change. But here it is again, sell volume right at the damn low. And once again, I think I hear Dakota say it is like, when you get in early, and you don't wait for the setup, you're going to pay the piper. So I took some micros in this early and got chopped up and then got stopped out twice. And then here's the event, the sell volume candle, kind of the end of the line. And now we're basing and starting to move back up. So patience pays, traders. I can't say that one enough. You want to be right. Like you said, you want to be, maybe I need to be more stingy like Vince. So instead of trying to be early.
Yeah. I try to be because, it keeps me more, how would you say?
Manage the risk.
You can manage a little bit better. You don't get it as upset, when you get stopped out, right? If I take $150 stop, it's much easier to swallow than 500 or 750, right? So, and then I say to myself, well, if I'm stopped at 150, I could do that like 3 times and then still only lose like $500. So that's kind of the way I look at it, and just for myself, because you take one big stop and it could get frustrating, right? And then you want to battle back and get the money back quick. And, one thing leads to another. And this is group coaching. We don't want to go on tilt, right? So
not on air. Hell no. Yeah.
Although you do see it, right? The reality of it,
Yeah.
tilt can happen to anybody, and you've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly here. This is one of the reasons why I really appreciate all the different variety of people we have on, is because you're going to see just the authenticity of their experience, which is tilt is a real thing and it can happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
But hopefully you have some things in place to prevent yourself from kind of disaster scenarios. But use those risk tools. If you got Topstep X, use those risk tools that you have at your disposal. Lock your risk settings out before the session so you don't get emotionally tempted to go change things midday or mid-trade. Well, guys, this has been a great session. Thank you for coming on and hanging out with us. Vince, second time today.
Thank you.
I think we got you for opening call again tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yep. I'll be on opening call tomorrow. Yep.
Cool. All right. Well, in the meantime, we'll appreciate the time for both of you guys. Any final comments, Vince, before we get out of here?
Nope, just getting ready for Thanksgiving. The trading's getting a little thin and volatile. So see money, take money environment for me.
Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like. Just be careful, manage your risk. And if you're frying a turkey, be very careful. A lot of fires happen.
Don't want to be on Instagram later. No.
Yes, please. We don't want to see you on the news. So, no, just trade well, everybody. Manage that risk, and let's see what happens here at the highs. If we can't push, we might have an event later.
Awesome. All right, guys, well, stick around. We got another great hour prepared for you. We got Jack coming in to drive. We got JD in the third seat, and we got Yusuf coming back to hang out with us for Trade with Topstep. Should be a fun time. Check in with him, see how he's been doing this week on the short holiday week. We'll take a brief break. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's two paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. It's 1 p.m. on a Tuesday. I'm Jack. I'm joined by JD and our guest today, Yusef G, Saints fan, man for all seasons. What's going on, Yusef?
Hey, well, I'm doing better than the Saints, I'll tell you that much.
That's what we call in the biz damning with faint praise. But
Yes.
we got an interesting spot in the markets here. Hopefully, we'll find a few things today. Got 2 hours left. I was just a couple observations. First, we've found some major resistance at those kind of call levels in the equities we've been talking about. And then
Mhm.
something that I just looked at the chart, I'm like, wow, we're almost back to like the post right here, like these post earnings Nvidia highs. But was that like the weeks don't mean anything anymore? When was Nvidia? It was last week. It was Wednesday, right?
Yeah, last week.
Let me go to my days here.
Was it Wednesday
But
or Thursday, though?
Yusef, it was Wednesday and then into Thursday, I guess.
Gotcha.
Yusef, you got any trades on today, or you joining us flat?
I'm flat right now. I did have to start a couple combines today. Man, I was on a tear for a month. I got a payout. I was eligible for another payout, but unfortunately, I heard you and Gabe, not you and Gabe, but Gabe and Vince talking about tilt right before our segment started, and happens to the best of us. So, yeah, on Thursday I lost my accounts, but today is my first day on these new combines. I'm up 1442 on 2 different combines. I
Okay.
to possibly take a 1 micro position on live with you guys, trying to just get 20 points, try to hit that consistency for the day.
Very good.
Awesome stuff.
I did take the long today that I took was at 925 at a price of 24,720. And I got out at 24,745. It was just 20 micros. It was I know it's a pretty big size, but it is a combine. So yeah, I went ahead and got what I felt comfortable with and pulled out for the day. Went to the gym and here I am.
Nice. So you're pretty comfortable passing combines, huh? How long does it take you in general to pass a combine, do you think?
Usually I pass the combine maybe like the same day, like 2 trading sessions, usually the same day. I like to get it out of the way, and I'm the exact opposite on the Express. So when I get to the XFA, I'm an extremely conservative trader. I go for $200-$300 a day, lock the account, walk away. And that did me phenomenal. I think I had like 30 wins, 30 winning days, and 4 losing days in the span of a month and a half. But those 4 losing days are something I need to
The burners,
down
the
a little
account
bit,
killers. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Get
as
stuck
we
in a
started here-
bias and oh, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I was going to make one observation. I hadn't thought about this till now, which is like weird. So right now we're trading, pretty near the early highs before the huge dump in the NQ that at the day after Nvidia earnings, which I mentioned. So that high was 67.91, just 20 points above here in the ES at 9:30 in the morning on that Thursday. Well, since that time, though, if we look at the NVIDIA chart, I mean, NVIDIA was trading 195 when the markets reopened that day, and NVIDIA is off 20 points since then, while the ES has rallied back too. So that's a surprising tidbit to me that we've been able to do all this without NVIDIA. So I'll keep an eye on that.
What does it tell you? Is Nvidia not moving the market, or?
Well, it just means everything else is up so much more. There's been this huge ramp in Google, Meta's rebound, Broadcom's gone ballistic is a big part of it. But they are able to make up that whole, I mean, that's a 10%, that's 500 billion in market cap or something like that Nvidia lost, and it got made up by those other companies, which is interesting. But enough about that. JD, you got the keys to the house account. We are kind of hanging around. Last price 67. Okay, I'm gonna regret saying this. 6767 and 3/4 in the ES.
I had to ask a
Fortuitous?
kid during Halloween, what does that 6-7 even mean? And
Did you get an answer? Did they give you an answer?
they told, and the answer I got was actually, it was pretty crazy to hear an 11-year-old give me this answer. The 11-year-old goes, "It's brain rot." So they're aware that what they're doing is just brain rot. It's just random wording. 6-7. It's nothing.
Doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
No.
They've been programmed that way. My brother is a teacher, like a middle school teacher, and I was telling him about that because we were at the Brookfield Zoo, JD, and like all these rascals were around shouting that. And he told me about this like Italian cinema brain rot stuff. I mean, they're into brain rot stuff you wouldn't imagine.
Can you imagine being just like some random offensive lineman in the NFL, obscure name, nobody really knows him, and your jerseys just start flying off the shelf because you're number 67? I'm sure it's happening all over the place, right?
It's a good deal. Who's 67 on the Bears? Here we go.
I like that. That was a good one, JD.
It's been worn by several players. I've heard of very few of them. Jordan Mills, maybe. Okay.
Jordan Mills.
So, what are we thinking here? We got a little under 2 hours left in the day. After this huge pump, we've kind of found another little range, or at least resistance up here in the ES. It is the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week. Where's your mind at?
I'm going to look to get into a short. Just possible, looking for these 520s.
Yeah. My mind's kind of in the same place. That's why I was hung up on the NVIDIA stuff. I know it's yesterday's news now, but with it off that much, are we really going to take out these highs right now? I guess if we did, that would be incredibly bullish.
I feel like if we were going to do it, it would have happened. Or we'd at least feel like it was about to happen. This has just gone flat, though. Let me zoom in on the last hour of price action. Well, last hour and a half of price action in the ES. We're just barcoding in the S&P right now. We're hanging just below. We got a 9-period EMA in the ES right here at 67.69. We're right there right now. Just below it. Jack the Jackal in the chat says, you want the hammer of justice today. I feel like we might get it.
I do, because the risk reward on it, I feel like we're a little bit capped out. Where like we're right at 67.50 right now in the SPX. We could just pin here and kind of hang out for the rest of the day, make it small or whatever. But let's see. I mean, are you really going to get? There's a ton of 0 date calls. 50 points above here, but we got another 50 points in the ES. That'd be a little.
Is the market
I don't know.
fully closed for Thanksgiving, or is it like other bank holidays, where it closes at 10, 11?
It'll be closed until 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time on Thursday. Let me pull up the CME Group website for you. I'll get you the official.
And Black Friday too. I'm curious as to if hours are going to change for that. I just know the end of this week is going to be extremely abnormal.
Yeah, there's going to be an early close on Friday, 12:15 Central Time close for equities on Friday. It's already in the books. But Thursday, you won't be able to trade at all on Thursday. Let me just double check though.
Until Thursday night, so for the Friday session.
Yeah. So markets will close tomorrow at regular time. I'm pulling it up. Thanksgiving 2025.
Let's zoom out a little bit here. You can always consult the CME website for any of your closure needs.
That is what I'm looking for right now. Is loading. Loading results. Waiting. Loading. Did everybody
waiting.
just jump on the CME Group website at the same time when we started talking about it? Because that was not loading. Or maybe all of the web developers at the CME are on vacation this week.
Yeah, it looks like they're open a half day on Thursday. I haven't even checked, JD, because I can tell you with 100% accuracy, I will not be trading on the morning of Thanksgiving. I will be playing at 10:30 in the annual Turkey Bowl, and then doing anything besides placing trades.
Jesus Christ, Jack. Jack, are you telling me that you're still out there running around with guys playing tackle football in the cold on Thanksgiving Day? Is that what you're doing?
Well, it's touch. Now it's like generational. We've played the same game for, how old am I? Probably at least 23 years now. So now there's like kids of the older people that are in it. We originally lost like 20 straight years to one of my friend's older brothers, who, like, every single one of his friends is like Bradley Cooper and Wedding Crashers. We once brought a guy that actually played in the NFL, a tight end for the San Diego Chargers, to play with us one year, and we still lost.
Because it was tag, not tackle.
Yeah, that would have been a different story.
So Thursday, we got a pre-open at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Open at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Holiday trading hours for... sorry, those are interest rates. Yeah, same with equities. Then Friday, 12:15, close. Early close on Friday. Abbreviated session on Friday.
It followed that trend, that little trend line that I had drawn out. It really respected. I was really hoping that would climb and hit that 520 where I had a limit sell order for. Took it off. It just didn't look like it was going to reach and fill me.
Mm-hmm. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here. Not a whole lot.
A little downside curious, as we say.
Downside curious.
Still been
Do
able
you
to
guys
break
ever
through.
use SMT divergence for your trades?
Mm-mm.
You ever noticed
No.
that?
Tell us about it.
You want to walk us through it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily take this position because you gotta be there when it happens. You gotta actually be looking for it. But as you guys know, ES and NQ are correlating pairs. So if you see, they tend to do the same thing most of the time. Their candles are fairly comparable. However, you can see here at 12:45 on the 5-minute candle, NQ couldn't take out the most recent high versus ES did take out that most recent high. This usually signifies that is now bearish. The reason being is that the ES already took the high, NQ could not follow suit. So you see that has more selling pressure than buying pressure. I did notice that, but again, my account is pretty much done for the day. There's no reason to necessarily force a trade. But those SMT divergences are pretty strong in regards to probability.
All right.
Interesting. Very interesting. Oh yeah, guys, for clarification, I just saw somebody pointed out in the chat. I was giving you actual CME group product close times, but if you are trading in a combine, an XFA, or a live account here at TopStep, check your email for holiday trading hours. They will be different from exchange times. Go ahead. You will be auto-liquidated at a different time.
Well,
Still
so that
waiting on the
everything's
hammer of justice.
it tends to come a little later than this, but
Yeah.
yeah, most of the big stocks are up, obviously. Zooming out, we're up 0.6% in the ES, 0.13 in the NQ, which is the NVIDIA effect. NVIDIA is still down 4.4% today. Everything else pretty well behaved. Meta's up 3%. Tesla down slightly.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Okay, we're kind of below. Okay, we looked below the bottom of this range here. Come on.
Here we go. Is this what we're waiting
Here
for?
comes the hammer.
There's the hammer. That sweet, sweet hammer.
Would be nice to see.
Bounce right back.
Week one. Foam rubber hammer. But at least we tested down there. It was getting a little bit tight at the top.
Foam rubber hammer.
Yeah. You sticking around town for Thanksgiving, Yusuf?
Yeah, what's the plan?
Thank God I get to have the tire shop closed and no stock market. God, my anxiety is going to be awesome on Thursday. Yeah, mom usually makes the turkey and the mashed potatoes and those good things. Probably going to watch some Thanksgiving football.
Lovely.
Bears Eagles on Friday. Friday night football.
I forgot what the loophole was to allow them to start playing games on Friday again. I'm pretty sure there was some kind of law that didn't allow them to play games on Fridays.
Oh, really?
They just started it last year, and they only do it for this day.
Thanksgiving.
Maybe. What network is it on?
Well, I think we had the Brazil game on a Friday there this year.
Oh,
open up
yeah.
the season.
That was weird.
Yeah. This whole season's been weird.
Yeah.
So,
It really could be
I've
the-
only been
Go ahead.
futures trading. I've only been futures trading for, I think, like a week ago would have been like my 1 year anniversary. Were the ranges always this much? I know this week is essentially an anomaly, but usually the range in NQ is anywhere between like 150 to 200 points on a daily basis, up and down. Have they always been as such over the past few years, you could say?
It depends on how you look at it, I would say. Are you looking in terms of percentages or points?
I'm looking at it more towards points, but
Points?
So when you bring up percentages, it makes sense.
Right. I mean, it's crazy. The NASDAQ hit 10,000, right? Like following COVID, like 2021 or something like that.
Yeah.
Now it's trading 25,000. So like, yeah, percent wise, I mean, you can just look at the historic VIX percent wise. If anything, when we're at our least volatile, that's pretty historically low, like those late 2000 teens years and stuff like that. The percentage moves have probably stayed relatively similar. Right now, the VIX is at close to 20, so they're a little bit bigger. But it's just the fact that a 1% move now is 2.5 times in points what it was in 2021.
Right.
That's very true. That makes a lot of sense. So the percentage move is the same, but the actual quantity in itself is what's different.
Right. So as the index expands, your intraday moves get wider, but the percentages sort of stay the same.
Like that
Explain that right?
2% move on the NASDAQ on the day of the NVIDIA earnings. Man, that was a lot. I mean, even half of a micro would have made you some money that day.
Yeah.
A nano
And the higher we
contract?
go,
A nano
you know,
contract.
I heard those are
the
coming.
crazier the movement is. Yeah, they probably are. I mean, like, think about it. We had that 5% intraday move on Thursday. If you're just looking at the screen, that would have been equivalent to like just 5 years ago, like a 15-point Black Monday or something. Yeah, the ladders get very violent, which is why JD, I've been lobbying to get rid of the ticks in the NQ. It's ridiculous.
Just do
Or
full points. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they got to do it at some point. The thing's unreadable.
It is. It's loud, is what it is.
Like
It's just loud.
A nano contract. If they go with the same, like if it's $20 for an NQ contract and $2 for MNQ, would a nano be 20 cents? How much smaller
It
can
could
you
be.
go?
They can
sounds about
divide it
right.
they get to make that decision because you see now there's no rhyme or reason to what they do. Like, the ES and NQ are 10 to 1, but the BTC to MBT is 50 to 1.
Mm. Oh, Jack, it
I
just
did
hit
not know.
me. Speaking to your point about the NQ just cutting out quarter points, there used to be years ago, I don't think it exists anymore. There used to be a feature on TT where you could actually condense your ladder. You could customize your ladder to only see like certain increments of prices. So, like in the bonds, if you only wanted to see every 4 ticks, you could customize your ladder to only show every 4 ticks. And if it traded inside that 4 ticks, it wouldn't move outside until it ticked above it. Does that make sense to you? Did I describe that correctly?
Totally. For the retail,
Long
that
lost
would be
features.
expensive.
Yes.
How much is TT now? Because that's way more. Like, I don't think we have anyone here who's been using that.
It was astronomical 20 years ago. I think it cost like $5,000 a month to lease TT. Back in the early 2000s, it was pretty pricey. I have no idea what it costs now. It's probably free at certain brokers, but I haven't touched it in at least 10 years. But they were always good about rolling out features
Looks like
like
it's
that.
about $1,700 a month and $550 a month with a commission. I'm just like reading slop that comes. There's probably different versions of it with different brokers. Bounce back into the range in the ES. The tilt, what's up? About 62% short, ES 55 short, NQ. 2/3 long the oil. Gold, not much doing. Any other markets you're looking at, Youssef, or just your NQ?
I only trade NQ, but I do refer to M or to ES a lot. Just to kind of get a bias. I really want to try to convince myself to begin to trade ES. I feel like it lands on price a lot better when I go and backtest and see what occurred between the two pairs. And sometimes it'll just be that 1 or 2 little point on NQ that will just slap you out and run off without you. And that's that can get pretty detrimental to one's mindset, to be honest.
For sure.
However,
Of
just my
course.
personality type is I like it. You know, I like the way it moves. ES moves a little too slow for me, even though it's the same thing. I don't get it. I don't get how my mind's processing this.
Yeah, that's why they got to eliminate those ticks, or at least make it. The problem with the way they're weighted is the NQ is worth a lot more. Not only does it move faster in percentage terms, but I see how people go to it. But I haven't done the calculation recently, but it's what, like 500K per nominal NQ and like 300 and something for the ES. Yeah, the NQ is where the action's at.
For now. Just because it moves fast. And that's okay. Whatever floats your boat.
It's is it just me though, or is it almost everybody? When you go back and you look at everything that happened throughout a trading day, in hindsight, we're all geniuses, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
In hindsight, we all
100%.
knew exactly what it was gonna do.
I would love to see how the NQ would trade. If you took all of these retail sim traders and put them in a live account trading the NASDAQ, how much differently do you think it would move? If you put actual liquidity into the NQ with everybody trading on sim and put them into a live account, how much drastically would that market change?
I'm not sure what that trader's name is. I think it's like Patrick Haggard or something along these lines. It looks a little creepy if you ever see him. He said that retail traders only account for 5% of all the daily volume. I don't know where he got
In
that
the live
statistic
markets.
from. I don't know. In the
That's
live
in the
markets.
live markets. In the live markets.
So if we did go from people like myself or you guys, that we're all trading in the sim environment, I wonder how much more that 5% would raise if we all were in the live market. Would it really be that substantial?
Let's take a look at daily volume in
It
the
wouldn't-
NQ real quick.
Well, JD, it wouldn't trade the same way because this presupposes that I don't even think the degens among us would trade the same way if they were live, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
to make this work, you'd have to be giving everyone. Do you know how much margin would take if someone wants to trade 15 NQs in the live market?
Oh yeah, incredible.
A lot. It would start out as chaos and then they'd be liquidated for the most part very quickly, but the initial chaos would be worth it. I mean, we did have that guy JD who was trading 35,000 MNQs a day.
35,000 micros. We had one trader in a single day, if he was in a live market, would have accounted for 5% of the volume on that trading day. All right, so the December contract, total volume in the December contract yesterday was 604,000 contracts, right? So let's figure, at least being conservative, 10 times that in a sim environment. If we moved 6 million contracts into the live environment, how different would that market look? Would people still be using market orders? The ladder would definitely thicken up a little bit, right? Possibly.
Very interesting. I believe we confronted that individual too, like, hey, this isn't, what are we doing here? And they kept on doing it. Shocker, it did not work out. That was even before they got to live, where obviously, if you're ever trading a strategy in which you are trading 5% of the volume of a market on sim, you can go ahead and assume very strongly that it would not work in a live.
You're gonna start filling your own orders?
Oh, yeah.
That's insane. 5,000. That's just insane. I get a little nervous when I look at my performance stats, and it shows over 8 trades in a day, for example. And those 8 trades are sometimes inflated because of the way you scale in and out, right?
Yeah.
It's true. Do you typically enter and exit at the market, Yusuf? Or are you using limits, stops? What's your technique there?
So markets, I do more market than anything. However, I've noticed my win rate on limit sell or limit buy orders do a lot better. And reason being is because that is 100% sticking to a plan that I had in place, not just I see something and I'm triggering a hotkey.
Yeah.
Because those hotkeys, man, I've noticed it will give you the worst fill possible. If you're trying to short, it's gonna give you at the bottom. If you're trying to long, it's gonna fill you at the top.
That's why, especially with the NQ, I love the join bid and join ask buttons. Those are my hotkeys for the NQ. Up is join bid, down is join ask. Market orders are too unpredictable in the NQ, especially in the micro NASDAQ. Join bid, join ask, you won't get hurt. You might miss a trade here and there, but you won't be so much of a victim of slippage. Personal opinion. This is not trading advice.
It's just kind of so. Since we are in a sim environment, when I do press a hotkey, is it still filling me as if I am indeed in a live market? So is it looking for that first real bid where the exchange would honestly take place?
Yes, you're looking at a real feed from the CME group, so we try and emulate the an actual live trading environment in our sim logic. So it does do the best to get you that best bidder offer when you're trading at the bidder offer.
So I mean, you could say we're well over 95% accuracy in regards to fills here, huh?
Mm-hmm. I would say so. Yeah.
Well, you could use the logic as best you can. It's impossible. Like you can only emulate, if you take it to the extreme, if you could emulate the live market perfectly, you could probably make an algo that would make billions of dollars a year.
Right.
So every sim program does their best. In everything I've ever seen, the fills are almost always better. And especially when people are launching, say a 15 lot of NQ or something like that. But real quick here, we got a news story to get to. U.S. home prices increased in September at a slightly weaker pace, while sales of homes rose in most of the country in October. We got a little news story here that we'll get to right about now.
The S&P Totality Case-Shiller U.S. National Home Price Index rose 1.3% in September, that's slightly down from a gain of 1.4% in August, and the weakest pace since 2023. Meanwhile, pending home sales in October rose nearly 2% from the prior month. The National Association of Realtors said that brings the index to its highest level in a full year. Home sales were up across the country except in the West. It's a sign that lower mortgage rates are spurring home buying activity.
All right, thank you for that.
That's a
Gabe.
good sign.
Yeah. Interesting comment in the chat. You're just speaking about. I'm not trying to put this guy on blast or anything, but he says, if you accidentally click in the dome, it places an order. That's BS. Well, yes, the dome is for trading. When you're hovering your mouse around those boxes in the dome, it assumes you're there to place an order. If you don't want to trade off the dome, then I suggest you close it out and trade off your chart.
Yeah, I mean that's how I enter every order.
I use the dome for every order entry. Yeah, I don't trade off charts. I trade off the dome or the ladder. If that's not your cup of tea, just get rid of it.
And a gradual sell-off here.
I'm just thinking about that trade you had earlier, Jack, where it stopped you out by 1 point, fell back down 25 points. Kind of gives me PTSD about what happened to me last week.
Yeah. Also, I can play out that trade in my head. I'm glad it kind of put me out of his misery because what would have likely happened is if I had survived that, I had 2 on. I'm going to be honest about myself. Here's what I would have done. On this sell-off, I would have covered 1, and then I'd be short 1 with a little more realized P&L, and I probably would have added it back here, and then I would have just got stopped out even higher. Would the loss be greater or less? I don't know, but I'm not going to pretend like this move here that I would have been like, oh, I took the bottom. No, I would have lost money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, self-reflection with honesty is the only key to growth in this game, is something that I've noticed.
This is true.
And my chat GPT tells me that a lot.
And they can't be wrong, right?
I love chat GPT. I love that thing. If you ever want a true hype man in your life, it's AI.
It's AI? All right.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Are we going to get some fall through to the downside here, guys? We're going to see some selling?
I think there's going to be a little bit of a follow through, but it's going to bounce back up, is going to be my guess.
Yeah.
It's just not pushing down hard enough. It seems like there's a lot of buyers looking for the price that they want.
You're probably right. I mean, I could see it making the dive back towards the 50-day moving average.
What would the price be at, Jack?
It's at about 67.30. I mean, that would be the big sell-off target. But for me, I mean, this is all like a no-go zone. I mean, what would you buy here, JD?
What would I buy here? We're kind of in a dud zone. I don't know. The cheaper trade is definitely on the short side right now, unless you were going to buy it right here. And then just put in like a 5-handle stop arbitrarily. Otherwise, cheaper intermediate term trade is to the short side. Stop at new highs. Which is a better...
I could see us possibly testing 900, 910.
Somebody...
Not everyone...
John B. asked if I unwound the NVIDIA straddles. Yeah. I did it the morning after I was off that day. I didn't get the full move of it, but on the 185s, so I sold 13.3, bought 1084, and the 187.5 straddles sold 13.4 and bought 7.73. So those worked out pretty well.
Having a good week over there. Big week.
Yeah. I had a lot of other stuff going on in the account, JD, but I've been
getting a little bit more selling.
I was getting a little punished lately, but then last week was just like when the lights turn on in Christmas vacation or something. So I'm back, baby. All right, new lows. And by lows, I mean since the top of the rally, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Got a long way to go before new lows.
Yeah, quite a bit of ways. People were calling for new lows a couple hours ago. And then 11 o'clock segment we were in, a lot of people were calling for total reversal, new lows on the close. It's going to be a stretch, though, to get down there. Regular trading hours low, 66.74 half in the ES. It's quite a ways. That is a low a day, too, 66.74 half.
Someone also asked where I'm getting the 50-day moving average from. And this is a matter I think is the right way, but I don't like things like looking once you get out to like the day time frame. I don't like looking at things like a 50-day moving average on the futures because the further you go back in a future, the larger a premium it has versus the spot market. Um, and so the spot market, basically what I do is see what the difference is, check out the 50-day moving average in the SPX, and then add however many points it is that day.
Makes sense.
And like certainly you don't want to be looking at like a 200-day moving average on a future. I mean, they don't trade very much at all 200 days ago, and there's probably a huge gap between that and the spot.
What are you seeing right now, Yusuf? Anything catching your eye? If you had to be in the market right now, what direction would you be?
I would go short for targeting at least 30 points from here.
Yeah.
But I am looking to buy, so I'm just gonna be patient. I'm hoping that it falls to the 910s and then buy just one micro there, looking for 25 points. Just a lot of indecision right here. It's really having trouble deciding whether to go up or not or continue down.
Woo moo woo is laughing out loud at the people calling for new low of day. Hey, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening, but that
No, I don't think it's happening either.
matter what I think. To give you an example right now of like that premium, I'm just clicking some random futures here. Right now, the ESH, so like the March contract is trading 68.15. The June contract for next year is trading 68.76, and the September is trading 68.80.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Popping
I
equities
too
right
think
there.
highly
What's that?
unlikely that we're about the lows
Yes,
of the day.
agreed.
Yeah, it's highly
Agreed.
unlikely to happen.
A little bit of buying coming in. Yusuf, you didn't get in there, did you? Did you get long?
No, I didn't, but I'm about to get short here. Looking to get short at 72.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay.
He'll get us there. The strategy I'm
Right.
using on this is that it's already shown its card, in my opinion, that it does want to continue down. And I use this standard deviation fibs. So the golden pocket for that most recent move from that point of resistance to the low would put the golden pocket right at that 972 level. We'll just, have a tight stop, 20 points, $40. I've been filled. It's great.
All right. Yusuf is in the market. Short NQ. What's your price again?
I am in at 972 and I am targeting, I needed like $58, like nothing crazy. We'll just target that low or that 50% mark.
Gotcha. How many did you put on? How many in?
I just have one micro. I don't
Just
need
one.
more than
Just
that.
one. Gotcha. Yusuf, short one micro, 24,972. Got it.
Mm.
It would be great if you could lose that 50. Let it flush right here. I'm gonna go ahead and move that stop to break even and cover commissions. Only reason being is if it flips back, is it really going to continue down?
Got that heavy feeling, but
Yeah, it's probably going to already stop me out. I need to get a chance.
the market loves to screw
There it goes.
as many people as it can.
Yeah,
It's
it
the
loves
nature of the
to
beast.
jack and just do it one more time. It makes me not want to. Makes me want to put my stop back where I had it from the get-go. But at the same time, very confident on where this thing is going. Especially NASDAQ. I really wish I could learn how to trade gold, but because I own real gold, like tangible gold, I don't want to risk losing my value of gold digitally. If that makes sense.
Understood.
Well, after being fast and furious this morning, calmed down quite a bit, which is nice.
Have you guys had your jewelry appraised recently for insurance purposes based on gold prices?
No, but that's a
No,
good
are you
idea,
in trouble?
JD.
You in trouble, JD?
That's a good idea.
Need a few bucks?
I was talking to my wife about it the
I
other
got-
day, actually. Like, maybe we should bring this stuff in. And it's been a couple years.
That went over well.
Yeah, I got fortunate. My wife and I made a pretty big gold purchase in the end of May. Right when it was still hovering around 3,100, 3,200. So already grew 33% just from that.
Mm-hmm. I believe it, yeah.
And believe it or not, we bought it from Chicago.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, my family my mom and dad went to Chicago for a wedding, and man, you guys have some good gold stores over there, some good gold jewelry.
Down on Wabash?
Jewelers Row. Wabash, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Let's
that
roll.
area was in Harlem. Is that where they?
Was it on
is that where it
Harlem
is?
Avenue? Or was it like
Yeah,
downtown?
Was it downtown?
It was more where most all the Middle Easterner stores are.
Oh, so it was like up north, like
Could've been,
Harlem
like, Devon
Avenue
and yeah.
Devon?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that place that's awesome.
Yeah, Chicago's a nice place.
$57.62. Okay. JD, we're still flat here.
Yeah. We're not doing anything. Honestly, I have no gauge on direction right now. It looks like it wants to go lower, but we're popping higher.
Yeah, me out.
It's got that heavy
Essentially break
feel,
even.
but Scratch, you got out of break even? Scratch? No harm, no foul.
Yeah, it covered my commissions. Surprisingly, I really thought there would be some follow through there, especially when we saw it reject that 75s.
It's really trying to rip now, isn't it? It's moving. Is this a head fake? Is this a retest? Or are these real buyers? Is Mo in the chat? Are these wooden buyers, Mo?
Mo would know. I need to be on with Mo one day. That would be fun.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah, for sure. Mo's great on here. He doesn't give a shit.
Oh man, he is awesome. He has a lot
He
of
just
fun
takes
to have.
over.
I'm genuinely surprised that it did come back to these 80s.
I'm looking at the ES. These buyers are really they're not stopping right now. Looks kind of strong, actually.
Coming back for it. Somebody asked if the the equity futures curve can ever invert. Theoretically, it can, but that would be like over a very short time period, probably under a crazy market. But like very quickly. It shouldn't. I mean, the other futures generally invert because they have, commodities or something where there's supply and demand issues that can happen. But generally, why would I ever buy the front month future if the 3 months from now is cheaper? It's very rare. I don't think it's something that would happen except like during like a flash crash or something.
All right, guys, this is a rip. This is a legit rip now. I'm looking for news.
Yeah, 50 points in 4 or 5 minutes towards the end of the day is that's a lot.
All I'm
I
seeing
don't see
is
too much.
and just that U.S. envoy. Witkoff suggests that Putin speak to Trump ahead of Zelensky's visit. Why is that market moving? I don't think it is. Something else is going on here, though. Unless it's just a squeeze.
It could just be purely technical. Because the volume just kind of doesn't make sense. When you look at this volume, it doesn't really structure with what you see.
Well, we will find out soon enough. Good cut on that trade earlier, Yusef.
Yeah, excellent out.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
Good risk management on that trade.
Well, really quick, we got Gabe back here. We got a few more minutes here. I believe he has some jabs for us. So, Gabe, jab away. Jabba, jabba, jabba.
Jabba, jabba, jabba. Let's do it. So we got a few traders that we want to shout out in the chat today. As always, thank you everybody for participating today. We got Investopia worldwide. I'm done, locked out at 507. Great job. We got FD Trader waiting on another A+ setup soon, but if not, I'm going to lock out for plus 621. Great stuff. We got classic dips up 164 and 222, and my XFA is done for the day. Good stuff. We got Tika just past my combine. Love to see it. It's always a great feeling. Looking forward to hearing about your continued experience here in the XFA. Helicopter Tech passed my 150K combine today. Let's go. Let's go indeed. Great work. And we got Real John Ross just submitted a payout request. Makes 15K in November. What a solid month, man. God bless Topstep. Good stuff, John. You did the work, man. We're just here to provide the platform. Glad to hear, though. But for those that we missed, we see you. We appreciate you. And I'm going to send it back to you guys to close this hour out with Yusuf. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you very much, Gabe. Yusuf, thank you for joining today. Go Saints.
Thank you. Yeah. Go Bears.
All right.
Bears.
Perfect stuff. Bears. Speaking of which, we got a bear of a power hour coming up. We got Andre, Dakota, and Mandy in the house. This is TopstepTV. We'll be back right after this. See you then.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
Oh, a couple of Utah folks and myself in the house. In the middle, we got Dakota. To the right, we got Mandy. Let's get right into Power Hour. Mandy, how is it going? Looks like NASDAQ's getting bought back up. About 30 points to go for a new session high. Scratch that now, 20 points to go. Thoughts?
It's been a day. The market was impressive today. Major sell-off here at open, and news came out, and we think pretty much most of the rest of the day. So a little bit of a pullback. Thought we might rotate back down, but we are looking to make new highs on the day. We'll see if we. I was looking at an upside target earlier of 109. That was a 1 hour candle topper from a few days ago. So I'm curious to see if we can reach up that high.
Alrighty. Well, we just made new session highs in the ES, a price of 67.76 and a quarter. Take a look at the NQ here. Trade 25,035, 25 points for session highs there. Gold trading 41.33. Crude $57.89, and MBT micro Bitcoin trading 86,770. Dakota, thoughts? Where are we taking this thing? Got an eye on the headlines, perhaps a peace deal. What's up, Dakota?
It's Tuesday, right? Tomorrow's Wednesday. It's the last day of the week. It's a shortened week. And this is something I was talking about last night during slow markets. We've had these highs, and we were forming one last night, and I was looking for a pullback. We got it, but pattern recognition is we've rallied out, like almost like we're going to break out, and then we've sold off. We've done that a couple times, but what we're seeing now is a little bit different. We broke out, but we're not selling off. We're actually holding. I was just checking. Nvidia's taking a hit along with Bitcoin, but this market's holding up really well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we come back up and test these, some of these highs up here. Maybe we could come up and test 25,200s to 25,250s. So, 200 points higher, whether that be in the next hour or by the end of day tomorrow. But we've seen some nice volatility. I'm happy to see this market hold up from this morning. It looked like it was going to just follow that pattern and it was going to sell off. But the fact that we held is very positive for this market. So looking for continuation to the long side. We are at that big round number, 25,000. So there is a good chance that we just chop, I hate to say it, but chop around that big round number for the rest of the day.
Around 25,000. Well, all right. That begs the question. I'm going to throw it over here to Mandy. Mandy, we like to play a game around here called Above Below. Chat, for those that are new, I'm going to ask Mandy what she thinks the price will be on the close in the NQ. And we're going to put it to a poll. You're going to vote. Do you think it'll be above or below that price in the NQ? Mandy, last trade, 25,036. What will the price be in 52 minutes on the close?
I'm going to say above or below. Let's go big. 73s, 25,073 and a half. We're going to go half. I have a mark on that.
073 hook. 073 hook. 25,073 half. All right, let's see if we get that new session highs there in the ES. Continue to grind higher here. 50-50 on the tilt.
I'll go with higher. I'll go with higher.
It's above. So you're going to take above?
Above.
All right. We'll get that pull up. Boom. There it is. That's the closing price. NQ above low. I will say above also. I'll say above also. The way, like you're saying, Dakota, the way we're holding bid here, like the last pattern recognition, indeed, last week or so, it was weak highs put in and just sell it all the way down to make new lows. Doesn't seem to be the case the last 2 days as we continue to push higher here in the ES. 67.78 new 78 quarter new highs there. NASDAQ still has a little bit to go. I know the polls. Mandy, any prices of interest levels? I know you guys just put out 073s.
Yeah. 07. Yeah. I think 109s is totally doable. That's where I want to see. I just need to make sure I'm not like married to that bias. We could totally rotate, drop another 200-300 points, like whatever, anything can happen. I think I will want to enter long if you have a 3-minute candle close above 50s. That would tell me that maybe we can reclaim high of day and push higher. I'll be seeing what my 500 tick and 3-minute are doing as well. You guys know I like my moving average and EMA. So I do want to see a candle post above that. I really like the 3-minute. I feel like it's pretty telling. But who's not to say we go back to VWAP at some point? VWAP it is down quite a ways down there. So let's see.
Let's see, indeed. Again, still trying to get up to session highs in the NQ. About 20 points to go. ES going back just by a point. Gold trading 41.43. Dakota, what do you think? What are you thinking here? How have you traded so far today? See, you're up a little bit. Nice job. Got a nice little streak.
Green on the screen. Green on the screen. This is day 7 of 7. 7 green days in a row here in this live account. I'm looking at the VIX.
Nice.
The VIX is down. Volatility is down. This is gonna be an interesting power hour. This is gonna be a very interesting power hour. I'm very mixed in direction. Very mixed in direction. We'll just see. Let this market do what it wants to do.
And also keep an eye out for those headlines. Perhaps about progress of a deal between Russia and Ukraine. Starting to see more headlines. Talking about a meeting in Moscow. Keep an eye on that. Markets seem to have reacted to that as well. Also, some news coming out that Hassert may be the leading, the leading candidate to replace Jerome Powell as Fed chair. We'll see.
Right. We're going to be having a new Fed chair coming soon.
Until May. But slowly around Christmas time. Christmas time, we'll get that game of Apprentice being played. Also, okay, we got 48 minutes to see the lower right-hand corner. We got 48 minutes till the closing bell. 38 minutes till MOC, market on close.
Oh, man.
Got some volatility there. Big flip yesterday. Came out heavy sell side in the billions, both ES and the NQ. Then right there, about 2 minutes till the closing bell, flipped buy side by the billions. So
by the billions. That was insane yesterday.
Big flip.
Yep. We're getting some selling coming in here off these 40s.
Mm-hmm. The poll is up.
And I think I'm going to change my entry. Will actually look at a 15-minute close above 31 3/4.
Okay.
We've had a multiple area of wicks, candle tops on mine on the 15-minute where we just haven't gotten anything to hold above it. So if we can push and have that 15-minute candle close above it, I think we should be in a more of a clearer runway to go higher for the day. Also, my moving average and EMA cross would post, so that would also tell us longs on my strategy.
Okay, Manny, what did you change from? You changed to the 15-minute. What were you looking
3-minute.
at?
It was 3-minute. But when I looked at the 15, 15-minute, I feel like, of course, gives us more of from a scalping aspect, right? A more longer possible trade for me and better direction. We had a cross here, and it just sold right off, right? I think it's a pretty good read on it. I do like to bounce between my 15, my 3, and my 500 tick. I kind of like to see how all of those run together and kind of let me make my decision on entry. But the 15-minute, it does add to the story. And so that's why I like to use it. Where I have a multiple 15-minute touch point on that 31.75. And these are going from a couple months back where we had, multiple 15 minutes closing either on the wick or the candle there. That's telling me that's going to be a resistance area for sure.
Good stuff. All right. Look at the 15. Some in the chat are saying they are seeing perhaps a triple top in the NQ. You see that as
what
well.
Time frame? What are they looking at?
Look at the 5-minute there. Look at the 5-minute there, Dakota. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. There you go. I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, there. We had to convince Dakota.
Yeah.
All right, we take the poll down. We got 64% are saying they're guessing above. Above.
That's what I think about the triple top. I'm long one.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Nice.
long one. That. Oh, remember, use those risk management settings because I would have been long a mini. So I need to switch to micros.
Did you get in, Dakota? Are you long?
I am long one micro.
Okay.
Because
And I need to wait 38 seconds before I enter my long.
All right. What price did you get, Dakota?
Hold.
I got 35. No, actually, I got 34 half.
34 hook. That's what Dakota thinks about triple tops. Triple tops are made to be broken, perhaps. MBT catching a bid, breaking out, I should say. Yes,
I'll add to
holding.
this one. I'm going to add to this one too. I'll tell you when though.
Okay. The chat, they're saying it will be broken. Well, we'll find out
It's
here.
right here. It didn't close above. I don't think so. I'm hands off right now.
Okay. Trade off.
The old triple top.
Yes, triple top indeed.
I'll add to it here if we keep holding into the end of the power session.
Power session? What'd you call it? The power session? How slow session? Right here, Dakota, we got the star of slow session, 7:30 p.m. Central time on Topstep TV. Catch him. It's a Tuesday, so there's your. Who will be joining you on slow markets? Slow markets this evening, Dakota.
Baron's joining me tonight.
Okay.
Baron is going to be joining me tonight, Tuesdays. Last night we were slow, but I still ended up green. You can see green on the screen. Tonight, Baron's going to be joining me. Baron's a great gold trader he's turning into. And yeah, gold is on the menu.
Right, very good.
There you go.
I added, I'm long 2 from average price 35 half.
Okay.
Nice.
Half. Last trade 032. Yes, holding bid as well. 67.74 last trade. Session high is 78. Let's take a peek at the old Dow. What's the Dow doing? Dow on the open just absolutely shot. Dow continuing to grind higher. Look at that. New highs just put there in the Dow. 47,186. Last trade 175. Gold also catching a bit of a bid, 41.35. About a 40, scratch that, about a $50 range in gold today. Saw Aaron Luce on with us in fast markets. A little bullish.
Been pretty strong lately. That Fed fund tool is 85% almost.
Isn't that crazy? I guess it's back on. I mean,
it's back on, I suppose.
Market's going to get its way. All right, Mandy. No trade. You didn't take the trade. What didn't you see? You were looking for close above.
I went over to the 15-minute. Yeah, I wanted a candle close above the 31.75 where we have the candle close, multiple wicks. To me, that's resistance right now. Like 15-minute candle close would have given me a better confirmation to enter long, especially with my EMA popping on top. In regards to the 3-minute chart, right now we're looking for a moving average to pop on top. So that would tell me sell if this candle posts here in 3 minutes. But where we kind of have mixed signals on the 15 and the 3, and also 500 tick is starting to maybe pop green on top. I'm hands off right now.
Cody, you liking what you're seeing in terms of
yeah, we're holding. We're holding these 20s right now.
There you go.
Yes, holding as well.
Yes, I'm going to add right there. I'm going to add one. So I'm long 3 from 35 even.
Nice.
Getting a little spicy here.
Long 3.
We take boring and spicy in this segment of Power Hour.
Power session.
Yeah,
Yep. Power session, boring and
Power
spicy. Something's about, yeah. I mean, see the price action here. We're holding bid. Mandy, are you still looking for that same trade, a close above, perhaps to take the long? Or is it just restart, refresh the approach, all your if thens? Go back to
Refresh the approach. I need green to pop on top. I need a little bit more volume coming in. I did talk about, if we can get a 3-minute candle close above these 50s, I would take a long there.
Okay.
Dakota will have a way better fill, which is awesome, but I'm probably only looking to take a portion of what he's taking. So different approaches could head the same direction, different TPs, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we're doing a whole lot of 38 to 24, like a nice 15-point range here in the last 9 minutes.
Yep.
A lot of fun right now.
We're seeing the
We're trying to. We're trying.
We're trying. Yeah.
New
that's a good point.
5-minute opening here. It's gonna be a big one. We got 9 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Keep an eye on the ES. Nothing on the ladder in terms of big orders. We saw 1,000 lot come in on the ES. Way down there around what? 76, 66, 76. Yeah. I just put the lows in and we rallied from there in fast markets. And now we're trading 100 points higher, 67.76. How about that, Dakota? 6.7.
Huh.
Nah, you love it. When will that joke end, or will it not? As long as we keep saying it, is it a joke?
I'm over it now.
I'm same. Chad is not.
I mean, I'm pretty over it. I think I have every kid in my house saying it at least 5 times a day. It's exhausting. I almost need to make a funeral for 6-7, so
Ooh.
we're not allowed to say it anymore in my house.
Okay, well that might just fuel him to say it more. I mean, just
I know. Where's the
chat.
balance, right? I guess maybe don't put attention to it, right? Don't respond to it. But my kids just lose it. They think it's the funniest thing anytime we're happen to talk about something and we accidentally say 6 or 7 hours or whatever it is that we're talking about.
Yeah, if the ES could get into the 68 handle, that would help as we trade 67s. That we'll find out here.
It's in our life forever. So like planking.
Yeah, that whole thing, mannequin challenge, all those amazing internet sensations. Come on, let's see if we can get another push here. ES holding bid as well.
Ooh, there's a little bit of a
little
pick me up right there.
25,000. 041. 042s. 043s.
I'm gonna take one off here at 43.
Nice little push. Not bad,
Let's try to take
Dakota.
one
That's
off.
good. What made you enter there, Dakota? Just because we're triple topping? You're looking for the breakout?
Yeah. Everyone thinks we're triple topping. We make sure I say this correct. We held really well. We're holding this level really well. Most of the stocks are green besides Nvidia and say Tesla's kind of chopping back and forth. At the end of the day, we've tested this level once, twice. This is the third time. I mean that's a 100-point rally in 10 minutes. Consolidate for a little bit, looking for us to squeeze, at least come up and break through the session highs. Where's the shorts? Where do they have their stops? It's going to be up in this level, and we're going to target them.
Nice.
Because I know if I have a short, my stop's going to be in these 50s or 60s. What?
Is your upside end of hour? your end?
073s, right? What's your target? Upside target to go to if we can.
I'm going to trail this. Yeah, it's going to be based purely on price action. It's power hour, power session. We have a little over 30 minutes left. I don't have big expectations for this. I'll take what the market will give me.
Well, right now it's continuing to stay bid ES as well. 2 points off session highs in the ES. NASDAQ looking to hold the bid as well. You're looking at 25,043. Jay in
Much,
the
Jay?
chat looking at 25,130.
Do it, Jay. Do it.
90 points away.
Yeah.
If we get out, here we go.
That'll
15
hit that
points.
109 I was talking about. I like that.
Dakota, you're trailing the
Let's come in
stop.
here.
How many ticks do you typically trail?
I got it at 14 points.
14?
now.
Okay. Just grind
Have you
these
tried the
through.
manual or like the automatic trailing feature on
Nah.
the orders?
Some people do, and some people like it. I have to do it manually because markets change. Markets aren't automatic, and I like to move my stop based off of market structure, price section.
Yeah.
I like that. MBT taking a peek to the downside here. There was a bit of a correlation between MBT and the equities. Seems to have broken off for the time being. Keep an eye out for any more headlines. Again, it is a condensed holiday trading week. Tomorrow, essentially, tomorrow will be open. Thursday will be closed for the day session with a reopen at 5 p.m. Central on Thursday. TopstepTV will not be on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm sorry, Thursday and Friday. Thursday and Friday, I should say. Also goes in hand in hand with the tip of the week. Tip of the week, TopstepTV this week is take a break, take breaks, get some rest. So there, wow, quick with it, Andrea. Good job. Take
There it
breaks,
is.
Wow.
stay fresh, stay focused, refuel, rediscover your passion.
Andrea's
for trading.
focused. That's for
good.
sure. Real focus. Love it. You know, I think I am excited for this short week. I probably should be honest with you guys. I'm in a combine right now. I have been struggling, like really struggling lately to take a payout. I took 13,000 in payouts in August, another 4,500 in September, nothing in October, nothing in November. And I am having a really difficult time with that. And so, yeah, I'm really looking for just like quite a few days, not looking at the chart with the long weekend. I work on Mondays, so hopefully stay away from the charts on Mondays and just come in hopefully with a little bit level head and just have some good goals with it being a new month come next Monday. Yeah, I could use some refresh. I'll be honest with that.
Sure. For sure. So August, September, good. October is when the struggles kind of began.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what changed. Like, what was the issue? I'm still trying to nail that down. Because once I can figure that out, I think we can get, a good spot again. I know, Dakota, like you've gone through this, and I'm sure we won't be, I hope it's your last time, right? You've just demonstrated,
No,
it
won't be my last
it
time.
won't be. Okay. Yeah. Well,
No.
best wishes for that.
Nope.
But
We're always gonna go through stuff like that.
yeah. So I think it's been rough where you see success and then I don't. I think this is the first time I was really seeing success. So I guess this is the first time not seeing success after having success. I've kind of always, I wasn't getting payouts, and now finally I was making payouts and they were good, great, big payouts, right? Yeah, there's a few of you in the chat are like, you're like, I'm feeling that too. And I'm glad to know wasn't just me. So yeah, just know you guys aren't alone. Us here on air go through it too. And I think it's inspiring what Dakota showed and quite a few of the traders that we've had on air go through that. And so I'm looking to get back on the horse again, looking for December, finish off the year good. But I also need to be mindful. December gets a little weird, right? With end of year, hedge funds probably not trading.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that. Dakota,
That's nice.
obviously, you did it in front of thousands and thousands of people. Followed the journey. It took a few months. What did you do, Dakota, to take a step back and say and re-examine your approach? Because you got it dialed in right now. So, what did you do before and after?
Yeah, NASDAQ's pumping towards these highs.
It's grinding higher. I got you.
It's good.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing that I've done. I've went through this. I probably can't even count how many times I've went through it over the past 15 years. But it's the same thing. You stop digging the hole that you're in. You take a break. Whether for me, it's like a break is like a week. A week. Just take a step back, start review some of the basics. I'm a technical trader, price action. I'll review market structure, see what I was looking at, review my trading journal. I review. I'm still old school. I don't know. Do we call this old school if I'm looking at Microsoft Excel and seeing what I'm doing? If there's something, it's like, okay, this is so obvious I was doing this wrong, right? Making sure there's nothing very obvious because I don't want to make big adjustments. I've noticed throughout the years, you don't need to make big adjustments. It's the small little details that make the bigger impact, at least for me in my trading. Am I trailing my stop loss a little too tight? Is it the size? It's something very, very minimal. Make a small adjustment, get back at it. Make a small adjustment, get back at it. Not jumping like, oh, wow, I'm using this indicator, then it's another indicator. So focus on the little stuff. Zoom out, right? Very similar to where if someone's on like a 1 minute time frame and then they blow up their account and they zoom out and like, if I would have just looked at the hourly, I would have like noticed we're in an uptrend, right? So something as simple as that. And then it takes some time. You have to identify, is it you or is it the market? You can't really blame the market, but the market does change. And that's the
Absolutely.
reality that we live with. We need to change and adjust. We have to be fluid. Don't be stuck in one system. Don't be stuck with one process and say this is going to always be successful, because these
Always
markets
work, yeah.
change day by day, week by week.
Here we go.
Here
New
we go.
highs.
Yeah, absolutely.
New highs.
Great
NQ.
read, Dakota.
25,060. And the orders now 062 prints. 064s. There we go. New highs. ES following suit as well. 67.79. Nice read indeed. All right, Dakota, how are you trailing this? You're manually trailing this. Let's go to your. Okay, look at that. We are cooking now.
There's
73s.
73s.
Pumping here, man. Oh, look at this. I have my stop loss in the money at 044s. Coach Jay.
Wow.
Coach Jay, we going for those 130s?
Oh, Dakota's
going.
Back. We got a 120 lot up at 25,089.
Just 50 points here almost.
Just like that.
Let's go.
That's a great candle.
Yes, 67.82.
Let's hold it. NASDAQ up. That's a 0.5% here in the NAS. NVIDIA bouncing a little bit, so we'll see.
Pull back there. Did just pop. Triple top says nope, not so much. Dakota. One thing I noticed, Dakota, when you were recalibrating, adjusting, you stopped looking for the home run trade, and you were playing the ranges, right? Quite nicely. This was
so,
July, August.
That's part of it.
You're taking out 20, 25 points in a NQ trade when that's when the market was giving you. So that was something.
Yeah.
Then there you go.
Sometimes I'm slow to adjust, and sometimes that's the reality. These markets change, and how quickly can you adjust? Just like any sport, any athlete, the team that adjusts to what the other is doing quicker usually come out on top. And last year I went through and I said, man, if almost, I don't want to say every one of my trade, but the majority of my trades, I was capturing 20 points in the money, but then I was holding for longer. And if I would have just, taken these smaller base hits, whatever you qualify as a base hit depending on your time frame, then, I would have had a much different outcome throughout those past few months. So I adjusted. I was just taking those, 15, 20 point scalps, doing really, really, really well, got back into a funded. Now, here I am, the market volatility increases, so the base hits start to increase. And so trying to get back to those adjustments. And I'm trading exactly the way I'm trading in my I was trading in the combine and then in the XFA. 7 winning days in a row, trading smaller size, taking profits, leaving a runner on for this market volatility. So if we do just decide to get up to those 130s that Jay called out, then I can still capture that. What was it? Was it last week or the week before?
I was just going to say, fast forward to last week last week, back to back.
300 points, 400 points.
400.
On
Those are
runner.
great.
It's when you,
But my first take profit was like 30 points. And that was very volatile. And that was like a small base hit because we're seeing 100-point swings every 5 minutes when we had that volatility, which is insane. So, and you just seen it here. I was in 3 contracts. I took 2 contracts off for, 15, 20 points. And now I have 1 runner on and we're up, almost 40 points. And if this market continues to pump going into the end of this session, I want to capture all of it and I'll trail it up just like this. See, look, we got a nice pivot here. Nice pivot. My stop loss was at the previous pivot. Now we have a nice pivot. I'll move my stop loss there. If this market turns over, I locked in 25 points. And if it wants to keep going, then I'll just let it cook.
Fantastic.
You got this, Mandy. Because it's not going to be the last time. It's not going to be the last time. It's not going to be the first time. It's just, like Dakota saying, you gotta, when you know your strategy needs some adjustment, it's going to take a few days. And in trading, there's no do-overs. We learn by losing money, and that's the thing. That's how you know. How do you know your strategy ain't working? Well, you're losing money. P&L is red. For instance, that MBT equities trade that was kind of working for the last week and a half or two, it ain't working today. So that's why I'm in the red. That's kind of gotta learn the hard way. And then when it does go back on something like that, then you get all chasing your tail. All right, still continue to push here. Dakota long from 035. What are you long from?
I missed my entry. We were talking about close above the 27s is what I was looking at on that 15-minute, and it closed at 48 on the 15-minute. I think I was going on my little rant there about how I was struggling. But also going into the 3-minute, we are holding above these 73s. So I'm looking if I can get a little pullback here. I think I'll join you. I like doing one mini, but I'm in and out pretty fast. So. All
right, 50-50 on the till. We got about 13 minutes till MOC market on close. And ES make a new session high 67.84 quarter. Same with the NQ 25,086. Again, shortened trading week with the holiday on Thursday. So let's take a look and see how to score Travel Tuesday deals. I'll be traveling later this week. So take a look. How do you score a deal for traveling? I like this one. Let's look at random stuff. Take a look at this.
When it comes to holiday shopping, Black Friday and Cyber Monday are the Super Bowl for retail. But after those 2 big days is a lesser-known doorbuster day called Travel Tuesday.
Travel Tuesday is the most comprehensive day of deals across the travel industry.
Travel expert Emily Kaufman, known as the Travel Mom, says the Tuesday after Thanksgiving is when you can score major discounts on flights, cruises, hotel stays, and even travel packages.
Travel is such a huge category and is in such high demand that they curated and created their own special day.
But unlike Black Friday deals, which can extend through the entire month of December, Kaufman says many of the travel bargains only last 24 hours. Here's some of the details on the discounts you can score. Kaufman says Great Wolf Lodge, which has locations around the country, has a big sale for Travel Tuesday.
They're having a one-day flash sale, which has savings of 40% on standard rooms and up to 50% for premium or themed rooms.
Personal finance site NerdWallet recently came up with a list of the best deals for Travel Tuesday. Big hotel chains are slashing prices. Hilton is offering up to 50% off of some stays. Marriott up to 40%. And many Hyatt hotels will be offering up to 30% off. It all depends on the location and dates. The secret to Travel Tuesday isn't luck, it's preparation.
Oftentimes, these deals require a specific promo code, so make sure you do your research ahead of time, and they're for select dates.
If you're looking for cheaper flights, Kaufman says travelers could save up to 40% off through the flight booking app Hopper. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Topstep TV. I'm Andre McHugh. That voice was amazing. Chat was absolutely loving that. Yeah. 25,086, just new highs in the NQES, grinding higher here as well. 67.84 half. Dakota continuing to catch this move to the upside.
Break
Long
even
two
right now.
Okay, Mandy, what's
I'm
your
flat.
position? 3-4. Okay.
Yep, I'm flat.
77.
Oh, 77's got
I want to push towards these 100s. I like the 108 quarter, 109 is kind of the area I was ballparking earlier today.
Okay.
For an upside target, but you might want to do a times. I don't know if you want to do a time stop on this. I'll put a tight stop with a MOC as we get closer to MOC if we just can't get out of the trade in time.
I'm flat, and I'm just gonna lock myself out here.
There you
Call
go.
it a day. 250. 250.
250. Nice job, Dakota. New highs ES. Highs Dow. And looks like NQ. We can do the same. 25,086. We'll take a look at some numbers. We got some more numbers tomorrow. Oh boy, we got the crude numbers. We got durable goods. We got initial jobless claims. Keep an eye on those jobs numbers as the Fed continues to tell us they are watching that very closely. Like Dakota said, we're pricing in a
89,
83% probability of a 25 basis point rate cut on that December 10th meeting. Less than a week ago, it was 40% pause.
30%.
Yeah, 30%.
Yeah.
It flipped quick. Dakota, tell me, how are the Megs? Is NVIDIA still getting worked?
Oh yeah, I give an update on that one.
Yeah,
I've been trying to get into Intel, man. I've been trying to build an Intel position, but yeah, Nvidia's down 3%, which is crazy. Market's still up. Apple up 0.6, Microsoft 0.8, Amazon 1.5, Google 1, Meta is up 3.5. Broadcom still running, man. Broadcom's up 2% today. Tesla and Intel scratch. So yeah, I've been trying to get into Intel. Question for the chat. I have a question for the chat, and I haven't had time to look into this. We have gold up 1%, but then we have GLD is at break even. The Spider Gold shares. So someone explain that to me. Is it the rollover? I haven't looked into this.
ETF isn't tracking. Weird.
Yeah. We got gold up 1%, but then GLD is, break even 0.03.
Oh yeah, some of those ETFs. Let's leave it at that. All right, a little bit of a pullback. Thank you. Still staying bid. 50-50 on the tilt.
Yeah.
Cross
rollover.
Board. Okay. Why roll over?
Yeah, I was thinking.
When in doubt.
Yeah, I was thinking it was rollover, but
25,082. MOC. There's 100 lot on the bid. They're filled. 25,081. 100 lot on the bid that was filled. See if we got some more buying coming in. The NQ.
For me, this trade's still valid. We had another 3 minutes still hold above that 73. We came down and wicked below it, but then came back and closed above it, above my entry. So I'm still holding on to this. This looks good until hopefully until it hits my TP. But I am trailing it. I don't want it to come below these lower wicks here on my 500 tick. So I think if it's going to fail, it's going to fail fast, and it'll probably go past this. So we'll see. We got 6.5 minutes until MOC.
Where's Billy? Billy, what's Delta? Good. That was looking good. every bid. They keep coming in on the bid here in the NQ. They're holding the 80s for now. Yeah, take a look at the ES 67.83. Holding the bid there as well. Gold looking like a little push to the upside here. We got 6 minutes till MOC. Seem to be strong for the time being. Oh, let's take a look at some of our live funded trader leaderboard. We saw it earlier this morning in Fast Markets. See, get an update. Ooh, new names. Alvanius up 13,000. Andis up 13,000. Nicholas, seen that name a little bit lately. Up 12. Ford up 10,000, 11,000. And Huang up 10,000 as well. Well done.
Look at that.
Wow.
Not easy. Not easy today at all. Good job keeping that Green Day green. And we'll see. Look at ES went positive. Thank you, Billy. And where that Hunterlock came in on the 80s. Let's see if they want to hold a bid here in the NQ. 67.82 in the ES. Bit of a holding pattern for right now. Charts are. What's that?
Some volatility right there. 5
Yeah,
minutes.
new 5. Yeah, new 5 minute just opened. You take some profits up here. Or is it just a better price to get long from? This is the pullback. Looking for.
Yeah, I'm good. I like
Yeah.
it. 15 minutes telling me I'm still long.
I think you are too. What, Dakota? What? Dude, you've been doing a lot of like gig. What? What now?
Yeah, I'm reading the chat. This R1 SNE or S3 NDL.
Oh.
Saying some funny stuff. Saying pretty funny stuff in the chat. So random but funny. Eats French fries and orders from shortest to longest. Where this stuff comes.
Wow. Puts the
Oh,
milk
so
in the
funny.
bowl before the cereal. Hit you with
Yeah. Earlier he said I eat hot dogs from the middle point.
There you go. Yep.
I love the chat so much.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's get that push now.
Yeah, that was a good sign right
Towards
there.
these 90s.
Yeah, that was a good sign. That 5 minute opened up. They took it to the downside. Buyer step right back in. Let's see if we got another push for new session highs.
Yeah, I'm good. This looks great.
Yeah, you are. Let's see ES. About a point and a half off those session highs. ES trading 67.84.
Let's get it. Let's get those Coach J's 130s. We can.
MOC coming here. All right, got 3 minutes till MOC. Yeah, it's going to go ES, NQ, and then the YM. Come on. Pop it. There you
New
go.
session
New
highs.
highs.
There
New
we
session highs. Continue to grind this. Yeah, that wasn't convincing.
Man, Dakota, your long trade was a great, not as painful trade. This
No,
one
we
is
didn't
just
really
kinda
get
like-
much drawdown on that, right? Triple top.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I
Okay.
knew it, Dakota. I triple top my ass. He said. He took the trade. That's 100% why he took the trade. 100%. Although it was holding bid. It was holding bid. And nice read. And there we go. Right, this thing higher. Mandy, you are long from 077.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna lock in profits.
Nice
I don't want
job.
it to go below 81
Yes,
half. Nice. Let's go.
Yeah, I was see if we
Why
can
don't
get to 100.
I? If I had like multiple contracts, I would take one out here around like 95, 96, and then another one out at 108. But I'm only in this one mini, just trying to keep it easy here on this combine.
Well done. And
Tag me,
another
tag
push.
me, tag me.
Another push here. What are you working?
We got it.
Man, printing.
We're out.
Get with the trend.
277.
Well done.
Yeah.
There we go. 25,100
All
now.
the
Printed.
rules.
New highs. Now, hey, you know what, Mandy? Nice no trade. I know Dakota took that trade. But for your system, your
Yeah.
setup, Didn't happen, right? But you got back in. You got back in, and it was a little bit more painful. No, you just had to wait longer, Mandy. That's all that was. Mandy, quick
Yeah,
in, quick
it
out.
was.
But
Which isn't usually my norm, you know? Like I'm in, out, like give me a minute, 2-minute trade. This one, man, how long was this trade? I could not tell you. Maybe I think we entered around here.
when
When
they hit the bid and they took it down into 25,070, and the buyer stepped right back in, that's gave you conviction. Even you said it to yourself. Still good. Trade is still valid.
Yeah.
And there we go. Session highs 25,101 in the orders. Take a look at the ES 6787 and the orders about a 110 point range in the ES today, and a 500 point range in the 600 point range in the NQ. All right, we got 20 seconds. 20 seconds till MOC. See what we got. Yesterday was a okay. Here we go. Let's write it down. Some volatility. If we got some big ones, big numbers. Ooh, big pop.
Look at that.
Numbers. Hold.
We were so close to those 30s. What was that? 20.
Looking like
Jay came in from half court and just drained it.
Light buy side. Oh, okay. Heavy buy side. Here we go. Heavy buys. Heavier buy side.
There you go.
1.3 billion buy side ES. 1.5 billion buy side NQ. And 600 million buy side Dow. So those numbers can and will change. Initial reaction, saw that pop there. All up to 25,123. And heavy buy
we
side.
had runners.
Mandy,
happy.
yes,
Yeah,
Mandy, it was a
don't.
good trade. Mandy, you bought the highs and sold higher. That's a damn good trade. Come on, that was a great
It
trade.
is a great good trade.
It's one of the hard ones to do.
I'm just being
Buy high,
fat.
sell high.
I got you. No, you're just a trader. You're a veteran trader. You've been doing this for a bit now, so that's inner thoughts.
I mean,
it's awesome.
the more I think about it, I mean, I'm half of what Dakota is, but I'd say 7 years between Forex and options, and now futures is my home. I like futures.
New little pop there in another pop in the ES 6789. When Power Hour started, we were trading 30 points lower. Look at that. So much for Sour Hour.
Yeah, that's what you're
let's
You guys are convincing me to switch to micros slowly but surely.
Hey, micros are amazing.
I know
Power
you've
of
been killing
micros.
it switching to micros.
Buy side peeling back a little bit here in the ES. Now it's 600 million buy side. NASDAQ still over $1 billion buy side. So we got about 8 minutes. 8 minutes till the close here. And NQ rallied about 120 points since Power Hour began. ES continuing to see more buying here. 67.90 now prints.
We're going to see those 130s. We're going to see those.
I'm
130s.
stoked for Jay on that.
Yeah, there goes 125s just printed.
All right. We got to nice shout, Coach Jay. Coach Jay's awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah,
And,
Coach Jay at the buzzer after Power Hour. And Paul, maybe gives you the secrets. Maybe he gives you the secrets. Why?
Yeah.
What he saw at 20
It's like
for 25,000. We just got
149.75 has like 106 contracts on NQ hanging out up there.
Nice, Mandy. Using that level 2 data.
Oh yeah, that's like really close to one of my other levels. Yeah, I just
Okay, starting to
Take it.
see still buy side. NASDAQ buy side much stronger, right around $1 billion. Over ES, now only 300 million buy side. About 2 minutes, 55 after. See another injection of liquidity. Again, these numbers are likely to change at the very last minute. We've seen that a lot.
Yeah.
Last couple of weeks. So hang in there. Take a look
Mandy.
at
Andre,
Dakota. Yes, Dakota. Oh, you,
like
Nope.
all good things, it must
No.
come to an end.
90 seconds. You said 5 minutes.
I,
Kidding. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Good
all right,
good
it's begun.
trade.
I will see everybody tonight. It's going to be a good one tonight in slow markets. Thank you, Andre, Mandy.
Yes.
Great trade, amazing trade. That's one of the
Thank-
hardest ones to do. Buy high,
Yeah,
sell
thank
high.
you.
Later, Dakota.
Same
Take
to you,
every
Dakota.
trade.
Good to see you again.
Markets, 7:30 p.m. Central Time on TopstepTV. Him and Baron will be chopping it up later on this evening. But look at this
There we
thing go,
go.
Mandy. Look at this thing go, Mandy.
30s.
134, 25,000, 134.
Where's the
Here you-
exhaustion? Like, do we
I
rotate at
mean-
all from here?
well, profiting. Whoa. Okay, someone just stepped on the buy button again. 25,135.
Yeah.
Buy side MOC picking up here. Well, at least NASDAQ stayed strong buy side.
Above 73s was the answer so
Yeah.
far. So far.
Will we close on the highs, right? Will there be some profit taking here in the last 5 minutes? Okay, we're looking like S&P ES might flip sell side here.
Ooh, wiki.
Yeah.
Wiki.
Okay. S&P just flipped sell side. 700 million sell side now. NQ pretty much at neutral. It is just flip sell side. Dow flip sell side as well. See what happens right here. A little sell off. Mandy, what's the markets doing right now? I'm just looking at this.
It's buying up right there at the yeah, right at the 108. It's buying up a little bit.
Okay, so it didn't sell off much. All right, cool.
No.
All right, NASDAQ buy side ever so slightly. We're talking like 40 million buy side. It was 1.
Hitting those 120s.
Look at you, Mandy. Yeah, do a little play-by-play here, Mandy. You can do
Yeah.
this. Yeah, what's
Going back to the 108s again.
There you go.
Curious to see what we do here in about, just 30 seconds or so, if we can hold above 108s. If we close below 108s, I think we're going to continue to rotate down.
all right? Take a look at MLC. All right,
73s would be awesome.
73s. That is Mandy's number on the close. Take a look here. NASDAQ trading 25,110. ES trading 67.86.
Nice.
They're holding up right around the lows. Are they going to take profits?
I don't know.
into the
We're
close?
right at 108s. We were at 108s on that 1 minute close. So
NASDAQ resilient.
curious what's going to happen.
Just to recap, MOC came out pretty heavy buy side ES, over $1 billion buy side ES, over $1 billion buy side NQ. ES S&P's flipped to sell side. Now buy side growing. Well, they can gotta be profit taking. What's the scariest trade right now, Mandy? We love to ask this question. Short or long?
I'd say long.
I would agree.
Exhaustion.
5 points off the highs in the ES. Take a look.
We're
at
right
the
now
ladder.
at 100, just above that. So nice round number. We bounce here. I'm going to say probably not.
Like bounce higher or on the pullback?
At these 100s, but could totally do that and go up and hit, 49s and 49s.
All right. About 40 points off the highs in the NASDAQ. 25,095. Jay with the call. 25,130. We got about 5 points higher. And check him out at the buzzer after power hour. Take a look at the ES. Pulled back 8 points or so.
I mean, I'm just also going to throw it up. That 130 was a great call. I had a multiple touch point at 133 half, and it just wicked and candle close and open right on that. So I like on the 500 tick. So that was a great read, Jay. Love that.
Hey, not bad for yourself either.
Yeah.
What'd you get long
I'll
from?
take the levels
from-
too. 73s. Let's go.
All
I'm
right,
shooting
closing
for
down
that.
those. We got 20 points to go. Can we get to those 73s? I got my eye on the ES. Look at all that
Gotta
volume
be
on the
better.
bid and the ask. Again, more numbers coming out tomorrow. We got durables. We got initial job lists. What else do we have? Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. We got EIA Crude. We got new home sales. Again, consumer confidence came in way lower than expected, and it's continued to rally. So here we go.
Yeah, we digested that and then didn't care. Is what I
Did you see
decided
that?
from that.
Did
Yeah,
you
that was
see that?
insane.
I was. Let me start, Jack. I know you feeling me. That was. Anyways, moving on.
Oh,
Take a
nice.
look.
And Jay did take that. Way to go.
Again, tomorrow is all intents and purposes not the last trading day of the week. We will open on Friday, but tomorrow expect a lot of volatility. Should tune into TopStep TV and see what we have in store. Also, keep an eye out for those headlines regarding Russia and Ukraine.
Oh, I am stoked about this level.
You might get it. You might get it indeed. Trading 25,090.
I've only had one win.
How about this? Yes, a question in the chat. If Mandy is right, she wins. She gets off Thursday. Thursday, she does not have to get in there and trade it up. That is
Wait,
the grand prize.
I don't have to
What?
trade, but I do have a lot of work in the kitchen. I'm hosting, so
Hey, awesome.
turkey.
That is chef, absolutely.
duty.
Okay, here we
Okay,
go.
here we
15
go.
seconds. Can we get it? We're looking at about a 50-point sell off from those new session highs in the NASDAQ ES. Same story over there. We close on the 073s. We're about to. We got 2 seconds. 25,008. I call that a win. I see.
What was that close? That was at
I see
78. Oh, what was that? Yeah, 78. I'll take it.
Yep.
I'll take it.
All right,
That's pretty-
fantastic stuff,
pretty
Mandy. Look at that. You and me just closing out this power session. What was that? The power session.
Always
Great
a good
stuff,
one.
Mandy. Nice trading there. Shout out to all the bellers. What a day we had today. Keep your head up. Keep grinding. We jab. One more
Yes,
big
we
day
do.
tomorrow. We got Friday as well. With that being said, I'm throwing to my main man, James. He'll take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. See how Jay called out that.
Let's do it. Hey, thank you, Andre. Thank you, Mandy. And thank you to everybody out there. Whether you've been here since 7 in the morning or you're tuning in now for At the Buzzer, we appreciate your views. We know you got a lot of different options out there for streams. We appreciate each and every one of you who show up bell to bell every day for that tradertainment you know and love. But don't go anywhere just yet. Just because we're going off air doesn't mean the trading show has to stop. That's right. At the Buzzer is right after this with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. At the Buzzer, Coach Jay and Coach Paul uncap all the action from the market that went down today, and they're going to get you ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. They're going to go over everything you saw here on TopstepTV. And if you missed even a moment of the action, well, At the Buzzer is where you can get caught back up. Then don't go anywhere. Go somewhere for a couple hours, and then be back at 7:30 for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Slow Markets, it's the show that's hot. I don't think hot is the opposite of slow, but in my mind it is. So be there for those hot slow markets with Coach Dakota tonight at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. He's joined by Baron. If you've been wondering how Baron's trading journey is going, this is a great opportunity to tune in and check it out. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades is back with London Open. You saw Aaron this morning on Fast Markets, and for those of you who love him, you know why. And if you don't know why, well, London Open, 1:30 a.m., we'll see you there. And then Euro Trade with Deanna is tomorrow at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. So tons of trading still coming your way. That's all before we're back here live at 7:15 a.m. Central Time, bright and early. We got one last trading day on this holiday week. We'll see you all tomorrow. Still a lot of trading to go down in the markets. For TopstepTV, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been TopstepTV. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.